Here we go. Here we go. Just dropping in. Probably won't be here long, but keeps coming up. It keeps coming up about where the manosphere and the black manosphere is going, and you get the same old stuff. Oh, the black manosphere is dead, or it's dying, or it's ineffective, it's going the wrong direction, and since just pearly things came in and threw a monkey wrench and everything. Have what I think is a lot of interlopers because a lot of people that disagree with the space or the space existing or even the space's direction, um, they see this as a sign of weakness. We can come in and strip off people away from the black manosphere or uh, assume the position in the black manosphere. So let me welcome people as they come in. Dardar's in first. Johnny Vegas is in. I know it's kind of late. Anacitas, Brian Will, Mr. Donnie Mack, this rich bastard. I hope you are. Red Boy, Dreddy Bean, that's a different name. Trey, Black Trucker, Mafia Radio, what's going on? Jeff, Dr. T, what you doing up, man? Supposed to be working on something. Smitty, what's up? Anubis, what's up? Uh, Roms 18, what's up? Knight, what's up? Hey, Just Bob, what's happening, man? Oh, just got out of class. I heard that. You are a teacher. Speckle T. Oh, hello from London. You know what? It's going to be interesting, man, because I think there's a new branch of what we call the Black Manosphere happening over in the UK that's different from America. Because over in the UK, they don't have the problem with they don't have a need for SYSBM because I think 50% of black men date out anyway, date and marry out anyhow. So they don't have a problem with SYSBM. They don't have the cultural mixing problems that are over here. So they don't get the same kind of I kind of said attack that we do over here, which is interesting. But I'm noticing there's a rise in. I think there's one good thing about Pearly that did happen. A lot of the a lot of black content creators, black male content creators, actually got their start because probably because of Pearl, because there was so much interest that had been drummed up by Pearl over in the UK. So that's going to be interesting. Uh, I haven't had. I usually get the quesadilla. Um, that's me, the carne asada quesadilla with the cilantro and onions and a little green sauce on top. That's usually me. But BY, okay, all right, whatever that means. The post-colonial immigrants move different. Yeah, they do. And what I'm saying is that I think with when Pearl came up, and the reason that Pearl was so, um, I think, infectious over here because all the women saw was black faces in front of Pearl, in front of a white woman. Okay, which in the UK is nothing. Okay, but over here it means something different. So the visuals that we saw over here, or the women saw over here, were completely different than say what the black men over there or the black women over there saw. They thought it was no big deal. And then this like, especially in London, it's like, so what? You see mixed couples all the time. One because of the percentage of black people in the UK is small. I think it's less than 3%, if I'm not mistaken. And so they have no choice but to mix. So to see them with a white woman, an Asian woman, what they call Asian, all of Asia's Asian, but we call Indian or Pakistani or something like that, something or what we call East Asian was nothing. Okay, nothing to them, but to us, it's taboo. But I see a divergence. I see a lot more manosphere coming from black Londoners over there, black folks in the UK. a lot more black manosphere content, which is decidedly different than it is over here because when they show women in general. They don't show black women in specific. They show white women, Asian women, whatever, right? And the whole rainbow. I'm just going to see how that plays out because I suspected that to be the case when I first saw it. But um, I'm going to pay for watching a live stream at work, but it's so worth it. You don't have to watch it; you just listen, man. You don't have to pay for it. Um, but um, the one thing I wanted to get out, man, is that about the manosphere and the black manosphere in particular, right? Um, I'm hearing how it's penetrating. They say it's not effective, right? They always say it's not effective. That's the first thing to hear. It's not doing anything. It's stagnant. You talk about the women. You guys are rehashing the same things over and over again, and it's not moving. It's going nowhere. It's, like I said, you're spinning your wheels, going nowhere fast, which I heard somebody from 1.0 actually say. But the thing is that even in 1.0 was so small, man. It was so tiny that hardly anybody ever heard of it. The reason most people heard of 1.0 is because of Tommy Sotomayor. That was their entry into 1.0. It was that tiny, and it really didn't get any kind of traction until actually the 1.0 was actually dismantled, and basically Tommy Sotomayor became a shock jock, and he was so bombastic he kind of spread all around, and that was everybody's entry into what we call the Black Manosphere, or the Manosphere period. Okay, and it really didn't get reformed until like 2014, 2015, because a lot of people, a lot of guys that I know, that were black, that are part of my crew, the Idmore crew, were actually MGTOWs before, because they were all over on the MGTOW side, but they never showed their face, or they never made a content. They had a channel, but they followed the MGTOW content. So um, I did to my to my uh, surprise, when I actually changed over to Itmore and started doing black male content. Then I saw all these guys started to flood back over here to the so-called Black Manosphere. But the thing is, since then, um, in my opinion, it's grown. It's grown. It's diversified. We talk about more than just a clap back to what women's tropes about black men. Okay, with that stats, data, and statistics, we actually go back in history. We've dug up uh, things about history. We actually formulated new ideas and new concepts about not only uh, a clap back, but also dating and mating. Okay, we have a whole sector of content creators that are adjacent to Black Manosphere, or even Black Manosphere, that talk about dating, mating, and relationships. We got self-improvement guys. We got all kind of people in the Black Manosphere. Even though people just look at this one little tiny piece, because the one thing that draws people's eyeballs, men's eyeballs, is always what? Black women, female fuckery, because that's one thing we all have in common. And every time they announce that the Black Manosphere is dying, that always tells me they're getting ready to go through a growth spurt. When they tell us that the Black Manosphere has succeeded, that means okay, it's time to worry because we might be on our way out. But things every time they say it's dying and it's corrupted and whatever it is, I know it's going through a growth spurt. And I was just listening to, like, I think it was like maybe 3 or 4 non-related but academic circles, okay, and they were actually talking about the Black Manosphere, which is something they've never done before, using terms that they've never done before. Like I was just watching one. They were talking about anti woke fascism and stuff like that. And one guy was talking about the Black Manosphere jumping on him because they're calling him gynocratic. I said, "Wow!" I said, All this language is starting to penetrate." Okay, starting to penetrate into the academy, into politics, into well, actually, it's global because Kevin Samuels copycats are all over the globe now. In fact, the one thing I got out of the thing about Pearl was something that Sarah Garvey actually said. He said that when Kevin died, he left a vacuum. Okay, he left a really big vacuum that needed to be filled by somebody. They couldn't buy out Andrew Tate, okay, because he wasn't having it, and he was far too dangerous for them to actually insert him into the vacuum. So, guess who? Guess who they picked? Wasn't one of us. It was actually a female, and I think that's her. And so far, you can see her kind of wind her way into that same kind of role. And really, when I first came here, you see no content creators wearing suits and ties and trying to look, appropriate of that kind of stuff, that kind of Kevin-esque look that Kevin had. Now you see them all over the place. Everybody's got a suit and tie on. Everybody's got the trim haircut. Everybody's got the mood lights. Everybody's got the mic. So now it's becoming very common. And the purple pill switch really didn't exist for the most part. Really did not exist for the most part before Kevin. Now it's exploded. So, like I said, 2.0 actually did its job, right? Uh, uh, Continue to clap back, expand the knowledge, that stats, data, statistics, and kind of tie it into everything. And three, basically make the black manosphere go mainstream. All that's done. In fact, it's done that and more. In fact, the Ice Cube effect that is in politics. The Ice Cube effect is in politics. I was just talking to Dr. T, and the Ice Cube effect was actually coined, believe it or not, by one of our own, which is Dr. Ronald Neal. He said it immediately after the Ice Cube thing with I think it was the Fox Queens, when Ice Cube was actually on there. He actually right after that, when Ice Cube got disrespected, he said right then he started going talk about black male independence, BMI, and black male empowerment, BME. All right, and he actually called it the Ice Cube effect. And at the time, nobody thought about it. So that's not going anywhere, man. It's gonna die, and that's gonna happen. Lo and behold, 2 years later, it's all over the newspapers, right? The Ice Cube effect. Black men are not or leaving the Democratic Party, or black men are being independent. Where's the video? Go look on his channel, Big Kev. Go look on his channel. Find out what the date is for the Ice Cube effect. Y'all, you guys, wait a minute. Do I look like Chat GPT, Big Kev? Do I look like Chat GPT? Do I look like Chat GPT? Why you guys think that I got all this stuff at my fingertips? Who was I watching? Who was I watching when? Chat GPS. Y'all ain't shit, dar dar. I'm gonna get you for that one, Jar Dar Dar. That's not fair. Everybody thinks that I have this long list of stuff for us to pull it out at the moment's notice and give you the link. Okay, go look for it. It's on it's on Black Power Media. Go look for it. It's Black Power Media. It's two guys. I think it's called anti wokeism or anti woke something. I don't have it at my fingertips. No, he didn't. He did not take Ames whole style. No, he didn't. He did not. Kevin was doing that before. He did not. That style had been around, but he did not take AM style. So knock it off. Everybody borrows from everybody. In fact, what is it? John the Other, Aaron Clary was doing that style way before AM. Okay, everybody actually enhances it what they do. But John the Other was doing that. I saw John the Other do it. I saw Aaron Clary do it. I saw a whole bunch of other people do it. What's his name? For With a Voice for Men, he was doing it. So this is not that radio style. That kind of stuff is very common. Everybody borrows from everybody. Okay. So don't James, don't start that shit over here. Okay. I don't want to have to kick people out over some bullshit. We're not starting bullshit tonight. Coltrane, what's up? But the thing is that there's always what the space isn't doing. Okay. What the space isn't doing, because we have we have whole little cliques that have complaints about the space. Okay, they want to change what the space is for. Okay, the thing is that um, and they are always basically going after the content creators about the content that we make, and the content creators is just one little piece of of what we call a space. Okay, we might be a center point where people gravitate to, but guess what? The space is made up by the people that watch, and a lot of them try to blame the content creators for people not watching their content. Like if we all of a sudden just went away, then all of you guys would actually gravitate to their content. I always get that. They forget that YouTube, at its core, is an entertainment platform. I kept trying to tell guys, I said, at its core, at its first thing, if you don't kind of give some kind of entertainment, some kind of entertainment value, be interesting when you talk about things, you're not going to get an audience. What service jobs what ChatGPT is going to take first? That's the first thing. What the thing is, YouTube scholars basically they will translate or make popular or what ChatGPT does. ChatGPT cannot take the place of a so-called a YouTube content creator. Okay, there's a different thing. Okay, because it's a machine. Okay, it's in text. If that was the case, nobody would be on YouTube. Okay, YouTube is a visual medium, and it basically it's a human interaction, so it can't take its place. But ChatGPT is just one aspect the of the uh, of the model, the AI model. The big boys are actually taking jobs already. I'm getting ready to upload one. IBM's actually going to eliminate 700 to 800 jobs. There's already 20% of the programs getting laid off. Yeah, I wish they would, but they don't. But the thing is, they want to come up on a platform and jump on you so they can speak to the audience, like a guy I did on Green Gorilla's platform. I was actually talking. He told me to shut up, and I was talking too much. I said, "Okay, man, I'm gonna leave, and you can talk." And guess what? Everything he said just fell flat. He had nothing to say because if he had something to say, he wouldn't need to be on Green Gorilla's platform trying to make it happen. Well, the thing is, you could terraform the space if you understood what the space is here for. No, I didn't see that one. I'm not surprised. Kevin gets mentioned quite a bit, you know. In fact, the academics, man, it's really it's really busting up the academic world. It really is, man. I've been hearing academics, man, get pissed about the manosphere, the black manosphere especially, and Kevin Samuels because it's really penetrating every place. James, do you want to be here, man? I don't give a fuck if you stand on your goddamn disrespect, motherfucker. Don't be here. Okay? Don't come in here with that bullshit. This is my house. Do I come in your motherfucking house with disrespecting your ass? Do I? Do I? Otherwise, there'd be a motherfucking problem, wouldn't there? Did your mama not teach you manners? I know you from New York. Your mama taught you manners. Use them. Anyway, nah, it's not gonna be. It's not gonna be crazy, man. It's always crazy, man. We had this problem in 2016, again in 2018. The biggest thing we had was when I went after Cynthia G and O'Shea. God, that's how this thing runs because money ruins a whole bunch of shit, man. So O'Shea and Obsidian went over and saved Cynthia G because they wanted to make money from her, and they actually confused the space for a good year or two. And salute, yeah, Passport OG is doing some good work, man. Y'all should, in fact, Passport OG. Let me go ahead. Did I give you a wrench yet, Passport OG? If I gave you a wrench, man, go ahead and drop your link. Anyhow, what I'm saying is, and I'm gonna drop the link in a bit. Anyhow, the thing is, it's one thing how I see the manosphere because um, the direction that I've tried to put us on, well, basically, I've pretty much succeeded, right? Get it popular, make it go mainstream, and actually get it into the ears of people that can actually make decisions, which is where it is now, which is the academics. Academics make policy. That's why they're here because we needed them because policy is made first in the academy, and then it bubbles out into politics and into business. Okay, that's where we need guys. We need guys to actually advocate for black men and boys inside the academy and inside the education system first, right? Where the policy is being made, and then it will actually bubble out fortunately into mainstream because right now, man, with what's going on, especially with the great resignation, how men are feeling, man, the boys and the young men and boys are actually quitting, and they don't know how to stop that shit. And the only answers they have is the manosphere and the black manosphere. That's the only thing that they have. So it's easy for me to say it. It's easy for me to say what direction I think the black manosphere is going or the manosphere period is going. But the biggest thing is, what do you guys see? Do you guys think the manosphere is working for you? Because at the end of the day, you guys are the end user. Okay, we put it out, we research, we do our thing, we put the stuff up, but at the end of the day, the end user is who makes the vote. And so, what do you guys think? Do you guys think the black manosphere is working for you? I mean, I get emails all the time about how they wish that this would have been around when they were younger, or this is something that they wish their father would have had. It's something that changed the way they look at women. It's changed the way they date. It's changed the way their outlook. It has them valuing themselves. But the thing is, that's just the way what I've heard. The thing is, how does it has the black manosphere changed the way you guys see things? Well, the thing is, I don't care about them profiting off of us because they're always going to profit off of you. Okay, that's the way it is. The ruling class is only there because you want a ruling class, and the ruling class is always going to eat first. It is what it is. The thing is, does enough dribble down to where you can actually be happy with your life? That's always going to happen. Well, there's always been a ruling class. I don't care how small the tribe is. There's always a chief. They appreciate that. Yeah, so that's the whole thing. Oh, cool. That's the whole thing. Does it work for you? Hey, Dark Side, what's up, man? I ain't seen you in a minute. Working, working check, mom, and yeah, to be on code. Yeah, yeah. So the thing is, if it worked for you, okay, where do you guys? Number one, where do you guys see the black ministry going, and what do you guys want to see in the future? A lot of people say that it should be skills based, right? Which I see most of the people in here got skills, okay? And a lot of times I hear this tone like the manosphere is made up of these little 18-year-olds that are lost. And when I look at my stats, most of my guys are between the ages of 25 and 55. Okay. And the majority of them between the ages of 35 and 55. They don't need skills. Most of my guys make $50,000 a year and over, which is way above what I call the median. Okay. And most of the guys make way above the average. I had far too many people that are making 80 grand and up. I'm not saying it's everybody, but I saw far too many people that do. So the thing is, when I hear guys talk about changing the space, they're talking like they're talking to like 18-year-olds or 19-year-olds, and we guiding them in the wrong direction, and they want to hear about how to make money and how to make stuff like that. And most of the guys here already have a career. Most of them already make money. Most of them have some of them have families and stuff like that, and that's not why they come here. Yeah, well, a big sea change, more than we think. Okay, more than we think. Well, yeah, yeah, everybody's going to need to either skill up or reskill with AI coming in, which is something we're probably going to have to talk. I've talked about it before, but the thing is, now that it's here and it's going to accelerate because COVID put them behind. COVID put them about 3 years behind. So they're accelerating. So all that stuff that they kind of held back and we're going to let go slowly but surely, a little bit at a time. Fuck all that. They're just going to push it all out there, which a lot of people are unhappy about. Even the guy that worked on I gotta find his link, find his video again. I heard a bits of it. He was actually in the news talking about he helped develop the AIs for Google. He actually warned them about certain things. So for good or ill, it's already out here. So um, Skynet is probably already here. The thing is about career paths is really difficult because unfortunately about how business use AIs. It's a hodgepodge, right? Like I was just in Home Depot trying to buy some. My grandson needs to make a science fair project, right? So I'm in Home Depot, right? And normally there's for cashiers for everybody, right? You might have a couple, you might have two lines where you scan your stuff in, okay? And a couple of cashiers in case you have more stuff. But now what they have, what is called pro. So only people that are professionals that come in and buy a whole bunch of stuff, right? They're the only ones that can actually use the human cashiers. Everybody has to wait in line and use the scanner, which I found funny. So it's already happening. And we ain't talking, James. I don't have to bounce you, man. Chill out. No, James. Yeah, and somebody already got him. People won't have to bounce you, man. Come in, use your manners. But I'm gonna drop the link in a minute. Yeah, and I'm saying we got a lot of people that have different problems. Like Dark Side when he came, Dark Side, was unusual because uh, he's got a double medical field, right? Brilliant dude. Okay, Dark Side don't need educational advice. Okay, he had other issues. Okay, when he came here, that's why he listens. He had other problems, right? Even as successful as he is, he still had, he had woman problems just like everybody else. Okay, he had relationship problems just like everybody. I'm not gonna say what they were, but the thing is, that's not why he came. He's he's probably on the brighter side of people. Environmental animators, you got to be damn good, man. You got to have some original ideas because Chat GPT, the AIs are actually gonna replace you. Sorry to say. Sorry to say. You're gonna have to be damn. You got to learn how to use a tool and think of novel ways of selling your product because you're gonna get replaced. I heard that from a photographer. The same thing. He said, um, the days of you making a whole bunch of money in this field is probably done. Okay, unless you're really, really good, unless you're really, really novel. It's called UBI. Okay, it's called Universal Basic Income for most people. We could be. We could be. We could be. Depends on what you do. That's how come it's so hard to tell exactly where it's gonna hit. Like we thought programs would be safe, but programmers are not safe. Programmers are not safe. They're not safe. They won't need as many. So I told programmers make as much money as you can, man. Reskill, stay ahead of the curve, and make as much money as you can. Because when it hits, it's gonna hit. And you're probably gonna have to do way more work because you do have AIs to work with you. In other words, instead of you doing a project in a month, they probably want a project done in like a day or two. So the guys that do stay, they're gonna work you guys like rented mules. Well, you just had to make a decision, man. That's all it was. And the thing is, uh, what I try to do, and what I was telling another brother, I said, what you try to do is get black men to change their worldview. And I think it's slowly but surely happening. I think the environment, I think COVID helped a lot because guys had to stop and kind of reevaluate their life. What do you want your life to be like? Okay. Is it just about what we call, like what Dr. T calls the velvet painting, where you have your woman, your in-house pussy, your woman at home baking cookies with your 2.3 kids and a picket fence? Okay. Everybody dreams about that. When you actually have to pause and rethink what your life is going to be like, then other things come up. Like now, because of remote work, um, you can do your work anywhere. So you can be in, like, one brother's in Tanzania, right? He's making it happen. Someplace else outside the United States that wasn't as available um, then as it is now. A lot of that stuff is changing. Where you live, how you go about your work, how you relate. If you don't like a woman in in St. Louis, you can go to Chicago or Detroit or even what, Buenos Aires or or Bogota or Rio, or Patah or Bangkok, or even Dar es Salaam, okay, in Tanzania, or Accra in Ghana. In other words, basically before this all happened, right, you were basically locked into maybe the women in your area. And then maybe after that, maybe the women in another state if you decided to move, right? Was as far as Blackwood is concerned, right? 20 million women. Now you got 4 billion to pick from. Different world. Like I said, passport bros and travelers have access to 4 billion women, you know, at some shape, form, or fashion, at some level. That's a big pool. And that is a big, how you can say, a big expansion of your worldview. Okay, what do you do for a living? Okay, now the same more corporate jobs, the same more blue collar jobs may or may not be available. It may not work here. It might work someplace else. So if it doesn't work here, you don't have a job here doing what you're doing. It might work in in Colombia. It might work in Guatemala. It might work in Mexico. It might work in Ghana or Gambia. You're gonna have to rethink and become a global citizen, because guess what? Everything's gonna get tethered. Somebody told me that Ghana's getting ready to drop like 1,300 5G spots in Ghana that they're delaying. So you're gonna have high speed internet in Ghana through 5G. Within, I say, 5 years. So that's going to actually change the game. Uh, man, what did I tell you about the Fed raising interest rates? I told you that the Fed is on a different path than the economy. The economy is on one path, the Fed is on another, because they have to defend the dollar, okay, against this onslaught. So this quarter point, they say they may pause, they may or may not. Depends on what's going on. But the other half of that's going to be behind the wall. Okay, because I get, if I do it in public, man, I always kind of run afoul of the people that watch us. So that has to be in a smaller setting and behind the wall, where it's not like, where thousands of people don't have access to it. But yeah, what I told you guys, they were actually gonna probably gonna raise it when if they're really into the local economy, what I call it the national economy, the local economy, they would actually drop the rates. Okay, I think they did it under Trump one time. They started to raise the rates. It went up to 2%. The economy kind of shook, and Trump said, "Drop them rates," and that's what they did. But the Fed is on a different track right now. We're at 34 minutes. I go about 5 more minutes. Any more questions? They probably brought the port. They probably have to redo the port. That's probably what they're getting ready to do. I'm not surprised. In fact, the Europeans are really complaining about the Chinese in Ghana, and well, Chinese in Africa. Period. Ghana's one of the last holdouts for the West. They're still kind of West friendly. Ghana is not too small to establish hegemony in Africa. Okay, they're too small. Most likely it will be Nigeria, if anybody. Really, right now, the hegemony probably exists in South Africa. Strong independence is going to have a different ring to it. Come with AI coming in because the women are already screaming at the top level. Motion they have motion graphics in AI. It's not that hard for them to do. In fact, they've been having fake video and that AI has been doing it at a higher level for like the last 30 years. That's not very hard for them to do. For them to actually bring together elements in fake video, that's not hard for them to do. I mean, you've had automated uh, what is it? Assisted animation in video for how long? What 30 years, 40 years maybe? So it's not very hard. Uh, if you can do it in video games with video actually talks about AI assisted video games, you can do it in animation pretty easily. Does it look the same as when you draw it? No, it does not. It doesn't look the same. That's the problem. Hand drawn cartoons, hand drawn animation looks a lot different than the AI or basically machine generated models. Yeah, it's sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. Because everything's digital. So basically, um, when everything gets digitized, we're used to looking at the clean digitized version of people, okay, without all the blemishes and stuff like that, right? It's not human. The thing is, it's what we have grown accustomed to. Especially look at the women when they put all the makeup and all the filters. Okay, they look just like an AI generated model. So we're used to looking at them now. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, the draft is always look at the problem. That's true. They've given up for the most part. They don't know how to get these people back. Yeah, that's true. He laid off 75% of Twitter. That's true. He knew what he's doing. Yeah, the reason that you can do that as far as automated one is because Congress still has it moved forward as far as with the liability of automated vehicles. Okay, and the second thing is they don't have enough 5G. But trust and believe they're working on it. So don't make all your money. Don't get comfortable. See, Johnny Vegas said something. What's it? Johnny Vegas said that. Okay. You know what? I tried to make AI generated. I think it was on Microsoft Image Creator. They wouldn't do it. They would not do it. They said that they don't allow that. You have to have the specific AI to actually do that kind of stuff. But they will make it. Yeah, Jason. But thing is, how many people does it take to do it? It's not that you don't need a human. How many humans do you need? That's the question. Nobody asked those questions. I've been in an industry where they actually started automating. Slowly but surely they start cutting down the workforce. Where it used to take hundreds of people, they cut it down to like 10 with machines. That is a good question because I'm not an expert. Um, I'm not an expert. Got to see what's out there, and you got to stay one step ahead. I used to. I don't. I don't have as much time. They're on my machine. I just don't play them. My grandson plays them now. Uh, that's a hard ask, Lewis. There should be. but that's a hard ask. Basically, okay, there's a whole thing. There's a whole arguments for and against digital currency like that. Um, I don't know if you get your tent ready because, man, they can actually they can build homes for people if for cheap. I showed a video on Arts last night where China put up 20,000. I think they're like 500 square foot homes for 1 or 2 people in like 3 days. Just put them all up. They cleared the land and put up like in 3 days they put up like 20,000 homes. It can be done. It depends. We don't know. Every time we think it's not going to do something, it does because we're only seeing the little bitty AIs because they're actually using those for customer service and stuff like that. They're not really interested in drawing an automation. That's more entertainment. There's always going to be there's one thing you can't do that AIs can't do, which is fix things. So there's always going to be there for repair. There's always going to be a spot for mechanics and what they call security, right? Because all those machines have to be done what secure. Okay, they have to plug in holes because there's always holes in any kind of code. So security is actually probably going to explode because you have all these machines doing all this kind of stuff that needs to be protected, and people need to keep eyes on them. Writer strike. It might. It might if it's probably now or never. One thing about creative writing, especially as far as arts is concerned, they haven't mastered that yet. Hell, humans haven't mastered it yet. Am I in crypto? No. Do I follow it? Sometimes. And because I know how I am with things like crypto and currencies like that. Man, that means I'd be up all day watching it, looking for my entry and exit points. And I am too old for that. If you look at Microsoft Office, it's already there, right? And they're actually showing you how to use AI in PowerPoint, in in Word, in all the programs, right? If you look at it, if you look at Bing, right, it's all through Bing, man. Like because they bought Chat GPTI and GPT and Dolly, and basically, in fact, my thumbnail was actually made by uh, image creator. So it's quick and easy way. It's not. Is it as good as some of the guys drawing for me? No, it's not as detailed. But thing is a quick and dirty solution. It does the job. No, I still have it. I still have it. I sold some of it, but I still have some of it. I don't follow it as much as I should. I even have some Bitcoin somewhere. Yeah, they're starting to put it in Adobe Suite. As a matter of fact, what is it? Was it Adobe Photoshop? In fact, if you look at your smartphones, AI is already there. It's already in there. Yeah, let's go ahead and show it real quick. They've been holding this stuff back for a while. They've been piecemealing it into the programs, but yeah, but if you look at it, it's already there. Photoshop is now the world's most advanced AI application for creatives. It's already there. Changing backgrounds, uh, creating still images. It's already there. See, it's already there. Yeah, see that? It's already there. See, it's already there. So it is what it is. The thing is, they're going to release it all at once. The thing is, it doesn't. It's one. It's basically one button. It's not really editing. So it's basically one click. If they put it on voice, they put it on voice, it'd probably be even easier. But it's already there. The thing is only going to get better. 3D printers, that's different. Okay, 3D printers, it's you have 3D printers actually making homes. Okay, so full scale models, it just depends what you want to make. They've been around for a while. What up, Ed? Getting ready to drop the link in a minute. I'm at 46. Okay, I think it's a good time. I want to be here all night. No, the thing is, cameras are for. I would say cameras are for your own personal use. The thing is, some things cannot be replicated. Okay, some things cannot be replicated, at least not yet. It's too detailed. So your camera is for you. It's not for to be enhanced by an AI. You can kind of make up things, but the thing is, yeah, it's creepy, but it is what it is. This has been coming. But may I share? Oh, sure. If you want to, that's a very specialized skill, though. Air traffic controllers. All right, there you go. And Passport OG, if you're still in here, man, go ahead type something. I'll make you a mod. Printing money still on what it's man, you can complain about it, but at the end of the day, man, at the end of the day, ain't shit you can do about it, boss. You are not in control here, okay? You are not in control here, and that's it's too late. They are now, they are now. What happens when they're not? You see the new basketball that they 3D printed for the NBA that has that doesn't have any air, the airless ball. That's going to happen. That kind of stuff is going to happen, man. But that's a but that's on a different tangent. I know we're going to go there and see what he got. But the thing is, air traffic controllers are it's for now, but things going to be temporary because guess what? Most planes can fly themselves. They've been able to fly themselves for 40 years. They've been able to land themselves for 40 years. Planes can fly themselves. So if they can automate a car, they can automate a plane. In fact, your drones are pretty much automated, but we can play a little bit of it.
Hey, six figures, six pack, and the man, and all that other stuff. Well, here's one component right here that you can take care of. Six figures right here. So yeah, we're gonna get into it. Like I said, I was planning on doing a different show. I was gonna do a show on uh family law and marriage and all of the stuff around that. We'll get to that later on in the week. But today, right now, we're gonna talk about this, man. Jay, we got Sister Candace is in the house. What's good, love? How you feeling? Always a pleasure to see you. Good morning, brother DL, J Swans, and the chat. Good to see you,
Let's
love. How
skip
you
forward
doing?
a
I
little
missed
bit.
you.
Automation involved. There's a lot of, to me, air traffic is all about. It's not as much about the knowledge of it. It's more about the maturity. You know, if you understand that you have a job, that you have a career, and people's lives are in your hand, and you understand that, and you're aware of it, then you'll do fine in this career field. I've seen people with less than how can I put this and be nice? They weren't the sharpest tools in the box or whatever, but they were able to do air traffic because they understood the level of maturity that it took to do the job.
I mean, you could be Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump could be at Miami and he could talk to America 1526, Miami Tower, runway 8 right, cleared for takeoff. He can do that.
I don't know about that.
He can do that.
What we always said,
All right. Anyhow, and where's Passport OJ? I want to give him his wrench. I think there he is. All right. Add his mod. Okay. Go ahead and drop your links, Passport OG. I'm gonna drop the link to the stream, and we go for about an hour, I hope, because I got shit to do. Yeah. The thing is to really get paid, that kind of money, you got to start off small. Either be in the military, we start in the military, or start off as regional air traffic control. It's always been the way to get into it. But the thing is, eventually AI is going to take that too. It is what it is. In fact, that's the simplest way to actually. A plane is actually much more simpler for AI to actually control than a car, because there's no traffic. There's no human beings walking around. It's pretty predictable.
Yo, DS1, BGS, may I ask you a question, fam?
If it's respectful, man. Gotta be respectful.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to be cause you always call me a nigga though. You always call me a nigga, but I ain't gonna be like a lot of a nigga because I gotta go to the store.
Dude,
the store closed at 2:00.
James.
Why you always gave Dr. T his son Johnson? Because I remember the video you did with the House of Cards when he first came on the platform. You did a whole video, and then you gave the torch to KS, but you never gave Angry Man. You never passed the torch to Angry Man though. What's the delete with that, bruh?
James. I didn't pass.
You know I'm a nigga though. You know I'm a nigga.
James, you gonna stop talking?
Go ask
You want to get dropped?
Art more. You know
you want to get dropped or what, man? Gonna get dropped? I don't want to talk about that. Okay. Now you want to let me have a conversation or what? Which one you want to do? Okay. We don't do that here anymore, right? Okay. Now
we don't do what no more. This space was built on keeping it gangster, keeping it solid.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. 2.0 in the in the Coliseum was real dudes when this shit first popped off. The Coliseum was built on. You kicking the chair right now. Why you?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I mean, one thing I will say on that is, and I tell my, folks that listen to me and really rock with me and quote stuff that I say, and I definitely am humbled and appreciate that. But I always tell people, when you go to other people's stuff, you represent me.
Yeah.
Especially if you known to kind of rotate around my stuff, just like how, technically a lot of people associate me with BGS. They'll loosely associate me with O'Shea or Angry Man secondarily. Angry Man is sitting on 452,000 subscribers. Shout out to Angry Man. It's been a long time coming. My question is, Angry Man is not at 550,000 subscribers where he's had channels have been attacked. Why are we having the same argument when he has 500,000 subscribers? Angry Man is literally running, I've been checking out kind of on the low, like the Toxic Avengers stuff, which, I said straight up, that Fight Club shit was some whole shit. I'm talking about with the Lapeeps. Yeah. And I don't understand that. Why is there Angry Man literally has 10 times the subscriber count as BGS? What are we talking about with what torch? Yeah. What, like, I get it, but like, you represent him when you come on here and do that. And that's stuff that he said himself that he's trying to get away from. And once he kind of got off of that, magically he blew up.
He grew, yeah.
I mean, I don't get that. No, it's not like I can see if it's like somebody that's throwing like shots at them or like on
Yeah.
the low
No.
shots.
Yeah.
Nobody's doing that. And
No.
so what are we doing? Like
Yeah.
seriously, yo.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, last chance, James. You want to talk or you want to get bounced? It's up to you. Now it's up to you. Which one you want? You want to talk or you want to get bounced?
Hey yo, yeah, I want to talk. I want to talk to
No,
Ed
no,
for what
no,
he
no,
for
no,
what
no,
he just said.
no, 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 no. You
May I
talking to me?
reply to that?
No, no, you can't. You're talking to me. Okay.
I like
Okay.
that. I like that.
You're talking to me. Whose channel is it?
Of
Now,
course, I'm talking to you. I've
now,
been talking to you. You
now, now,
gave me a wrench on your
now,
platform a couple of years ago,
James,
brother. What's
James.
up?
James. Who actually
Yes.
started the Coliseum? Who started the Coliseum?
Who started it? You did though, yo. But is this a
Whoa,
conversation
whoa,
though?
whoa, 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 whoa.
Let's
How can
go,
you tell me?
brother.
How can you tell me about something that I started? How can you tell me about that?
You started it, but even though you
Ain't no
started
yo,
it,
ain't no
where did
yo,
it finish that,
ain't no
brother?
yo, ain't no yo.
Ain't no yo. I'm from
I'm
the
in,
hood.
hey Nick, I'm still in the goddamn hood.
I know you in California. Yeah, yeah.
I'm
Have
I'm
you
in
been
the
on
hood.
Hey
the
yo,
Toxic
come on, come
Avengers?
on, and hey yo, Ed, yo, why is you buttering in this conversation, bro? Chill,
Have you
cause
been
you
in the
cried,
Toxic
you
Avengers?
cried on Have you apologized to Art?
All right. There you go.
Apollo, like
No,
nigga.
no, no, don't. He's gone. Okay, we don't do that here.
I'm gonna say this. I'm going to say this.
Okay, get
This
it
is.
out.
I'm not about to be on the nigga shit,
Yeah.
nigga. I'm editing now. You niggas like now. I got a good idea because I'm not gonna let niggas act like. I'll say this. I'm from Chicago, but even niggas in the hood know how to act like civilized.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, there's something like that. Don't get on the internet doing that. But what I will say is now that I know, because Trey is about to find out with these edits, now I
Mhm.
know how to really go at y'all without being coming out of my being civilized and really make y'all look goofy and stupid. Somebody talk about me crying on arts. When did I cry on arts? But like
I don't know,
this is
man.
that socially awkward bullshit. I'm hood, but anyway.
Man, you know what, man? Basically, man, I grew up like maybe a half a mile from Freeway Ricky Ross, man, and some of the roughest parts of LA. Where niggas bodies were actually being splayed down, man. Like once a day. See a dead body once a fucking day. Can't tell me about no goddamn hood. Okay.
Yo,
Crack era started in goddamn LA. The Bloods and Crips, you guys copy? Where do you think this shit started, man? In my neighborhood. Okay.
so
So I want to
first
hear about no goddamn hood.
so we first like 15 seconds ago he want to talk to me. Then when you say he can't, now I'm butting into a conversation that I was quiet on just to give him the room. When at the end of the day you ain't saying shit. Like nigga, why do you if you so hood, be hood in real life? Don't get on the internet to flex that stuff when other dudes can actually put hands on you if you act like that in real life. That's the thing, because that's what a lot of dudes try to tell. Yeah, man, I want to get off. No, no, no. If it's that serious, why
Man,
don't you actually say something in person?
there- there's
Otherwise,
there's
let it go.
there's a whole Negro sector in YouTube, man. You had to come up here with that shit. Talking
That's
about
number
angry
one.
man.
Number two, Angry Man has the Toxic Avengers, and if you want to do that, you can do that on his platform.
He got kicked off of Angry Man's
Oh,
platform.
well, so what? You trying to get into his good great man? Send him a cash app. You ain't gotta go kiss his ass on other people's platform. Drop him some money. He'll let it go. He don't understand how nigga shit is.
Anyway,
And like,
what y'all want to say, man? Since y'all up
so
here.
anyway, I came up here. I came up here because I really have a particular reason, but what I will say now that I'm up here, yo, the way niggas lie, yo, really gets on my fucking nerves. I got this video I'm working on, right? It has to do with the Amira situation. It's not a
Okay.
situation. It was
Okay.
pretty much, the Lapeefs, Anton is not a part of the Lapeefs for whatever reason. I think he's moving on.
Uh-huh.
He's blowing up. And
Uh-huh.
this is the first video they decided to do. Marty's
Okay.
got a video on it too, and Amira wants to say her passport bros liars. So, and what was interesting about this video is when she did this, like this was a whole stream. I ended up going up there, showing my face, everything.
Why?
Well, the real reason was I wanted to see how I would come across, with my face being shown, because I was
Okay.
working on the salt like that Irium. Irium is
Okay.
actually an app that allows you to use your phone as a webcam.
Okay.
And my phone is particularly powerful, so I wanted to see how it would look if I zoomed in on my face. That was
Mhm.
kind of the on the low reason. I went
Hmm.
up there, but at the same time, I went up there because it's this idea as well that, we don't like non-black women don't get the same smoke that black women get, when in actuality, we are way more patient with black women than we are with
We are.
non-black women when they
Uh-huh.
talk stupid. So Marty went up there first, and I wasn't gonna go up there because I was like, it's beneath me to do that if she's not gonna come with no sense. Because she was sitting there talking about Brazil, all Brazilian women, and gave it up. Talk about Vietnamese women and Filipino women and Thai women are biggest gold diggers. It was just interesting seeing how she just spread that stuff out like
Hmm.
that.
Yeah.
When she's from Lebanon, which is 6 million, versus Vietnam is like 100 million deep. Thailand, you're talking about countries that are like literally 10 to 20 times larger than yours.
Okay.
So anyway, the point is Marty went up there, said it what it was. I went up there, said it what it was. It was actually a great conversation. But the funny thing about it is, and this is why I'm gonna get to what I'm talking about now, is you niggas are not gonna be in the black manosphere, and then I gotta watch for y'all to stab me behind my back. This is not what that is. We can disagree. I've had arguments with Fantastic. That stuff is a part of what it is. But what's not gonna happen is if we get on the same panel and then you look to try to alpha explain me in front of a non-black female, a female regardless of race.
To my Trey.
Yes.
Oh well,
And
that. Oh,
so
Trey, the
no,
the,
his name is Trucker Dan. That's what his name is.
it's Trucker
Like,
Dan now.
yeah, because literally that's what he is. I'm a dad. Like, the point is, I got a video. I'm probably gonna put it on Patreon because it's got too many copyright stuff on it. Like,
Hmm.
as far as like song, not songs, but like other material a little bit too
Uh-huh.
longer. But what I did was I went on Bernard stuff to address that, and yeah, I got loud. I ain't go front at first, like after a while, but he straight up lied on me. This nigga. Okay, so this is what Amira did.
Hmm.
Amira asked me I put it in the Telegram, but Amira asked me a question about, do I believe that men should in America should be able to discipline their wives? And that's a really off the wall
Oh,
question.
well, should they be able to do it?
Now, to
Well,
be fair,
can they do it? Or
now,
can
no,
they do
no.
it?
So she said, should they? And to be
Okay.
fair, she said that she believed they should. So she put
Okay.
herself out. She didn't like
Yeah.
just, and she
She
really wanted to know the answer.
she's Islamic, right? So yeah.
Exactly, and that's
Yeah.
what she said that. So I
Yeah.
believe. So I said, I didn't say yes. What I said was, men should be able to abandon ship without, and this is all in the video. Women should be able to
Yeah.
abandon ship without any consequences, aka we need to remove child support. And then I said that I don't believe that men should be able to put their hands on women in the context of a marriage. I said that. Then Trey gonna turn around and flip that to said, I don't believe men should put their hands on a woman even if a woman is whooping his ass. And
Yeah.
I said straight up, a man should always be able to defend himself. Now, my
Yeah.
thing is, you see how people are looking at us, FBI watchers, red pill extremism, and you trying to put me out here saying that which I don't personally believe that men should hit, husbands should hit wives. I don't believe
Uh,
that. Well,
yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying it's
Only
my personal opinion.
only in self defense, I would
Well,
say.
yeah, that's my, like, as far as discipline. And
Yeah.
so we're playing these games, but and then the thing about Trey is anti-black. That's my problem with him. So when he
Okay.
talks about knocking somebody out, he's not talking about no other race but a black woman.
Why does he go on the white side and where he's
And
born,
that's
just
and
like
that's my
ABL?
point. I
Yeah.
can't stand them fools that do that. They want to
Well,
be around black. You ain't around nothing but almost nothing but black people when I see you on his YouTubes, but y'all are constantly trying to act like race ain't a factor. And they kept on trying to talk about, I was trying to make it about race. And I said, yo, Pat, when you say passport, one Passport Bros was started by Ken
it's
Sigma.
Passport Bros is about black men traveling
Well,
abroad.
apparently it's not. Apparently they want to all make it. And I'm like, and
Remember I told you they're actually trying. White people trying to absorb the take over the hashtag
well, I
and
mean,
make.
they can. I said straight up that white people doing it is a good thing. Passport Bros isn't the same as a black manosphere. If they want to make it all inclusive, I have no problem personally, and I said it
Yeah.
on there. I have no problem with that
Yeah.
because if you make it all everything, then that actually will alleviate
Yeah,
heat from black
yeah,
men.
but the thing is, who was she talking about? Was she talking about white men
No,
going
she
abroad?
she is that about race. But when
Yeah,
you look
yeah,
at the
yeah, yeah. When
guess
you
who?
look at
Guess
the
who the
thumbnail,
thumbnail?
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
And Arter Will said that. He
yeah,
said, "Let's keep it who we talking about." And
yeah.
and it's like, don't do that. Own it, because the way people are describing, when you actually describe how to describe black men without saying black men, it was straight up black men.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's just stupid. But you got that. You got this Ebony Williams chick that's coming around with her dumb
Yeah,
ass.
I got to do. I'm actually going to do a reaction to that whole to the
I'm
stream.
thinking about it because now I was gonna let it go because there's a lot of people that have talked about it. I know you was probably gonna talk about it.
Yeah,
Jada Black just talked about, man, this chick is 39 years old. Yeah, I gotta talk about it. If she
no,
was,
she's 40. No, she's 40.
yeah, 40. So yeah, I was like, if she was younger, I'd probably leave it to other
And,
people.
and she's been married already. So the guy that she let go, she's been married already. Okay, she divorced the guy
Hmm.
because she thought she could do better.
Marty said, "Where's his wrench?"
His wrench is already. I already just gave it to him.
Marty, no, dude, come on, Marty. No, but for real, shit, you want to get hood? Shit, go on Marty shit. He said it's AM from Brooklyn.
No, he's from Virginia.
Man, I mean, he's lived in New York.
He's lived in New York. Yeah,
Man,
I
I
think his
mean,
wife is from New York, but yeah, he's from Virginia.
shit, Marty's from New York. Marcus is from New York. I mean, we got New York dudes over here. Like,
What I'm saying, I know he knows how to. He has manners. Okay, don't come wilding out on me. Talking about I'm from the hood, nigga. I don't care about you from the goddamn hood.
Me
And
and
I'm from the hood. I'm still in the hood.
me and I just had a behind the scenes conversation with Marta Ipor about this. Without saying too much that we talked about,
Uh,
I think he made a good point in saying that when you get on the internet, man, a lot of these dudes act different. You know what I
they
mean?
are.
Like
And,
if they don't necessarily act different, I imagine they get into a lot of fights. But you
another
can't walk around just being a
they
consistent asshole and not get touched.
they basically they take the mask off. If you're an asshole, you can't even eat. Nobody's gonna have you around. So
yeah, because the thing is, if you're like, and I'm not trying to make it a thing, but the way he carried himself, if you go to a party or you don't want the main ones. If you not shooting, you attracting bullets
yeah,
because you gonna do that with the wrong, especially with the young motherfuckers now.
hmm
Like these like
yeah.
25 year
No,
olds, they don't care.
no, in L.A. it's always been that way. It's been that way for 50 years.
Well, I mean, Chicago, like they don't, but even in LA, it's still like, okay, we
L.A.
gonna get.
L.A. does not play that shit. They never have.
Well, it's being exported. A lot of I ain't
Yeah,
saying that's LA's fault because
no,
obviously Chicago and drill music, but that stuff is you're starting to see that stuff in Atlanta. You starting to see that stuff everywhere, and they don't care. I'm talking about broad daylight now, and
yeah.
so
Welcome to
you,
Dade County.
yeah, well that
Yeah, yeah,
too,
yeah.
yeah.
Whoa,
So
yeah. Whoa, say hello to my little friend.
yeah, so I
Well,
mean,
I
what
mean,
my
down in
I'm
so
telling
Georgia,
you.
you get split on in broad daylight playing them types of games. You really will, you know. They don't play like that, man. Like you get to talking greasy. I
Yeah,
remember back in the mid 2000s, around the 2010s, early 2010s, back when swatting and all that was going on real heavy.
yeah,
And the consequences, like it's just a lot of things that take place now where it's like, man, even 10 years ago, this shit was way different. And negative consequences, even over internet beef, was very,
that's
very
yup.
few.
That's
yeah,
another thing. The internet now, you literally got stuff where people, these little some of these up and coming rappers that you never hear about. Some of them that you do hear about, but they'll be like, "Yeah, man, the ops come over here," and then it's like you call it. I was like, you fucking calling Uber. Because that's literally how fast they find you. And it's like you're not realizing that you got your location tagged on Instagram when you're posting.
yeah,
And
yeah.
these fools literally find, like, just, I'm like, whoa.
If they want to,
Yeah, and because that dude got shot and killed, and
yeah,
it's like, yo, and then pissing on people's graves and rap videos. Anyway, shout out to Passport OG.
yeah,
He's definitely on the way with his videos. Like people are really supporting him, so shout out to him with his
yeah.
upload. You want check these chicks. Passport bros content. He's definitely good. Obviously, check out Marty's video with the Amira thing because he came in the beginning and yo,
Yeah.
it was funny. PGS, that shit was funny. Yo, she was
I,
like,
I saw some of it.
oh
Well,
my god, you're
y-
being
Ed, I'm gonna
emotional.
want to hear your take and
she's not,
BGS's take on the
she,
Ebony K. Williams shit. I covered
she's
it
not,
already.
she's not ready for the smoke. As far as but
I was like,
Ebony's a failed 100 octane, right? She just want to make cut. That's all she is.
I
And
said
she's
What?
that.
mad about it.
I
She's mad
said that
about
in
it.
Yeah,
Jada Black's comment
Yeah,
section,
yeah,
like chat. I was like, yeah, it
yeah.
felt like that's all that is, and she,
I
it,
yeah.
I
Let me,
painted the story on Obsidian
uh,
channel. I was like, you could see her issue is like she feel like the walls are closing in, and she sounded like Darth Sidious, like no, 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 like I don't want to be regulated to them niggas over there, please God, no, no, no. Like it's really a temper tantrum she's throwing because she feels herself aging out, and she can see her options leaving, and she's like, no, God, please, God, no, and it's like it's too
Yeah,
late, sis.
and I
It's too
hate to
late.
go here, but she more attractive than Kendra G. The only difference is Kendra G got more access as far as dudes around her based on where she's at. But that's
With Kendra G, is she Kendra G married?
was she
Ever married?
married? No,
Hell no.
Kendra G got a straight up princess complex. Like her dad, I blame her. Honestly, I blame her dad for that. Like once I actually heard him talk and like with her, I said, "Oh yeah, you wanted him. You got dudes." And say I'm wrong. I ain't got kids,
Steve
BGS.
Harvey.
So feel
Yeah.
free to say I'm wrong. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good example.
And I'm
But say
right after you finish, I'm gonna give shout out to Cash App. Go
but
ahead.
say I'm wrong on this. You got some, not all fathers, not all, this ain't no every nigga with daughter, but some dudes that they will be on some nobody's good enough for my daughter, and they will actually like they may not intentionally do it, but they will low key brainwash their daughters that way. That's why they'll have reverence for their dad, but it's
I've
like
seen it.
no other dude measures up.
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
And
I've
so
seen
it's
it.
not always the mother's fault. That's that. Did you be fair? Sometimes to be these dudes, these
Yeah,
daddy daughter niggas,
yeah.
these DDNs.
And don't even forget the daddy grandmother, the grandfathers
Yep.
for
Oh
the
God.
babies.
And
It's
then
the
Steve
worst.
Harvey. Oh man, dude.
Yeah.
Cause I've been holding off on that video, but the
Don't forget
more
about
I've been
Shaq
watching,
too.
yep, he's another one. The more I've been listening to that,
Yeah.
like looking at, cause I've been doing some research on certain stuff. Yo, Steve Harvey is a bastard, yo. Like he really is. Like the way he, I'm all for that. Abandon these kids, but like,
And look who's in the chat. What's up, Doc?
yeah,
Yeah, Miss
like for
Thang.
you to, yeah, I think everybody going to get a piece of her, but for Steve Harvey, like with his kid situation, I could almost do 2 or 3 videos on that. But my thing, I'll say this: Steve Harvey does not need to open his. Look, you got your money. I'm not gonna completely judge you on your relationships. I haven't been married. You were married, whatever. So fine. But you really don't need to be on that pound cake shit that Bill Cosby was on, trying to talk down to other brothers. Because the reality of the situation is you did not step up like a stepfather. You paid the toll. You sat there and you abandoned your family for another family of really some drug
Facts.
dealer
Because
bitch.
she got influence. That's why she has influence. That was strategic. It was more than just because
I
she
get
looked
all
good.
of that. That's all cool, and I'm not dismissing none of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
You don't have a right to put the morality clause on
Yeah.
trying to tell young motherfuckers what to do.
He does not. He does not.
That's
Anyway,
that's my point. But
let me
anyway,
read him a cash app. Okay. D. Scott, appreciate you. Lewis, as always, appreciate you. Heru, appreciate you. John B, appreciate you. And was it Johnny Vegas? As always, appreciate you. Dar, my man, appreciate you. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Z.
No, I don't have anything really. It's just the Ebony K. Williams thing, the Steve Harvey thing. I'm gonna love to hear your take, Ed's take.
I think you see a lot of this popping up because the Pearl thing kind of disrupted the manosphere, okay, a little bit, and people trying to interject their agendas into what they think of a growing field because they see it's actually going global. This is the wave.
wait, what's going global? My bad.
The manosphere is going global. What do you think? All these the lying flat, let it rot. The increasing of the herbivores in Japan. Okay, the feminism going on in
South
Korea.
Korea.
South Korea is global now.
Okay, yeah, man.
It's everywhere. Manosphere is everywhere right now. So they want to get in on this wave. Why do you think they're writing books about it?
Man,
articles about it?
Marty, I don't know. Like, I ain't trying to get into Marty's personal business, but let's just say Marty was talking to a chick, and this chick was talking about you sound like Kevin Samuels. That's as far as I'll go with it. And
where were you when she said that?
Oh, we was yesterday. We was at dinner, right?
I mean, what country were you in? New York, Columbia?
Oh yeah. We was in New York.
In New York, okay.
Yeah, and
she wasn't black, by the way.
Yeah, she's a mix, half white, half Chinese, but she was talking a little bit too spicy for me, so I had.
No, go
No, I
ahead.
was saying she's a hopper. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
she was talking, and I was out with some friends, and he was really, talking to her,
Hmm.
and I was doing some social media stuff, so I was kind of like just doing my thing, and she was just like a little bit too arrogant for me, so I started asking some basic questions,
Hmm.
and I was like, well, like, what are you doing in your life? And she was saying, well, I'm from out of the country. I haven't spoken to my parents in so many years. And I was like, why? She's like, I don't have my papers. I said, oh. So he's like, yeah, I'm trying to get my green card. I said, oh,
Mm.
okay. So I said, so I said, oh, yeah. But I gave her that look like, all right, well, good luck with that. So she, women, she was like, so do you want to get married? I almost spit up my drink. I was like, do you know who?
Asians are like that. They right to business, man. They don't play.
Yeah. So I looked at my man. I said, look, man, I'm trying to be nice. This is the new year. I'm new year, new me.
You should have asked her what's in it for me.
But so listen, I was like, listen,
that was the question. What's in it for me?
but we get there. So I basically I said, all right, let me ask you a few questions. Because you talking, because she was like, yeah, I got suitors. I said, really? Okay. I said, let's talk about it for a second. So my friend that I was with, he was like, oh shit. So I was like, let me ask you a question. What kind of, even basic stuff, height, finances, the 666 is basically, and of course,
yeah,
idealistically, that's what she wanted. I said, okay, that's cool. I said, so I said, this guy.
She want 666.
Yeah, so I was like, this is a devil's cocktail right here. So, so I said, okay, what is this guy? What will he want from you? Like, what do you bring? Right. And so this is where we get the I'm me. Like, so is it?
Shout out to Sandra with the people. That shit kills me every time you say it.
No, that I mean, I believe that. No, I'm sorry. I think that I me syndrome comes from me.
My baby mama told me that back in the 1980s, man. I'm me.
Yeah, the I'm meism.
I call it I'm me syndrome.
That's been around, man, since the 70s. I'm me.
Yes. So then I was like, I said that's cute that you think you're you, as you should be, but I said there's a woman over there. She's me too. No pun, but I said, what would be the difference between you and the one over there? And I said, well, also, what would be the difference between the 10-year-old younger version, the 10-year younger version of yourself? That's me also. And she's like, well, she couldn't really say it. She was like, well, when he knows he met the one, he's going to choose me. I said, to be honest with you, let me explain something to you. I said, I know you here with my man, but this is top tier general shit right now. I said, we have options. And to be quite honest with you, you got some tattoos that I could see. I said, red flag right there. Your age, another red flag, and you're not even in shape. You're cute, I'll give you that. You're cute, but to dudes that have options, you're just recreational use. No offense.
Did you help her pick up her heart from the floor?
Well, as I was saying this, because my man, he's basically trying to smash, so I wasn't trying to poo-poo his situation, but I had to let the bitch know, like, you in the presence of the microphone god. So I said,
she had nerve asking you want to get married to you in front of him.
Yeah, because she was basically trying to make it seem like that was my life goal. I said, bitch, that's your goal. I said, and you haven't even hit it yet. I said, you're a waitress. I said, I don't even work. We're in two different reality planes right now. Like, you talking like we on the same 3D scale. I said, I'm 6 dimensions above you. No offense. I said, we trying to have some drinks, some food, but I'm like, listen, you got to understand the scale that you're playing on right now. I said, my man's entertaining you. I said, I'm here for the drinks. I'm not interested in you or your friends. It's not even on my level. I don't do New York domestic shit. That's just me. So I said, this is the nice version of me. I said, I'm usually a little bit more harsh than this. And my man, he's laughing. He's like, he's right. So, yeah, I mean, and that's how it went down. So basically, sometimes you just got to let chicks know that, look, you cute, but there's others is better.
Well, she took it there. She tried to overplay her hand.
Man, and honestly, that's just some of it. That's
Yeah.
just, I mean, ain't no putting everything out there, but the main point too is,
Mhm.
motherfuckers always be out here talking, oh, this only happens on social
No,
media.
no,
Y'all just talking
no,
about.
no,
I'm
it
like,
doesn't.
nah, this happens all the like, and especially if you in an expensive
You
place, man.
know where Kevin got this shit from? He got it. Got the car analogy. He got it from me. I told that to a chick in the break area, like 20 years ago, over 20 years ago.
And I'm gonna say it here. Kevin's
Mm.
gone. Kevin's been gone like a year, so I'm not like
Mhm.
gonna put all his stuff out there. But the
No,
thing is, Kevin's got a lot more experience with
yeah,
women
yeah,
in different capacities than dudes be
yeah.
thinking. Kevin used to run kind of like
Escort.
escorts,
Yeah,
yeah, like for
yeah.
high value
Oh
men,
yeah,
like the type of
yeah,
stuff that like if
yeah.
they want a part go to executive, like they got to go to
Function.
executive function and
Yeah,
stuff. They went to him because he
yeah.
knew kind of what was needed and you know to if they trying to make an impression and blah blah blah.
Kevin used to sign his contracts inside of the strip joint, man,
Yeah, so I mean, people
entertaining
use
the clients.
exactly. So people use, oh, he a lame, he
No, he ain't.
effeminate,
No,
he
he's
this,
not.
he this. It's
No,
like,
he's
yo,
not.
yeah, I could go on that. It's just this thing where if you don't have a certain, if there's like a certain, if you don't have this certain form of what I'm gonna start calling redneck blackness,
Hmm.
because you can be in the hood and still have fucking common goddamn sense. Like the
Yeah,
difference between a white person is a rural white person. They
yeah,
may have redneck tendency, to be fair, but like an absolute redneck is this kind of classlessness
yeah.
about certain stuff.
You
Not
know,
saying you got to be a city person,
you know,
but anyway.
'cause New York used to be they used to be kind of rival, but they actually were really polite until this rap shit and this crack shit actually descended on New York. They didn't used to be like that. Actually,
Yeah,
more
Changed
Ray said,
cooperative.
changed
"What
the
the
game.
fuck, redneck?" Shout out to Thomas Sowell. That's one of the best things that came out of him. Black redneck. Yes, there's like
Mhm.
and I'm not even talking about the dude who's on here, but my thing is like you look at it with like city girls and stuff like that. Let me tell you something. If you start talking about you like, let me give you something that's easy that I dare anybody. I don't care how hood gangs you. I dare you say I'm wrong on
Mhm.
this. One like, are you really gonna tell me that? Oh, Sukiyana, and I just saw this, or
Yuck.
young Miami talk about liking to get pissed on or women get
Oh,
shit on. You gonna say that's hood, or is that some
that that that
classless
that that
niggerishness at that point?
that is that white girl exotic kinky shit that
That
they
is an
adore.
Yeah.
other.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
now
Yeah.
what they'll
No,
try
no,
to
no,
do,
no, 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 no. That's actually something that was exclusive to white women and high class white women. They actually, well, when rich guys used to do that shit, it kind of descended down into the descended down into the regular masses. Okay, that didn't
Mm.
yeah,
used to happen with regular people.
but that's not urban. And so when you
No.
try to hide behind, so there's a lot of these attitudes, even when you act ignorant, like Pink, but somebody talked about Pink, but less as far as Ebony Williams thing. Here's the problem. I can't watch videos of people that I
Hmm.
typically watch when I need to make a video about something.
Hmm.
If I'm gonna
Mm.
watch something, it's going to be people like in a whole nother sector or stuff. Like I'll
Yeah,
go like some of these gossip chicks, like they know how to talk about because they always cutting the tea. So they'll actually give details on certain stuff, like Steve
Yeah.
Harvey and stuff, the whole thing,
yeah,
without hating black men. And so sometimes, like, I ain't gonna give you the channels, but sometimes I will go to them, or I'll go to random videos and like
yeah, yeah,
articles about
yeah.
stuff. But that being,
We've been knowing that about Steve Harvey, man. We've been knowing that.
yeah,
Yeah.
but that being said, like even Pink Book, when she was talking about like these people going into restaurants and going in there with their shirt off and being stupid, I'm talking about black people going in black
Yeah,
business.
yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
hood.
That's not
And
hood.
so
Steve
we gotta
undercut
stop.
Bernie Mac back in the day.
We gotta stop hiding everything, hiding disrespect behind
Okay.
being hood and being urban,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
we all got family in there. We all know that that type of stuff is not tolerated like that.
In the hood, it used to be you walk into a restaurant like that with your shirt off, your mama come home and beat your ass. Okay,
Yeah, they
Yeah.
might take
it didn't work that
turns.
way. Yeah, they
They're like,
might. They
"Oh,
would take
good.
turns.
I
No,
needed
no.
to release some stress today. He
Yeah,
did what?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
He already know what's coming."
That's that. That's
You
that
know.
white. That's that white dysfunction actually integrating into the black community.
Which I
That's
think
what
is
that.
something. I know
And
you
let
don't
me
like
tell you
Thomas
this.
Sowell like that, but that's
So
something Thomas Sowell talked about, right?
Yeah.
That
he
black
would have.
redneck shit.
Well, that's not even redneck. That's elites used to do this kind of bullshit. Rednecks didn't do this shit. Go ahead, Z.
No, no, I was gonna tell Ed the other night I was getting on BGS. I was like, y'all didn't have y'all boomer meeting and tell Steve Harvey to shut the hell up. He was like, we've been trying.
Is Steve Harvey? Is he a boomer? Is he
I
really?
Yeah,
think
he's 60.
he's
He no, yeah,
67.
he is. He's
67,
60,
yeah.
he's 66.
Yeah.
He's a rogue.
67 or
Nah,
66 or something
Steve
like that.
Harvey,
Yeah, yeah,
look, understand. Steve Harvey got on after he was 40, as far as when he really
Okay.
got money. So
yeah.
Steve
Yeah, yeah,
Harvey,
yeah.
yeah, Steve Harvey is on some
Yep.
like, I'm doing me, you can't tell me nothing. I got it,
Yep.
you don't eat in.
He is the epitome of the black dude that makes money and then tells the rest of the black community fuck off forever. Like
But
you can't tell me anything. Yeah, yeah,
I'm
Eduardo.
not even saying that with the whole black
Shit, I
community,
am.
but the way he, like, when you looked at some of the stuff that he was talking about, like that thing about when he said, because first of all, Steve Harvey is not a simp. Steve Harvey knows what he's doing.
He does.
He's not on simps actually believe in the BS. Steve Harvey doesn't. And I knew this once
I-
he said you can't be friends with women. Like he
Yeah,
knows.
yeah,
But
yeah.
Steve Harvey, when he said, "Oh, a woman can make another you."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can other female
That's
animals. What are
a
you
female.
talking about?
That's a female talking point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's a way of saying it without really not explaining anything.
He's Derek Jackson before Derek Jackson.
Yeah, so he knows what it is, and he's
Yeah.
he's in there. You know, you gotta remember he's on what Family Feud. He's got a
Yeah, he got a couple of shows, bro. Steve's making money. Steve's making money.
but
Like,
but I'm gonna do the Steve Harvey video is actually what I'm working on now, and then I'm gonna do another video that's gonna piggyback on that. It's gonna show when Boyce Watkins was talking about raising other people's kids, when Umar was talking about it, and then another dude from TikTok. So the show this is an added.
When did Umar ever raise anybody else's kids?
Exactly, like he said, yeah, he said that there's way too many black men that's not attached to somebody for way too many black boys with not dads with all these black men. Basically saying this child is black man's job.
That is a pro-black talking point. In other words, the black community will actually disintegrate if you don't. If they can't get these guys to do what boomers did back in the 80s and 90s, to do the same thing for these women that actually wantonly having kids like this, it's going to implode.
Yeah, but these women are worse. These women are worse now than they were back then.
I understand what I'm saying. You got to look at it from their standpoint.
No, I hear you, but the point is, this is you're right, and this goes back into my main point though. This is an attitude. Now I can get the reason, but at the end of the day, the women are pretty much on some F the community, let it burn until it starts to really affect them. Because they're not on some, because I keep saying this. I challenge anybody in the audience as well as y'all on the panel. All of the years that some of y'all have been listening to this type of content, black, white, whatever, any content creator, when have you ever heard women talk about what they gonna do to incentivize anything black? They talk about with black men.
That's how come they get on the black men, because it's easier to talk to black men.
Exactly. So cut
it short so Zeke can get in. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's why you have dudes like Obi talking about you a little boy, and Obi Allen is talking to B Taylor, all of the baby mamasphere. It's like, yo, dudes are not sacrificing their life.
It's growing because
baby
now the world actually recognizes it. Because they recognize men are not, even the white women recognize that men aren't coming back.
Yeah.
Well, they were easily able to leverage a lot of control mechanism amongst black men, and a lot of those controls have fallen away, especially with younger men.
Yeah.
So they can no longer beat you over the head with that cudgel of, you're not saving the black community or this, that, or the other. Any number of excuses they've used in the past just don't work anymore. They're ineffective tools.
Yeah, Marty's quiet. Marty's quiet. Don't ask Marty what he thinks about all this.
Challenging black men's masculinity. Look, challenging the masculinity.
Marty said Marty's waving that passport. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, he out of here. He out of here.
Like my level of not giving the Fness is on an all-time high.
It's called.
I don't know, Marty, man. You was just
the wall of silence.
And because the Marty,
I was gonna say, I don't know, man. I'm the wall of indifference. I don't know, Marty, man. You was just messing with a girl from New York, and you entertained that conversation. I was
because Marty is waving. Because Marty is waving his passport, you got other content creators. They're pretty much resigning themselves to being single. Shout out to you, Yanni. Who pretty much say like, "Yo, I'm gonna,
Ebony Williams.
Yeah. Freezing her eggs. Yeah.
Freezing her eggs,
And by the way, PK, just FYI, that was a conversation. He was there with a friend. So that was somebody he brought. Yeah,
it wasn't. That's what I was trying to say. It wasn't a chick I was with. I was doing business. He was with her, trying to get mixy with her, and I was just in the conversation. So I'm just letting her know, like, what you sitting in front of, because she was talking to my friend. He's nice. He's successful. but he's real nice.
What
So
is a
she,
half Chinese, half white woman, they're talking like a sister for?
It's the
well,
culture.
I apologize real quick. I apologize. I didn't
yeah,
catch
yeah.
that context.
No, I know you didn't. I
Yeah.
know you didn't know. That's
No,
why,
that's all right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Go
I
ahead.
know what it sounds like absence of that, but we want to set the record straight because
But
niggas would be like,
to to
see,
to answer BGS,
SBE, nigga.
Well, no.
this is the this is the culture. BG, like BG, it's bad. Latinas, white girls, like yes, black women, their fuckery is on a whole nother. They're Super Saiyan 4 level fuckery, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But these other women, they on it too.
It's
It's
creeping
easier
in.
for us to manage it
Wait,
because we're so used to the high level black women fuckery that
Yeah.
the other shit looks like child's
I
play.
know.
But they're
That's
on
why
it too, though.
I know Marty started to laugh. Said, "Really?
Yeah.
Is that what we doing today?"
This is
well,
lightweight,
well,
right?
well,
The
well,
body's
well,
like, this is lightweight shit.
well, the thing about it is like without getting like I want to bring it up just to show there's stories and stuff coming, but really it ain't nothing outside of what you can't find in the whatever show. It's the same. It's literally the same shit. And the argument is this stuff is like people in real life are not operating like this because I've said it before and I'm gonna say it again. You have this. It's kind of like a cycle of life. You have women that you can't tell them shit in their 20s. Then they get like 27 and 28. Then they blink and they're 29. Now from 29 to 32, they're in denial because they still believe they're in their 20s.
This is
Then
when they
get
go
that.
celibate.
Then they
No,
get
no,
that 33 to 35.
You got girls in their teens crying now because nobody's
Yeah,
dating
and I'm
them.
talking
Yeah,
about
I've seen it.
non-black women. You know, black women are extra
Oh
delusional.
no,
They don't wake up.
we are talking about non-black women. They're in their
Oh,
teens
okay. Well, we
crying.
were saying they don't. Black women don't wake up until like they like Ebony Williams. They don't start getting until they like 38, 39. And if you see in this space, even and I ain't even just talk about like Courtney. Like technically, Avery Willie was in a kind of high-end situation, so that's a little bit different. But even Avery, like it's like they don't get it. Same thing with Ashanti. All of them, they all Kendra G. With black women, it's like that 38 to 42, 43.
No,
But before they get it.
Never. Anyway.
Go ahead, Mr. J.
No, I just want to say never. I just want to cut Ed off and say never. Go ahead, BGS.
You guys can't hear me because I
Yeah, we can.
Okay, I'm talking about them. They
Oh,
said they
my
can't.
shit cut off too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Y'all
but
can hear
the
me,
other
right?
women, yeah. So the thing about non-black women, especially if you're dealing with white or Asian or combination or whatever, is we know the wall for them is a lot earlier. The wall for them, like you talking in your early, if you're talking, and once you start getting in your 30s, you want that single white female. I mean, that's what she holds about. You want that single white female bullshit.
That's what they teach the shit in college. Okay, in high school and college, that's where they train these women. But these women are not. Are not adhering to all the tenets, right? They're actually supposed to find lower level dudes that actually married, have families, but they're not doing
No.
BGS, they want to be kept
BGS, they
women.
sound like Darth Sidious.
This
They not
is
doing it.
what most of these women want. What they want to do is they want to whore, like, and I'm telling you, this is based on the whatever show.
Yeah.
Like they want to, which has 4 million subscribers, guys. They want to whore out, drink out, do whatever, depending on like who they are and where they come from, depending on how far they'll go with it. They want to do that all the way through their 20s. And then they want to come off of that in their late 20s. And then in their 30s be kept women. They're not even on the 92 octane, I want to go get it, or maybe you can qualify as an executive wife. You know, if they like, I'm lay on some lazy, I don't want to do shit. So what happens is they start finding dudes that will take them out, and they call that dating. Remember what I said years ago? I said that, and Black Ram picked up on that. I said dating is the new simping, because the reality is if that bitch will fuck you for free, you don't got to take her out on a date.
And guess who's fucking up the simping? Who's fucking up simping? The blackManosphere. That's why they're mad at us.
Yep.
They said turn the volume. Okay.
Yeah.
Is my volume too loud?
No, you're fine.
No, everybody's good.
I think my stuff probably cracks a little, but I'll get mine straightened out. But yeah, man, like I said, I can actually move my mic a little bit further away. But like I said, man, it's
Nigga, now you sound like you're talking from a hallway.
Well, with
no, it's my the Windows messing with my volume. That's what's happening.
Okay.
But yeah, well, the goal is people say, well, y'all messing up the game. No, what we're really doing is we're educating the populace. It's like with in any industry, and I said this on the Lapeef show that they had a mirror running, like whatever, even though. Oh man, but anyway, I said this. I said just like the cell phone market. When you educate people on what the cell phone market was, and they changed those laws to where you couldn't just tie people down to contracts. You had to have them pay for the phone. And then that,
Mm-hmm.
that paved the way for the prepaid markets, which are operating on the same cell networks as the major markets. Same thing with TikTok. How they trying to block out TikTok? They say it's a security issue, but the corporations don't care about that. They care more about
Yeah.
the competition part.
Yep. Yep.
Um,
Yep.
so it's really about that. The women are on some winner take all stuff, and you got these dudes that's still trying to play by rules.
Well,
You
yeah,
know,
it takes a while. We're catching up.
no, it
But that
does.
takes a
And
while.
what's happening is now, and this is why I said it on that show too. I said because they were trying to learn about race, which means they want to be able to talk about black people without being checked on that.
Yeah.
But I said the passport bro moniker, if anybody wants to use it, I'm all for that because truth be told, that we still can accomplish our mission, which is increase the awareness of dudes
Yeah.
of passports. 'Cause that's the only reason. That's the point. All that other crap
Yeah.
is whatever. And then it doesn't get dudes as much heat. Because here's the problem. The funny thing, you got Rilla, he's trying to have a YouTube channel. And look, I'm not
Good
hating
for
on
him.
nobody,
Yeah.
but he's sitting there talking about he disassociating with it. He literally put a video, I'm disassociating with passport. I'm like, yo nigga is tied to it.
You were never party to it, really. Yeah.
That's what, like, you're the dude that you dealing with. Austin is
Yeah.
literally like, it's amazing to
You know
me.
what? You know what, man? I get it when people want to disassociate themselves, but you're making money from the goddamn hashtag. Shut the fuck up.
And so it's crazy. And with another thing they don't understand.
You're gonna get heat anyway.
Exactly, because the problem is not, oh well, you got these passport pookies. No, the problem is you're black, and the thing is, whether you call it passport bro or not, they're still gonna put you in the same box. Now, if you don't want to associate with it, so you can say I'm really more for the expat thing. Cool. I'm not saying everybody has to associate it with it, but stop. Don't act like the black part is not just like how over there they talk. Well, we're really. Think about it. You're saying passport bros are liars. That was the title, and she said that's what she meant. That is liars that y'all are saying that y'all are looking for wives, which dude never said that. But my argument is, if we were talking about white dudes traveling or any other group, you would not have having this.
Well, how come she didn't put a Lebanese guy in the thumbnail?
Oh, well, she wouldn't have did that. She wouldn't have did white. She wouldn't do that.
How about the Lebanese guys going to Africa and going to other continents, fucking other women, just the way?
Yeah, because Lebanon does have a diaspora.
They're worse.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Lebanon, and she keeps trying to tie herself with Arabs. Arabs are typically more conservative generally, even the ones that are on the liberal side. When I say liberal, I'm talking about liberal.
And guess
for
what?
Islamic.
They do the same stuff. So,
Exactly, but my point is, Lebanon is known to be a little bit more. When I say liberal, I'm talking about in the context of the Middle East.
Oh, because they're Christian, because they're part.
Yeah, so they're not as strict as like the rest of the Arab world. So when you try to tie yourself, because I told her, I said it right on there. I said that I've heard Arabs in the United States. Dearborn, because I mentioned the city, for example, I've heard dudes in Dearborn say that and her eyes got real wide when I said that they fuck black women in order to protect the body count of their own women.
Yeah.
So she's like, oh, you're talking about Arabs.
Asians too.
So you're not gonna play that on code shit, and say it ain't about race, so you can still talk about it. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Yeah, and I blew those doors wide open when first out the gate. I wasn't playing with her. I don't know. She probably thought some dude was gonna come up and simp and be like, yeah, that's what she thought. But I'm like, do you know who you even talking to right now? And she's trying to mute me, and she kicked me off and brought me back. And I'm like, halfway through it, I'm just talking like regular. She's like, oh, don't be emotional.
Oh like, gosh. She's trying to use the intersectional black female tricks, and she doesn't know how to do it. Wrong.
Yes.
That kind of stuff.
I'm dropping the link to they're not on yet, but the Code Breakers. Y'all check them out when y'all get a chance. They talk about the Ebony Williams. They're not.
Yeah.
Right
I saw the link.
They're not.
Yeah. No, they're coming up soon.
But it's wow. They even talking about it.
Everybody's gonna talk about it. Well, because it hits right at home. Because she's one of those East Coast elite chicks.
Exactly.
I want to be a divester until ain't nobody checking for you.
Well, she was with a white dude. She was with the white dude.
They're not at that level. They're not divested. They date anybody at that level. At a different level. Somebody else want to get in?
Well, black dudes at that level are not picking up what white dudes dropped off.
Some of them did. Some people don't. I think she was married. Was she married to a white dude or a black dude? I think it was a white dude she was married to.
Well, I know she was with a white dude for like some 4 years or something like that. Had her
real quick.
It didn't work.
Go ahead.
Real quick. I don't know if y'all can hear me good because I'm in the truck, obviously, man.
Obviously. Get it in quick. You got a lot of notes, so get it in.
All right, all I was gonna say is that earlier, when David was mentioning, the disassociation piece, man, it reminds me a lot of, like, for instance, what happens in the Black Manosphere, just the Manosphere overall. You come in and what is that?
That's you.
It's you. Yeah.
Hey, that nigga getting
God, yeah.
that nigga about to get picked
Hey,
up
I
by
don't think that's
that
me.
nigga
That's
getting picked
tweaking.
up
That's
by a
crazy.
UFO.
Yeah, what the fuck?
You
But
about to
nah,
be on that
I
meat
find it. I
candle
find it
account. Very
interesting.
interesting.
Yeah, I find it interesting. It's the same. It's the same thing. I mean, these people only want to disassociate themselves when they feel as though they've grown out of it. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, is that there's a combination? No, it's not. Is that, but it's also niggas be folding too, and that like my thing is at the end of the day, from a marketing standpoint, it don't matter. These things, like you see how I come up with an acronym literally every time I show up. It's and that's another thing too. If you create a whole bunch of different acronyms, I think it should be an acronym. Now I don't really agree with that with the pills, but with this other stuff, yeah, make it so they can't target any one group because it's just so many names. So Passport Bros. Marty came up with Jobless Gentlemen. That's that you got to actually not have a 9 to 5. If you file W-2s, ill. Be a jobless gentleman. We come up with a whole bunch of names that way they can't home
Mm-hmm.
in on anything. That's actually a
Mm-hmm.
tactic. So that'll solve that problem. That way people can say, "Oh no, I'm not a part of this. I'm this." And if you're stupid enough to buy into that, then cool. That's how they used to do with
Hmm.
Ebonics. Every time they learn the language, they come up with another name. So Passport
Love
Bros,
it.
Jobless Gentlemen, Blue Book Gentlemen, American Expats, Passport Kings. Shout out the Passport Kings channel. I mean, yeah, flood that shit, and they won't be able to focus on anything, and people can still do the content because the hashtags don't matter. I mean, if you meta tag Passport Bros, you can't see that unless you have software. But with the hashtags, people, it's out here now. Like I was literally watching a TikTok. It was this dude. I tagged you in this BGS. A
Mm-hmm.
dude literally took BGS's reading of that book that white dude wrote about how to date black women.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And
Okay.
yeah, and it's white dudes literally have a book on how to date black women, and they literally are
Oh yeah.
telling on black women. They're
Yeah.
saying, look, they won't just do this with these blacks. They'll do this with you too. They'll just wait a little bit longer. So
Yeah.
be wary, guys. And the way they explain, BGS did a video on it. The way he wrote that and explained that is
Mm-hmm.
straight up out of the Black Manosphere. It's like they know what you doing,
Yeah.
yo.
I had to read that one. Even though it's a short book, I had to pay that $4 for that book. I wanted to hear what he had to say.
Oh yeah, and shoot, he's like, and they'll turn into a she devil, as soon as you disagree, and da 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 da.
All
They'll
right.
make you want to say that word.
Yeah. Who else wants to get in?
Yeah.
Yo,
Well, I was just gonna briefly ask BDS.
Hey, True. What's
Just,
up, man? What's going
how
on?
you doing, BDS? Had to take time for internal reflection over this
Okay.
period. Really been stepping back from the whole social media, these celebrities, all that.
All right.
And what I'm seeing is out in the culture is basically I don't know what's going on, BDS. It looks like it's a lot of chaos outside on a daily basis. Like people
Oh
are
yeah,
moving
man.
fast, and
Because
yeah,
everything's up in the air, man. Because the economy's up in the air, man. The world's up in the air. We
hmm
just got out of COVID, so and women are up in the air when the economy and the environment is actually upset. Everybody's upset right now.
so
I
where we
kind of
heading though? That's just
nobody
my
knows
question.
when they release the AIs. Now everything's off the table. Nobody knows. Absolutely nobody knows. You got the China and the United States going heads up in the world right now. You got the economy on a crisis right now. Plus releasing AIs, everything's up in the air. Nobody knows. I mean, people at the top don't even know. That's why they're
And they
doing all
talk,
this disjointed things that doesn't make sense because they don't know. But the thing is,
yeah,
they're throwing things against they're throwing mud against the wall, see what sticks. So everybody's got to buckle up your seatbelts and
there's
just
no
do your
insulation.
thing.
Yeah,
There's there's
it's
man, you could be wiped out tomorrow, right? Everything could
yeah.
go belly up tomorrow. Nobody knows. That's the problem.
Yeah, but
That-
what do you? Okay, well, as I know you got a perspective on it. Just briefly, if you could just tell me what you think is gonna head, because I have an idea where I think things are gonna head.
what I hope is that the people people with the better angels, the people with better sense, get a hold of this world and this economy and back us off from where we're headed. In other words, put the brakes on before we go over this cliff. I'm hoping that's going to happen. If it doesn't happen, man, you know what? Pray to your higher power because anything could happen. Okay, at this
Yeah.
point, because in other words, basically the adults have basically bailed out of the let the kids in the front seat and let them have steer the car. You know what's going to happen if that happens. Okay, could be in an accident, could make it home safe. Nobody knows what's going to happen. So I'm just telling you that honestly because I'm listening to these guys, man, on a daily basis, world leaders, right? And nobody has a fucking answer. Even the World Economic Forum doesn't have a fucking answer. Nobody has an answer about this because
Damn, that's the
everything's up
first time
in
I've
the air.
heard you say that. They don't even
Nobody,
got a plan.
nobody has answers for this because you have two opposing forces going at it, right? And they have all this stuff that's been hanging around since 2008, 2009, all this credit stuff that's still there that nobody's talking about, right? And now you break all these agreements and nobody's talking to each other. So that means that all the toxins and all the stuff that's going to bubble up out of this out of the cesspool, out of this this concrete that you put them in is going to start seeping out, start poisoning the economy. But the thing is, nobody has a fucking answer right now. So I'm just telling you guys, do the best you can. Okay, don't do anything crazy. Get your skill. Do like Marty. Get your skills up, man. You see an opportunity, try to seize it as quickly as you can because you have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. I mean, Marty can tell you about New York. New York has so many empty stores and office buildings that haven't been filled in years, right? And when they
Hmm.
raise interest rates, guess what happens? They have to pay interest on that shit, man, that they hold on their books. Okay. And they want to drop the prices on rents and office building, all this kind of stuff. Gu- That's going to have sooner or later. Guess what's going to happen? Those bills come due, and people are actually leaving New York because they can't afford to live there no more. So
Yeah,
you
I
have
be trying to tell people like that.
yeah,
I told Ed the price of what I was doing the other day.
yeah,
It was pretty much on target what I've been saying. Like, and I'm like, to be honest with you, to me it ain't even worth it. It ain't even worth it.
yeah.
So
But
I know these women are broke.
yeah,
I know
That's a fact.
I
That's
know
a
what the
fact.
books say.
yeah,
They
yeah,
Yeah,
cook in the books.
yeah,
Well,
they
I
trying
said this
to.
before,
hmm
real quick. Ed, I said this before. They staying at home with their parents.
yeah,
The only reason that it, and like in Caribbean culture, we see it all the time, right? Jamaicans, Haitians, Bahamians, and stuff.
yeah.
People
Tradition.
they become nurses. You have nurses making 60 racks a year, and that's why they always taking trips. They all the pictures look lush because they in their late 20s, early 30s, living at home with their parents, and that
Yeah,
60 is some of it's going to paying student loans, but some of it's going to that baby luxury car, and some of it's
yeah,
going to trips
yeah,
and
yeah.
paying for penis, stuff like that.
Yeah, and people are trying to protect the bullshit. That's really what it is falling apart, and they
Yeah,
looking for somebody to blame. And the manosphere is a convenient way to blame, which is why
yeah,
even
yeah,
you got
yeah,
even dudes that are. It's like, yo, blaming us ain't gonna save you.
It's not gonna
All that's
save you.
gonna do is allow
Yeah,
you to get hustle, and
and
blaming us actually
yeah, yep,
spreads it.
yep.
that's why I tell guys, where else do you have to go? That's why I told FD Signifier. Okay, what do you have for the guys beside the manosphere? Let me know.
I literally
Come,
saw a video
come,
of that
come, hold
dude.
hands with the non-binary queers.
At the end of the day, man, y'all, if y'all want to believe the lies, y'all could do that right off the cliff. The people did, it is
And,
what it is.
and Gigi just blew the lid off the non-binary intersectional feminist stuff. He just blew the lid
Oh
off that
yeah, I got what
on
Ray said.
Sunday.
It's my fault. Man, I
On
got a whole.
Sunday.
I'm starting to develop my own rogues gallery of
Yeah.
dudes that want to come at me. But last thing I'm gonna ask, and I'm gonna hop off. Give us some room for
Somebody
is
said
the
it's Edward's fault.
the Andrew. Yeah, I might change it to everybody hates black men. That everything is black men's fault because I think that'll be more YouTube friendly. I don't know, but I'm thinking about it. But cause I'm done. I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done. YouTube don't like the hate part, but Andrew Tate did like his first podcast.
I
uh,
seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it.
yeah.
Honestly, it's 44 minutes. It's probably is watch the first like 15,
He's
20, and
calmed
then
down. He's calmed down. Yeah.
yeah, but he's still him though. Like it was funny
He,
how he dealt with like that
he,
stuff and
he's
like
still
I'm the yeah. So
he's still
it's
he's still him, but he calmed down. Okay. He got the message.
But well, the interesting thing is, it's the way when you look at the podcast, it's like, okay, so you have all these people. What it was about is somebody that kind of made him look bad, with editing and stuff. And then they wanted to do another interview with him because he's like a hot commodity, have interview. So the
Yeah.
reason why I wanted to bring that up here is it's interesting how, you got Pearl, which you say is supposed to be the replacement, yet everybody still wants to interview him. Now there's the situation where obviously they can both occupy, the same space. Because like I said, Manosphere is global, and really he operates more on a global standpoint, as
Yeah.
far as how he's getting responded to. Same thing. I'm not gonna say Pearl doesn't, but Pearl's not. Yeah.
You cannot have this great resignation with the beta male revolution that's up and coming, right? And it's with somebody that's saying damn the torpedoes, right? That's a recipe for disaster. Okay.
Yeah. So people still want. It's crazy how he's not being blackballed though. Like he's not
You,
interviewing
you, you
people.
he has to be controlled. You don't want to make him a martyr. What did they do with Kevin? They made him a martyr.
Well,
Can't
the
do
thing
that.
is that no, you're right. And the thing is to look at this too is the fact that he got out of jail and they didn't indict him on anything. Shows he never should have been in there in the first place.
he,
Because
sh-
no,
he
I
should
get the
he should
real reason why, but because
he shouldn't be he shouldn't be alive. Okay.
I know
You,
BGS.
Yeah, at
you
BGS,
you ain't
they never.
you don't who you guys don't know who you guys are playing with,
Who,
man.
who y'all
Well,
talking to,
well,
man?
until
These
he
ain't
ain't
internet
until
these are
he ain't
internet
he
people.
is, and that's what I'm operating on.
Yeah, man, they get everybody.
They took his social media, they took his bank accounts all in one day. Okay, all in one day.
No,
That's
I
how it
hear
Yeah,
goes.
all of that, but the influence is still there.
Okay,
what influence?
what happens with people that have that kind of influence
Okay,
that they can't
dude,
control?
look. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. We'll have that
Mhm.
conversation when he's dead.
I'm,
That's what
Hey,
I'm saying.
what I'm saying is, okay, listen to me, right? 'Cause this is this geopolitics, right? Worldwide, right? You can't kill him. Why can't you kill him? You'll make him a martyr.
Well, you
That's
just
worse.
said he should be.
I said he should be, okay, but he's not. Why isn't he? Okay, if he should be, why do you think he's not dead?
I agree with the martyr situation, but
Hmm.
the argument was they were just going to definitely leave him in jail too,
They
which they
couldn't do that either. Okay,
so
that's what
so
they had to let him
so
out before.
probably so like I said, the more practical thing was obviously you can't hold him and let him out and see what happens, see what he
No,
does.
you cut a deal. Okay, you cut a deal. Okay, because when they said he had a spot on his lungs, okay, what do you think that meant?
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but my point is this: all I'm no, because
Uh,
you're trying to make it like I'm trying to make
Oopsie,
a
look, he died from an
declaration.
illness.
what I'm saying, what I'm trying to do, it's not just for you, it's for the audience too. Because what I'm saying is there's a reason that they have to they try to buy him. We went on the BBC, was on TV all the time. They're trying to buy him out. Okay,
Well, they still are. There still are, and he's
It- and but the thing is they have to cut a deal with him. So part of the deal is let him out of prison, right? And the thing is, has he changed, or will he is going to still be the same kind of firebrand that he was before he went in there?
well, the smart thing is there's a way to do things in a
Hmm.
way that's not just scorched earth. I don't
Hmm.
care. Nothing can touch me.
Yeah.
There's a way to still communicate that stuff. Like for instance, when I looked at, and this is going back when I looked at the podcast, really you only need to see 20 minutes of it, and then it kind of gets repetitive because
Uh
really
huh.
what he's showing is he's just showing how this dude that works for the BBC, he's a contractor that he would
Hmm.
shop it around. He's
Hmm.
lying, and he showed it. But in the first really 15, 20 minutes, you get what you need from the video. Really first 10. And then the rest of it is just him kind of trolling this dude, as he agreed to do the interview. But
Yeah.
what you see is he's doing it in a more comedic way. But he
Yeah.
still talks about the Matrix. He still talks about this is what they did. This is how they came at me.
Yeah.
But now he's being more specific and showing
Yes,
how they did
he,
that.
he's calmed down. In other words, he's not basically to burn the whole goddamn thing down anymore. He's
Well, I'm
calmed down.
not wishing. I Kadash. I see. The words matter. I didn't wish death on him.
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, I'm saying is what is. I'm trying to explain the whole thing, what they're trying to, because this management is actually more important than people actually realize because of the wave that's coming. They're trying to modify this stuff because they see the problem. The thing is, they can't have somebody with a torch in the middle of it while they're trying to fix it. Okay. They need a
Yeah.
more moderate voice. Pearl's that more moderate voice. that they're looking for.
Yeah, and but even Pearl is on a short leash, because if Pearl starts talking stupid, then like the problem. See, here's where it's already too late in a way. Dudes are paying, like, you can't. It's because before this stuff came to America, you still had the stuff going on in Japan, and you had them in those are more isolated societies in a way. But Japan, South Korea, and stuff, that's not necessarily influencing the United States. The United States kind of, well, what I'm saying is the stuff kind of organically came to what it is now based on the stuff that's going on here. Just like when you look at what's going on in Canada,
it's structural. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah. So now you've already passed that Rubicon. It's not everybody like dudes in the United States, but people start to realize this stuff is structural. See, people are more aware of that. So, and now they were getting aware of that before Tate. The issue with the thing with Tate, though, is the dude's a fighter. The dude, you can't say he's ugly. All the stuff that people typically say about the socially awkward and all that, you can't say that with him. So if he's sitting blowing that stuff out the lid.
In other words, what Sarah said, because Sarah is an insider, right? Because he's who Pearl's connected to. Kevin Samuels was actually the actual person that actually broke through. There would be no Andrew Tate without Kevin. Okay, Kevin actually broke through that.
I can agree with that, because I remember when Andrew Tate, when I first saw him, I really didn't know who he was. Like, he was on Fresh and Fit, and he was going around podcasts. And what happened was, it was that vacuum Kevin left. Again, people underestimate how many non-black people on the low were watching him and stuff like that. At least, and they may not have been watching him directly, but they were getting exposed to him through all the people reacting to the things that he was saying. Because there's whole channels that are 100, 200 deep that Kevin was in the portfolio of stuff that they reacted to. That's what people don't account for.
And that's what launched this whole basically basic industry about reacting to Kevin. Okay.
Yeah, and so when you look at like stuff like Fresh and Fit now, because Myron is a lot more calmer as far as how he goes about it, but he still goes about it the same way. It's
look at the Passport Bros pre Kevin Samuels and post Kevin Samuels. Different animal. Okay. Passport Bros is on steroids compared to what it was when it first started.
Yeah, and even the funny thing about and I'm gonna say this, I'll be done with Amira, what she said, because she was shitting on like whole Asian countries, like and Brazil, like she just said it as a matter of fact. And I told people way back when it wasn't just black people. She has this thing, these attitudes. She wants to be around certain folks, but she has these attitudes that is like a product of where she comes from and how she's been raised, and it is what it is. But it was one of those chicks. That's one of the main chicks, not Filipino P, but the one they keep banning, the Filipino chick. Yeah, the one that looks a little bit more Americanized. And she like she can be mad, like she really be coming with the smoke. She was in the comment section, and she was like, "Oh yeah, we definitely gonna handle this."
Amira was the wrong person for that job. She wasn't even comfortable with the talking points that
JR put her out there, and I'm like, JR, like, I don't know why you did that. Like, I guess, but this is a feminine woman saying that. Like,
and guess how far did that go? You got canceled.
Niggas talking about come on Ed, damn Ed. Like, what are you talking about?
Who's that?
I don't know. It's cool people. It's just I don't know what the fuck they saying. Come on, do what I'm saying is out of.
Oh, in other words, what they're saying is shorten it up.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm done. So.
I wanted to put in the two things.
Yeah, I understand that though.
What's going on, y'all?
No, it's okay. Ed's got tough skin. He's used to it.
Oh yeah, they got two things for y'all. I know you all were talking about the Ebony thing. I don't know if y'all caught the video from Medium Man that he put out a couple days ago, because he's been covering her. He basically did exactly what you did about a year or two ago, where he was breaking down. He basically said, "What are black women settling for?" And he broke down the demographics of how this woman had brought up a Pew Research study that was saying, "Oh, women are making far more than men across the country." And then he goes, "All right, well, if you break down that study, 22 cities out of 250 cities in America, women are 99% of what men are making across the country." And that's the research, and that's the the research point they keep bringing up in all these online podcasts and forums and all this type of stuff is, women are making more than men.
Okay.
No, they're not making any more than men.
I mean, even if they are, okay, it's by design. Okay, now what? Okay.
Exactly.
Now what? Say they make 20% more. Now what? What are you gonna do now?
They don't want, and they don't want to sit down with you anyway. They don't want to set. They want. They
So
still think that they're
is it gonna make
struggling.
them easier to date and easier to get married if you make 20% more?
Nope, not at all.
It's gonna make it harder. Now what?
And then the second point is, I don't know if you all saw. I saw a video today. In China, you all are talking about the AI stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
About technology advancing. You know
Yeah.
that they have bans that they put on. They're putting on children now in schools
Bands
to
as far
watch
as
how
what?
much, like, just
Oh
imagine,
yeah, yeah.
like headbands that people wear, like
Oh
playing
yeah, yeah, yeah.
basketball
They've been
or
doing that for a while.
sports.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put headbands on them,
Mm-hmm.
and the teacher is able to see which students
It's not paying attention.
and what
Yeah.
their focus levels are
Right.
in the
Yeah.
class. So they literally have all the kids come into class, they put on their headband at their desk,
Yeah.
and then the teacher is able to watch them like, oh yeah, are you paying attention? Are you
Yeah.
paying attention?
Yeah.
What is your focus level?
Yeah.
Able to measure their everything.
To make a more efficient human being. Yeah.
It's insane.
No, it's not. I mean, that's where
That
it's
I
headed.
mean, that's a great thing. I was just jealous. I was like, wow, like they really about to just pass the whole world. Ain't nobody else doing this.
Because they're an authoritarian country, they can do that. We can't.
Wow.
It is what it is. I mean, Obama said it. I'll probably try to find the quote. He said capitalism actually works better in an authoritarian country. They found that with Nazi Germany. I mean, that's how come they were able to actually recover from the depression faster than anybody else. They
Yeah.
just did it. Whether you have to kill people, whether you have to eliminate people, make slaves out of them, whatever is necessary, they will actually do it. China's that country. People think, oh, they're gonna get older before they get rich. No, they just let older people die. They don't care. It's because it's not about the individual in China. It's about the whole collective. They don't care.
The group over time. It's like philosophy that that West Africa used to have in a weird way, but BGS truly, like, your perspective is on, like, where do you see this heading actually? Because
when you
I
say
don't
this, when you say this, what do you mean?
just everything in general, the politics of these nations in the future. Do you think things will join up? I think eventually, if these things continue, the world.
If things go if things don't blow up and things go according to where the flow, right? China and BRICS will eventually assume command of the globe, all right? And then after that, then it will be Africa, assuming things will go according to the direction that they're going. But things with AI and the stuff going on, the economy, all that kind of stuff, nobody knows now. It could go a number of different ways. So,
and how long will China be able to sustain the output to run the globe? Because their population.
Well, it's not about output; it's about control, right? China has is building all these networks. Okay, so these networks probably will last at least 50 years, and they're like I'm saying they're probably like they started 2017, so they're probably like 20-25 years ahead of where they originally planned to be. So they're ahead of the game. So I would say right now, I say China, if they're in control, about till like 2075, 2080. And then they'll give ground to the continent of Africa slowly but surely. But the thing is, they'll be in charge about 50 years if things go according to plan. But things you can't dictate that because nobody knows.
Yeah, you don't know how to transpire. True,
Nobody knows.
Nothing.
Go ahead.
Nothing ever goes to plan. This is something I'm really realizing and coming to grips to. And then I guess I guess with things like the browning of America and these concepts, I'm just curious how impactful would be is going to be Africa's next reign. Do you think with the politics that they have now?
We don't because we're not there yet, so we don't know because you got the singularity coming in, you got automation coming in, you're gonna have machines that we couldn't even dream of. So we have no clue. Human beings won't be the same by the time you get to where Africa's actually taken over. Because human beings they're already starting to try to adapt human beings to the AIs and vice versa. So it is what it is. So things we don't know, nobody knows. In other words, there's no maps for this, okay? Because it's never been done before. That's the problem with the Great Reset, which is Worldwide Jubilee and UBI. It's never been done before. Could never have been done before. The thing is, they're going to try to do something that they've never done before. So nobody knows exactly how this is actually going to work out. Nobody knows.
Okay, and it's only going to accelerate. That's
You
what I've been
already
seeing. Yeah.
ChatGPT came out, man, and blew everybody's socks off, and then ChatGPT 4 came in and actually started accelerating it, right? To where there's nothing that it does not touch. Okay, there's nothing AI does not touch right now. I mean, nothing. Money, online programming, film, pictures, where you do your schoolwork, okay, how you interact with your service providers, medicine. There's nothing that it does not touch right now. I mean, nothing. Seriously, nothing that it does not touch. Touches everything.
True. Yeah, that's only gonna grow. I'm just
It's
in.
it's just started. Okay, this is just they've been holding this stuff back for 10 years. The thing is now they released it. It just started. So I'm saying to everybody, you know, this is time not to be lazy. Okay, you got to look at this stuff, read the terrain, figure out where it's going, and try to get in where you fit in because it's going to get rocky for a minute, right? Any changeover does. Okay. Who else
Um,
wants to get in?
Yeah.
yeah.
Who's first?
Speaking of,
Go ahead, Ben.
speaking of ChatGPT, that's not ChatGPT is not. It's only the beginning because um, Amazon has gotten into the game too, and what they have coming, it's they're really trying to outdo ChatGPT, and you got Google with Bard, and it's getting better and better day by day. This thing is moving so fast, it's ridiculous.
What
Every time you log in, every
this,
time
this
you
is
log in,
this is a consumer version, right? Because it's been in their medicine, when my father. It's just like 4 years ago, right? When my father took him to the hospital, they actually been the AIs actually do the blood testing. Humans don't do it anymore. Okay, a lot of stuff. You look at the hospitals, right? Most of that stuff is run by AI. Okay, it's been there. The thing is now we're seeing it that it's front facing. Okay, it's front facing now. But go ahead.
yeah, you're right. Because Amazon has had it for a while with their
Hmm.
products and the way they run their factories and all that.
Yeah,
I mean, their
yeah.
all that stuff. And the way they're doing it, it's even more efficient than the way ChatGPT is doing it because they give you options. Because people just miss the recent announcement that Amazon made.
Hmm.
And even with, well, there's something called Code Whisperer now. It's like
Hmm.
the same thing that's in ChatGPT that you use
Yeah.
code efficiently, but theirs is going to be even a better version because they have way more data. That's what people don't realize. They have way more data than ChatGPT does because they've been doing it for so many years
Yeah.
with AWS in the cloud.
Yeah. I
And
mean, how long have we been using Google Translator?
yeah, all Google, Amazon, it's sweet.
For years.
Even Microsoft.
Your Siri, your Google devices, your Alexa devices, those are all
Yeah,
AIs. Yeah.
yeah, that's what people don't get. Alexa's been collecting data for like
Yeah, like 10
years
years. Yeah.
now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was talking to some people in the industry, and they were saying, yeah, that it is going across these different spheres. That it's not something to worry about right now in terms of jobs because
Really?
the lack of. Yeah, I was thinking that in my head. You know, I was like, it's gonna make things so much more efficient to the point where you'll need less people. But I just think that kind of, I don't know, BGS. It's kind of like I was kind of get your perspective on this too. Like, just like what would you your advice for younger people in general right now? Like, cause
Basically, you have to be a jack of all trades right now. They've been saying that for years. Okay. Uh, 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 UB, the WF have been saying it for years. Like, get find, learn the tools and apply the tools to whatever you actually want to. Whether it's growing crops, making a product, whatever it is, right? To do trade, to sell something to people, because the higher level stuff is actually going to be done by machines. So you're gonna have to be nifty and clever and more entrepreneurial. You want to be an entrepreneur? Now's your time because everybody's going to
yeah,
do that. The gig work is the gig work. Okay. If not, you collect your UBI and be happy with it. Okay. You know,
A good
your
a good
UBI and your food stamps. Go ahead.
a good author to read is his name is Yuval Noah Harari. He
Yeah.
talks about this in the book called *Sapiens* and also a book history of humankind. He
Yeah.
predicted this, saying that well, it's here now, so it's not even the future; it's here now. The kids growing up nowadays, they're gonna have to
Hmm.
learn and relearn every 2 or 3 years. So basically, it's like getting a bachelor every 2 years with the way technology is advancing.
Yeah. which is impossible.
Yeah, that's gonna be. Yeah, I mean, I think that's gonna kind of fly in its face, BGS, because we don't. I think we're reaching a point like at this singularity that we're discovering like how limited we are in a lot of aspects in terms of dealing with this technology. Like we still haven't discovered the biological, you know, portion of this tech that could enhance.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. Yes, they have. Neural
They haven't.
networks, all
They
kind of
haven't.
stuff. Yeah, it's already in medicine, man. Who do you think designs halfway designs the little viruses to go inside you, the little nodes to go inside you? Those are AIs. It's already there.
Bots and stuff. Yeah, but I know it's not. It's not in this crop of humans on a mass level
It,
yet. I'm sure.
it,
Yeah,
yeah, because this is gonna go into the babies. Why put it into you?
true.
All they're waiting for is the okay to actually have these what do they call them, artificial wombs. That's all they need.
And the chips too, right? There's going to be some
The,
kind of
the,
communicator,
the chips are already there.
neural links.
Yeah, yeah. Neural links are already there. In fact, what's his name? Uh, uh, Musk been has a company called Neuralink. It's already there.
Yeah, he does. I
This
don't
stuff,
like how he. I don't
this
like how
stuff,
he moves. So
this stuff is already there. People don't know it, but it's already there.
Yeah, it's all already there, and
that
it's
Hey,
only gonna
BGS
get
man,
drastically worse.
Hey, go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry. Was that Marty? Well, I could wait for you, Marty.
No. Marty's already spoken. Somebody hasn't spoken because we're actually going to end
Oh,
this in
okay.
about 30
I
minutes.
haven't spoken, but I'll go ahead
No,
and put
no,
it
go ahead.
further
Oh,
Whoever
in.
next. Go ahead. Who's
yeah,
going
yeah.
next?
You was before me. I'm sorry.
All right.
What's
How you
up,
doing,
Salty?
Doc?
What's going on,
Yeah,
man?
how you doing? All right. I had a question about water filtration and sanitation, given
Hmm.
that our population is moving toward, that sort of Malthusian equation where there's
Uh-huh.
only so many resources and so much in the exponential population growth. Something to think about.
You could if people the thing is that and probably going out on a limb with this, they use food and resources as a control mechanism. Okay, instead of spending $1 trillion on whatever, right? You could spend $1 trillion to actually build in desalinization plants, on the continent of Africa or going to the desert to actually grow food. If you wanted to, how come they don't?
Hmm.
Because
they want to
it,
spend it on Martian missions and stuff like that instead.
what they could still do. The thing is, most of your money's not even spent on that. What's it spent on? Weapons, right? Weapons,
Military,
war,
yeah.
military, that kind of application, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you
Yeah.
fed people, you couldn't control them, could you? They're eating. They don't care. But food, water, and that resource actually control people. So it's a
I
means of
see.
control, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but the thing is, think about it. We just spent $8 trillion on what on a bug that shouldn't have gotten out in the first place, right? What could $8 trillion do as far as desalinization? Okay, my thing is, take $100 billion and actually put it on the market, right? Anybody that actually comes up with a bright idea to actually build a desalinization to actually grow crops, guess what? You get $1 billion off the rip with a good if you have a good idea. 100 million to start. If you get the rest, if the idea actually comes to fruition, you could do that. Take $1 trillion. What would that do? That's 1,000 billion. And basically,
Right.
you spend that every year on weapons.
And what war
Especially,
though? That's the thing though. There's no and pull back from a lot of these major conflicts, and now it's just proxy fighting. That's why I just tuned out because it's just
Yeah. Proxy because you have nuclear weapons. Everything's going to be proxy. Nobody's going to come
yeah,
and do
it's
something
pokey.
directly. Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, but all you doing is moving, shuffling back and forth with these bases that you're not doing anything with. It's like I don't know how you make money from this stuff.
It's more complex than you think. In fact, I'm gonna actually put up Rasmus' video about that. He kind of goes through that about how they make money off of that. In fact, they've been hearing C.K. Lewis used to say that back in 2003 on Asia Times about how this system makes money. It's more complex than you think, but there is actually a way that America actually gains from this. But it anyhow. Salt, you got something else?
No, no, no. I don't have anything else. But thanks for hearing my inquiry, man.
Yeah, but look up desalinization. There's a desalinization that's called what do you call it? The water the not water towers. What do they call it? Water capture towers, where they actually take the water from the air and bring it down. Uh,
mm-mm.
I forget what they call them. But the thing is, they've been doing that in the desert. They do that in on
Osmosis
continents.
towers,
No, no, no. It's not osmosis. It actually goes up and
reverse
actually
osmosis.
it's like 100 feet up and actually has a like a mesh. It actually collects water and brings it
Like
down.
a humidity
Yeah.
chamber or something you talking about? Water
What?
vapor?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
If
humidity.
yeah, they call it a vapor collector, something like that. There's ways you can actually do that. In fact, if you're near an ocean, you can actually do that because they have materials that will actually collect the water and concentrate it. There are all kinds of ways to actually collect water.
Moisture farmer like Star Wars.
Yeah, it was the moisture. That's what's called a moisture farmer. Yeah, the same thing. Yeah, they have technology. They have like 50 different technologies that actually do that kind of moisture collection. You can do it if you want to.
So they're not gonna spend the money though. Things never go to plan because we could have
They
been at.
if people really want it, they'll spend the money. Okay, people are caught up in other stuff. The thing is, it is what it is. The thing
They
is,
always caught up in other stuff. They always have
it,
been. They always.
there should not be homeless in the United States. Period. Right. The thing
There's
is,
always been homeless.
w- if you could eat and have a house, would you? How hard would you really work?
True. Well, it depends on the circumstance. If I knew that, the world was authentically right, we didn't have any of these spiteful emotions that cause all this stress.
Come,
Then, I
you're
mean, I
human.
work, like I
You're a
said.
human being, man. Come on, chill out, man. You be doing doobies, man, and working 30 hours a week. Come on.
No, but
Now I get to check on that.
I'll be an authentic person though. That ain't about. This is based off character.
Authentic has nothing to do with it, man. If you don't, if you know, most people, if you give them like four or 500 square feet, enough to actually live in and have company, like I said, two small bedrooms and a living room, and a nice place to visit outside, and enough to eat. Could they push for a mansion? Some people will. Most people won't. They get comfortable.
I mean, I don't think that's bad though. If it was
I'm
sustained
not. I'm not. I'm
way,
not. I'm saying why don't they do it? The reason they don't do it is just for that reason. You're not gonna work 60 hours a week. Okay, you're not. Most people won't.
And
Okay,
no
go ahead.
innovation. No
Yeah,
innovation either.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're gonna be comfortable. The fact that you have to might be on the street and your rent is like $2,000 a month. That's gonna keep you hustling. You don't want to be on the street. What if they eliminated that? Oh,
mm,
a lot
I
of
mean,
things.
I think it's going there. I think it's going that way anyways. But I think the playing
Ah,
field at that point, BGS in
we'll see.
society will be if it happens because
We'll
it's
see.
never guaranteed.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. Anyway, Kate Pierce, you want to get in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop
Yeah,
down
thank
BGS. Appreciate you sharing the video though.
Okay. What video? What video did I share?
I think the one I did with Amira.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Marty. Okay, yeah.
yeah.
Okay, I didn't know who was talking. Yeah,
Yeah.
no problem. We trying to support you, man. We trying to do our best.
Yeah, I appreciate it for real.
All
I
right.
do.
We need a translator. God damn it. Okay, I'm telling you, get a
It's
fucking
coming.
translator. Okay. All right.
It's coming. Next trip, I'll definitely put that together.
All right. Yeah, we
All
need a
right.
goddamn translator. Say, I can't watch this shit, man. God damn it, Marty. What the fuck are they saying, man? Well, at least put in like subtitles, something. God damn
Yeah,
it.
we're gonna work that out.
All right. All right.
Emotion. All right.
All right.
Later.
All right.
Hey,
Okay.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I got a couple of questions, a few questions. I'm just trying to get to a line of thought here for
Okay.
guidance.
Okay.
So, when the world went through the Industrial Revolution, that was kind of like a form of automation. Am I correct?
Oh, it was a bigger time. Go back and remember Oliver Twist and Charles Dickens and the orphans on the street.
Yes, sir.
That's when it started, right? It took
Right.
like
About what, 40 years for it
no, no,
to?
no, 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 100 years. It took about 100 years to get even that stuff out. It
It
started
took a
in
hundred.
it started in 1780 and didn't even out until like 1875, 1880. Didn't even out. Took 100 years.
Okay. So with that being said, okay, 100 years. That's a lot longer than I expected.
Yeah.
But one thing that we as human beings do is we adapt pretty quickly to circumstances, and this is kind of like the same type
How
of.
what do you think is quickly? What's your measurement for quickly?
Okay, so I would say so we kind of repeat the same patterns. These
I know.
these recent patterns in the late.
You got to answer my question. What do you call quickly? How many years?
You know what? I honestly couldn't put
And
if it took us 100 for this one, I would say it would take us maybe about 25 years for
fem-
this transition.
Feminism started in 1804. Okay, didn't reach its peak fruition to like 1970. How long is that?
To that's almost about 100 years, like you said.
It was 170 years just to get to fruition, right? From one little thing in 1804. Okay, that's when it started. When they first started pressing for it. Okay, it takes that long. Okay, any cultural change takes about anywhere from 70 to 100 years. Okay, so human beings don't change that quickly. That's what the iPhone actually works with how you think. You have to make that big modification. Job did
So,
that on purpose. Well, go ahead.
okay. Oh, okay. I think I understand that. Well, okay. So that brings me over to my next point is that
Uh-huh.
I'm starting to consider that this next stage that we're looking at will look like that movie Upgrade. I don't know if anybody saw that, but quick synopsis: the guy, everybody was like, a lot of the human beings were getting implants. They
Mm-hmm.
had drones flying all over the place, self-driven cars,
Yeah.
all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then my next look at the next version of that is going to be the X. This recent show that was on Spike TV, I think no, it was on Sci-Fi,
Mm-hmm.
and basically the relationships that the people had were everyone was polyamorous. The wives had multiple husbands,
Mm-hmm.
and the husbands had multiple wives.
Uh-huh.
So I'm starting to see that might be, and that was like illegal. I'm listening.
Have you ever read or watched Brave New World?
No, I haven't.
That's what they're shooting for.
You say Great Big World,
A Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. It was written in
Brave New
19.
World.
Yeah,
All
Oh
right.
that's
damn.
probably the closest thing to what they're shooting for.
Okay.
It,
So
it,
so that brings me to my next point, in that okay,
designing the society and designing a human being for that society.
Oh
So,
god.
yeah, yeah.
you
Oh,
say it's not designed for human beings.
No. They'll actually engineer human beings for the society.
that's what it
Oh
seems
well,
like
that
they're
makes that
doing.
makes sense.
It sounds like what the smartphone is doing. It seems like
Go. No, not even close. But go ahead.
it ain't. You don't
No,
think it's
that
getting
makes
people?
sense.
You don't think?
Actually, the smartphone actually engineered for human beings.
No, I'm saying though,
Well,
but
so
you see what it does to people's attention and what it does to their their synapse and I think what it is kind of digitizing people's mind as
No,
they're
no,
taking
no, no.
society to
no
a technological age,
you know
a
what's
higher
what
technological
you know
age.
what Stephen Jobs did with the smartphone when he with with the iPhone.
What?
He gave it to a 2-year-old. The 2 year olds can actually work the AI, work the interface.
Yeah.
He has something. It's actually designed for the way human beings actually work.
we're gonna end up having a whole bunch of Vulcans running around.
What Brave New World is, you actually design the human being from the ground up to interface with the society. That's where where the epsilons, the alphas, the betas. That's where it all comes from. Okay, people use it, but think that's where it first came from Brave New World. Ordered class of people actually designed genetically for that.
Yeah.
I don't think this stuff is personally. I don't think that's gonna work
It's
because it
happening
never
right
does.
now before your
Because
eyes.
human beings are too. It's happening. It is happening, but I don't.
Uh-huh.
It's gonna be just always. I'll tell you. This is what I think. It
Okay.
may set in, but there's always something wrong with every system that we have made.
Yeah, but
Always
thing is,
been something wrong.
but that doesn't mean that system will not dominate. There's
You
always
know, dominate, but something's gonna be wrong with the domination. I'm not saying it's not gonna dominate. It
there's
definitely
all
is.
there's
But
always something wrong with something wrong with our society. But things doesn't mean it doesn't dominate.
true. I think it'll get to a point where all that stuff's not gonna be needed
Oh.
because it's not gonna work.
Well, then you won't be around, will you? You won't be around, will you?
That sounds like some hope.
Yeah, that's big time hopium.
Yeah. No, it ain't hope. This is based off just pragmatism, just
Really?
like observation. I'm not hoping about anything. This is my perspective.
Oh,
It ain't hope. I'm not invested in it.
what is it based on, sir?
It's just based on just watching just the stuff that a human being will do, like in a desperate spot, just based off emotion. A lot of things I'm realizing
So
is like,
what if you
yeah,
design the emotion out of a human being? Then what?
I don't think that's
We'll be Vulcan.
truly.
We'll be Vulcans.
You would be Vulcan, but even the Vulcans had points where they floor up. I mean, you saw Spock. You know, he had his moments of frustration because it's
Yeah.
like to truly be human. That's kind of like a
What
part and
about the whole
parcel.
society? You ever see the Borg in Star
Yeah,
Trek?
I seen the board. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ain't the Vulcans? They like one step down from the Borgs, right?
No,
No.
not
That's
even
what the
close.
society is turning. It's going
In the
to
hive mind. Yeah.
the inhabitants of
Yeah,
this
like
society is going to be Borg mind. It's not
Borg
going to
like.
be now. The hope is that people can take an intrinsic perspective toward it and turn themselves possibly Vulcan. You know what I'm saying? Preferably
yeah.
Romulan.
I
You know what
love
I
the
mean?
teachings of Sirach. I love the teachings of Sirach.
Real.
Yeah, but how it's going to implement, that's just the
Yeah.
implementation and the fact that, like I said, you know, you always going to have to,
Yeah.
it's hard to do this, BJ. Something I'm realizing is because, like, as human beings, we contaminate each
You
other.
have
It's
you
like,
have
it's
no
not a clear slate.
you have no
So, one,
you don't have no choice. They'll have to start designing babies, okay?
okay, yeah, but if they do that, they're going to, which I'm sure they own, but it's going to cost them trillions. They're going to really have to invest because
How,
it's going to be
how do you
trillions of dollars
how do you know?
to,
They
to
do that.
replace the population.
They just
Just to
invest.
replace the population.
They just
That's all I'm
invested.
saying.
Just invested $8 trillion to keep you alive. What's another trillion?
True, but I guess I don't know what's going on with this money system. We don't even have to talk about that because
We'll
just
leave that
anything,
behind the
just
wall because it's just I don't want to
yeah,
get in trouble. Yeah, but yeah.
yeah. Because
Let me play this.
true, but all I'm saying is true. But I mean, what's the point of keeping the book then? That's all I'm saying. Like,
Well, I wanted to. This is one of the points that I wanted to bring in. What's the
Uh,
point of what's the thing in regard to the money if you end up building systems in your own housing? Like you said, people might only have this much square feet of land or something like that. So what if you can build? What if you can
okay.
grow your own food? Yes, sir.
And one thing is, okay, can you make everything?
I believe that I believe that's possible.
Wow. Okay. Prove it to me.
you don't need that
No.
much land, but
Hey. Truth. Calm down for a second. Prove it to
okay,
me.
No,
my
no, no,
bad, my
no,
bad.
no. I understand what like so. Say for example,
Uh-huh.
a person needs to eat
Mm-hmm.
and they got to sleep, all these basic functions of their life. A person
Mm-hmm.
can, I believe, a person can, and especially if they getting implanted with AI technology, they'll be
Mm-hmm.
able to self medicate. They'll be able to grow their own food. Hydroponics is a thing, and those are the biggest basic things that you need.
Uh-huh.
As far as entertainment, I mean, people always can entertain themselves. So I mean, those are just the three biggest components that I see that human beings have going on.
In other words, you need fertilizer for food, right?
So that's something else that's something that can be produced. So what that's come
You
from
need
animals.
you need land, okay, your water, you can get it from the air, okay, energy,
Can get it
maybe,
from the air.
That
okay,
that moisture
So
farming that we were just
okay,
talking
okay.
about.
Where do your clothes come from?
You can get that from your plants.
you
Okay,
can
Hemp,
well,
actually,
hemp
yeah, you
based
can make
clothes.
clothing out of
so you,
plant.
you have a big processing plant that actually break down the fibers and make clothes and
Well,
buttons
yeah,
and
yeah. That's what I'm saying. In sometime
buttons
in
and
the
buttons and zippers and stuff like that.
I'm talking about the whole process, the whole streamlined process.
Oh,
And
really?
the reason why I say that is because it's looking like things might end up going towards the like that show, the Orville. I'm sorry, I'm a big sci-fi head. Like the Orville, where people were just working based off of their own,
Oh,
what they wanted to do.
Orville's based on what? Star Trek, right?
Star Trek, and that's based off Brave New World, right?
No, Brave New World is not based on Star Trek. I mean, Star Trek is not based on Brave New World at all.
Yes,
Okay,
sir. Yes, sir.
okay. Star Trek
Oh,
is
I'm sorry. The concepts
the
at least.
the replicator, right? Comes from Star Trek, right?
Yes.
You can actually make anything, right? Okay.
Yes. Yes,
They,
sir.
they they had to produce their energy somehow to actually run their replicator. How you do that? Can't do that from solar panels, can you?
What is it? Was it
Refractory.
And
nuclear?
even them, that's what they did. It was actually through trade. People weren't isolated. Okay.
Trade. Yeah, that's
Trade.
what I was thinking. That'd be the way
In
you
other
can for cloning.
in other words, and how far away is Star Trek? That kind of technology,
At least half millennium at
BGS,
working speed.
huh? I'm
BGS,
asking.
BGS. I don't mean to come at this with hopium, but if I am, please correct me. But
Okay.
that just seems like that's something that we could, if human beings were on a higher moral understanding of scale or something like that, or just
They
black pill in general, that's something that we can produce in about 25 years.
no, hell no. Okay, they can't even figure out how to get off gasoline and get and fossil fuels right now. Okay.
They know, man. BGS, and there's another thing
BGS,
about these
BGS. I'm
Hey,
sorry.
industries.
Let me
one
let me
time,
let me let me
hey,
let me
one
interject
My
time.
on that.
dang, brother.
Who's first?
Go.
Who's first? Okay.
I'm
Um,
sorry. You say getting off of gasoline. That seems like a simple concept because
No.
we got tracks
Who
that's
who have you been listening to?
but no, yeah,
uh,
nobody.
on,
If
I was.
mainly you,
Europe could
mainly
have got
you.
off if Europe could have got off gasoline and gas, wouldn't they have done it already?
But isn't that something that they want to keep because it's profitable? Yeah, I mean,
No,
well,
no,
no.
they can't get
It's
off of it.
no. It's finite. It's very finite.
It's
Africa's
not,
running out of those
the energy
reserves,
that the alternative sources is not adequate to actually run a modern society.
and it's dirty too. That's the other thing about it.
It's not even.
It's causing our
It's
planet.
not even. It doesn't matter about that. You can't. You want to go back to the to the 18th century
I would love that.
with eight
What?
billion people. With 8 billion people.
What you
Yep.
mean? Oh, you saying
I,
BGS? You just talking about the? You just talking
oh,
about the how finite it is?
truth. Can I talk to him for a second?
My bad. I'm just trying to see where we
With
at.
8 billion people. Okay, how many people were actually around in the 18th century? Ballpark.
Like
It wasn't.
No,
two billion.
It was less. It was less than 300 million, I think.
it was 400 million, right? So when did we
Damn.
actually reach our first billion people?
That wasn't until the 70s, I believe.
First billion people was actually beginning of the 20th century. Okay, after what 100 years of what the Industrial Revolution, using what fossil fuels.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So
So, so
if you strip fossil fuels, how many people can you have with fertilizer? Fertilizer alone, man, made by fossil fuels. Okay, how you gonna feed these people?
it's going back to 400 million.
Okay,
Fossil fuels is just a breakdown of
so
But,
organic
but,
material.
who lives, who
but
dies?
but BGS, that's why I
Most
was
of the time.
saying.
Hold on.
That's why I'm confused because what at first what I was saying is that eventually human beings will have the capacity to self-sustain rather than relying on the government for just survival stuff.
Okay, really? Okay, how so?
Well, for example, like okay, everyone. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like eventually we'll get to that point with our understanding of this technology. Everybody would understand how to work their own hydroponic system in their home. These are just
So
theories that I'm just coming off of. But
so in other words, so you stay in your own little plot. You don't go any place else except your own little plot of land. You stay there and uh, live, grow up, live, and die on that little plot of land. Is that what you're saying?
no, no, not completely. No,
How do you travel?
you still travel through I mean through transportation, whether it's through the car using
Uh,
fossil fuels
how,
or a
how
different
do you
idea that I
how do
had
you
in
how do
mind.
you how do you regulate that?
You regulate that through the social contract, either republic, democracy, or however the government runs.
But you still have a government, do you not?
Yes, yes,
Who tells you what you can and cannot do according to the contract?
your government,
Government.
the law.
So in other words, you can't get away from the government, boss.
Oh no, 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 no. That's not what I would. That's what I'll say. I'm not saying get away from the government completely. Just we're self-sustaining on our
No,
basic needs because
no such thing. No
no
such
such
thing.
thing.
No such
All
thing.
right, thank.
Clo- Clothing, but the supply chain just for clothing alone, say the pants that you're wearing takes like 50 different sectors just to complete. 50 from all over the world. Cotton, let's say cotton fibers, oil, for oil fibers, metals. Okay, all kinds of little different things, just for your pair of pants, shoes, okay, shoes alone, okay, 50, 60 different parts from all over the world, okay, just
And
that
try
alone.
to try to
Well, people are more
try
looking
to.
to sustain a lifestyle more than anything.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
don't even know it.
yeah. It's a
I'm
very
sorry,
common.
I didn't hear what that other person said.
Go ahead, read it, Rogish.
It seems like people are just looking to sustain a lifestyle because the thing is, if every let's say that you said take it back to the 1800s, right?
Mhm.
Folks will be trying to get back to here though. They wouldn't. I don't think that they would adjust to the speed that they would need to in order to progress.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I think two people too locked into the whole consumerism thing
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. Go back to the 1800s. What was the average lifespan in the 1800s
Was
in the 18th
39
century?
in
Yeah.
the 40s, I think.
No, it wasn't the 40s. It was like 35.
For
Okay.
the iron.
That was the same
So yeah,
lifespan. It was in the ancient times.
no, it
It,
was even worse.
Around 24,
in ancient times,
22.
like 25.
Yeah.
It was even worse. If you could die from birth, that was common. Like
Well,
if you made it.
if you survive childbirth. Okay.
Yeah, no,
Right,
I
if
get
you
that one.
survive,
Yeah.
because
Even in
that's
Africa
a
now,
yeah.
only half the children actually survive in Africa right now.
That's the crazy. That's just a human. That's just a human thing. Because
It's
without all this
it's
technology,
it's the
it's
environment. It's the environment. The diseases, the sanitation, the
mm,
water, all that kind of stuff. You know, go back to the until you back to the 17th century, you wouldn't survive very long just because of the water.
it's how dirty it was and
Well, yeah, you're
not
not
filtered and
your body's not
yeah.
built for it. Yeah.
Well, they had to drink alcohol for they had to drink what beer for hydration.
No, no, you can't drink beer for hydration.
These
You
niggas
have to
said,
have
Nah,
water.
bro.
Yeah,
Nah,
you have to have
you're
water.
yeah. No.
Yeah.
And
what kind of beer?
BGS another
Hey
thing is
man, look!
um
I thought that's why the white people was all jacked up because they own generations and generations of alcoholism.
No,
Excuse
no,
me.
no, no,
Nigga, we
no,
ain't Peckerwood,
no, no,
cuz.
no, no.
You serious?
Actually, beer was very hard to make back then. Okay, it wasn't
some
easy.
of them some of them starting to realize is just
Oh, I'm
about
sorry.
life
It
that
was
it's
called
not
L.
Uh, huh?
It was
Even
called
even
L.
some
ale is made from what? Sugar. Okay.
Sugar.
And when did sugar start to be cheap?
Shit.
The
Yeah,
slavery.
recently.
we know that.
The beginning of the 18th century, coming from the islands. Okay.
See,
They
that's why I
got used
come
to
here to
drinking the
learn.
water. They got used to drinking water. You know, most of the world doesn't drink ale. Okay. Your body's not used to the water. You know, you go overseas, any place else in the world, can you drink their water?
Hell
Really?
no.
I'm asking
Yeah,
you.
because it's not purified. It's
Hell
I'm
no.
asking you.
insulated.
Have you been outside the United States?
No, I haven't.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, you don't know
Oh
yet,
yeah, you
man.
don't know then.
Yeah, I don't. I really don't know. I'm in a whole bubble. Yeah.
It's a slick
In
in the
other words,
motherfucker.
you would be very sick in a short period of time.
That's
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's why. Look, that's why my notifications are set for you, BGS.
yeah, yeah.
So
Anyhow,
BG,
yes, sir. Go ahead.
well, just my thing on it is, with all that being said, I think the brothers were bringing up a point earlier just about, the solar energy and this versus this gas kind of stuff. And my perspective is, I think they already have viable solutions to transfer over. I don't think that's the problem. You said it yourself. They have the technology. I just don't think
Who,
it's going.
who's the biggest manufacturer of solar panels? China.
I don't.
China.
China, yeah.
China. Can they go 100% green and get off oil and gas?
Can China?
Yes.
They got the chips. I'd say yeah, if they wanted to.
No.
If
They
they wanted,
can't. They
Today,
can't.
they can't.
They can't. They're tied into it.
With Ukraine actually exposed all this stuff. They can't get off that shit. Okay.
Yeah.
so what is it? It's because of the money. It's
No,
resources
they
tied
don't.
up.
No.
They don't
No.
have the source to get energy from someplace else is not adequate. It's not adequate. That's why 80% of your energy comes from oil and gas. Uh, More like 90%. But yeah,
So you're saying even solar energy wouldn't even do it. So there really is no.
Europe has tried it for the last 20 years. They can't do it. Why is Germany shipping their manufacturing overseas? Because of
But
the pipeline.
they But they said Africa, if you put it in the Sahara Desert, they said Africa can.
So,
Definitely
so,
said Africa could.
They,
so
go ahead.
what is the efficacy of gas versus the other elements? It's like it's where that actually burns cleaner and all that. It's like why
It,
is it
it,
something that is
it's energy dense.
uh,
It's
There's a lot
energy
of
dense.
power in it. It's useful.
Yeah, per unit. It's energy dense. That's why.
okay? It's the
Yeah,
naturality of it.
yeah.
Okay.
I have a
versatile.
follow-up question, BGS.
Go ahead.
So you must have either heard these questions before or you asked these questions yourself because you already know what we're asking before we even finish it out. That I kind of want to understand that.
In other words, you got to listen to the people that have to make decisions on countries and in regions, right? They make
Mm,
decisions on this shit, right?
hmm.
Okay, they're telling you what they can and cannot do.
Yeah, that's
There's a
true.
reason that oil is the biggest commodity on the planet. You can't have a modern society without it. Impossible.
Mm.
Okay, go to places where there's not oil and gas. Okay, they're they're back to the 17th century, the 18th century. Okay, they're rural. Go to India, parts of India, most of Africa, South America, where they don't have electricity or oil and gas. Okay.
So the oil and gas industries own the social phenomenon of modernization.
Yes.
But yeah, we should know.
How you gonna? If I okay, wherever you live, you live in Texas, right? Turn the electricity off for a week in Texas. See what happens.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they on that
people
time.
people will eat each other.
Can I
They
put
will.
They
my
on
two
that.
cents in real quick?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Uh, from what I gather of it, and it seems like you've been asking these questions Socratically, to kind of extrapolate how people can think about things, like taking a microcosm of the
Mm-hmm.
fact that we cannot live alone and that we're in fact interdependent. There's
Mm-hmm.
other places that have economies of scale when it comes to their labor, when it comes to their equipment, and things like that. And so there's no way we can independently live alone without going to someone else with that particular specialty.
Yeah, you
So
never
even
have.
in a, huh?
You never have. Yeah.
Yeah, so even in a small community, like you had your tanner, you had your barber, you had your
Farmer
artisan or whatever,
and
blacksmith.
farmer. Yeah. Yeah. Every.
Exactly. And
Mm-hmm.
everybody had to, I mean, you're even the division of labor in your household, somebody's gonna know how to do something a little more efficient than you will. And
Mm-hmm.
not every and time is a resource within itself because it's fine. I mean, you're gonna get tired. So, my question leads to, was that, the reason for that, to point out the, comparative um, efficiencies that other economies and places have, and this is why we are to more or less remain interdependent.
Unless you want to make sacrifices, like lifestyle, how many people can you feed, all that kind of stuff. Who's gonna make that decision? You can go back if you want to, but do you want to? And
He
how
had to
can you
give up
do it?
all this technology, all this stuff, because he can't power it without it. Can't.
But
People,
that's what it means ultimately to be an American. It ain't no citizenship. It's a lifestyle.
it's the lifestyle. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
If would they want giving you the lifestyle, you would leave like
Yep.
everybody else. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to sustain this any longer because
Now
all the stuff they're doing is not making
are,
money. Even this
are
Mars trip,
are they well, Mars is about it's not about Mars. What is it about? Because we talked about
exploration.
it's about what? The asteroid belt, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, the
Resources.
mud resources. Yeah.
What's out in the asteroid belt? Like 10 times resources, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, but they need
what it,
infrastructure to set up these bases to make sure that they're not wasting money. Because I don't know about this. These prototypes are shooting into space. Like this steel alloy is not going to hold up against these microparticles. It's just not going to happen.
they've
I mean,
got
that
to
stuff
come up.
goes through titanium
Well,
easily.
yeah, well, it does. But thing is, at some point, okay, at some point, you're gonna have to get out there, right? That's where the money is. They'll figure it out. That's where the money
Okay,
is.
lives will be lost like always.
Europe lost about 150 million people to get where they are now, and that's being generous about on the low side. They
I'm about
sacrificed
to say
150 million people.
what? 150
That's
How many how
million,
many
crazy,
how,
but
man.
how many people did they lose in World War One alone?
right, true.
Alone.
But I mean, all those people, if they were alive, their productivity is just
I'm asking. Hold on. I'm
I
asking.
don't
I'm asking
know.
Rogish. About
I'm
50 million
about
people.
I'm about I'm
How many?
about to say on 30, but no, it's
Now about
no.
50. Okay.
Okay.
How many did they lose during World War Two?
They lost more.
About 80. And that's
Yeah,
I counted the 400 years before that
right,
they were fighting. They used to lose like hundreds of thousands of men every war,
right.
constantly. Okay. How many people did they actually sacrifice? And not to mention the disease that they spread when they actually did this shit. Okay.
That part.
How many
God
people did they
damn.
actually sacrifice to get where they are?
God damn.
I'm asking.
They
Okay.
they've got to be clear within a couple of billion.
No,
Maybe.
might be about 300 million. That's a lot though
Wait,
for that
wait.
time.
Okay, wait. They took out the Native Americans. They took out like 80 million.
I'm talking about their people, not everybody else. Their people.
Well, you said the diseases that they spread around too. So I
I'm,
thought
I'm,
you
talking,
I
I'm,
thought
talking,
you was
I'm talking
counting
about, I'm
up
talking about Europe.
everybody everybody who encountered them.
I'm talking about Europe alone. I'm talking about their people. I'm
Okay,
not talking about everybody else.
all
Their
right.
people.
World
Their
War One,
yeah, their
World War
people.
Two, the Black Plague, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then all the other little wars the Napoleon lost what 300,000 men
yeah.
alone. Uh, Okay.
They probably lost around close, probably 400,
Yeah.
400
Yeah.
plus.
Yeah. Of their people.
Yeah, of their people.
Of their people. They
Yeah,
sacrificed a lot to get where they are.
yeah.
Are you willing to do the same?
true. I mean, yeah, I guess things
Hold
are
on, hold on, hold
necessary.
on,
Wait.
hold on,
Does it
hold
take
on,
those
hold on.
specific measures?
That's how they got where they are. Are
Right.
you willing to actually do that? What they did?
To do what they did? Nah,
Yeah.
I ain't willing to do what they
Well,
did.
then
Nah.
you had to do it another way, right? So
Exactly. Yeah.
we don't knock their hustle, okay?
Well, no. You don't knock the hustle. They just a little bit more savage than the average. It's just
When
that.
the thing is, by any means necessary, right?
Right. That's how it's
True, it's a
supposed to
way.
go.
There's many ways to the
And
truth.
what I'm saying is to think that they got here with nothing without sacrificing anything is bullshit. They did
Right.
of their own
Right.
people.
Well, shit. That's what makes them devils. Ain't because what they do to us, what they do to each other. If they do whatever to each other, how the fuck
Well,
we
that's
think we
true.
supposed to fare and measuring
We
as worth?
also blame your tribesmen that sold you into this shit, okay?
True,
Hey,
and yeah, look,
ain't
at
my
the
Yeah,
end of the
tribe.
salute to the
day,
Oyo.
Their hands ain't clean.
Not my
Yeah,
at the end of
tribe.
the
salute,
day, from
salute to
what
the
I've
Oyo.
seen from our side,
I was a nigga, sir.
from
you,
our side of the
you,
fence,
you are now. Well, go ahead. Go ahead, True.
from from our side of the fence, brother, supposed Africans have been doing that for millennia on,
They,
bro.
they,
So it
they
is what
still
it is.
they still do it.
They
Okay,
still doing it.
still
So it's
do it.
a human thing.
It's a human thing.
It's all foolishness. You gonna learn. It's hard, BGS.
What
I
I'm saying,
realize, like,
no, you have to look at history with
yeah,
like a bank, like my teacher told me, like a banker with the impartial eye. It is
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah, you do. That's sad.
I was telling Dr. J about how capitalism got started. People don't know. What do you
Mm.
think started capitalism in the 16th century?
In the 16th century,
That's when it started, 16th century. What do you think
uh,
it initiated?
I think
Global travel.
Nope.
no. I would say
Mercantilism and
They've been doing
the
that.
the
slave trade.
transatlantic slave trade. They,
Nope.
no.
Nope.
Oh,
Mercantilism.
Nope. That's part of it. But what actually kicked it off?
in 1600.
30 million Aztec that died over the mountain of silver.
Oh yeah,
What was
yeah.
the what was the corner?
Gold,
No, it wasn't
gold.
gold. What was the corner of the realm back then in 16th century?
Uh,
Spanish
Nope.
coins.
the
No. Where did most of the goods come from back in the 16th century? If we want to trade,
India,
India,
China,
China.
China.
yeah.
China.
What did China want as in exchange?
Was it spices? No,
Silver. Spices came
silver.
from China and
Y-
India.
Yeah.
Silver.
Well,
Okay. What if you have a mother load of silver on the planet? What does that do for you, for your country and your region?
It
It
makes you.
boosts.
You're able to monopolize.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was by weapons, by
Yeah.
people, by goods, and it actually spurs other people to actually do what? Find their mother lode, right?
Right.
That's what kicked off the slave trade.
Right.
Was the conquistadors finding silver? That's where capitalism started. The bankers got involved with that.
Okay.
Go look at capitalism. Go and find out its origins, and then match it up with the conquistadors in southern Mexico.
Yeah, and that's probably not even the first time it's happened in history. It's just one of the times we recorded,
Now it's been
that I
recorded.
think
It depends on what it is and what region. This is the first time it
true.
happened on this side of the
This side of the
yeah.
right.
But to go back and look at what as agriculture before that, right? That people fought of waterways. Okay, going back to the agricultural when they actually changed from hunter and gathering to agriculture. They
Man,
fought on waterways.
we plan things to be so right, and then it always takes
It,
a left, BGS. So that's
it never. The thing is, the environment always dictates what you do. It always does. Now,
so you believe you think there's no way we'll be able to start manipulating that,
we already have.
at
What do
some
you mean?
point.
We already have. What do you think?
Talking about on a scale, I'm talking about on a scale where we can start predicting these outcomes and not having like mishaps and lives lost, like that kind of adaptation.
Basically, when you actually predict these things, guess what's in the equation? Lives lost. How many people will it cost? Look at Mao. How many people did Mao sacrifice to change China into communists?
Yeah, it was like 50 million at least.
I don't. I mean, I think it's like 20 to 30. I don't. But the thing is, he did it. That was his own people. Okay. Look at Moses, right? The purge, right? He purged those people. If you want to believe the myth, okay? He purged those people. 40 years in the wilderness, right? He knew where the promised land was, but I can't take you people. Okay.
Y'all not ready yet.
Demons.
Huh? No, the thing is, they believed in something different.
Yeah.
Yeah, they believed in something different.
You believe in your oppressors.
No,
Your oppressors God. That's some funny shit.
Actually, these people actually sat on the throne for like a couple hundred years. So they actually took over for a while.
You talking about Israel?
Well, Israel came afterwards. The people that actually left. Okay, they called them Hebrews, whatever you want to call them, right? You give them a different name.
Hebrews, yeah.
Even then, they were still part of Egypt. They never left Egypt proper because Israel's part of Egypt. Okay,
Yeah, because I think a lot of those Egyptians were I thought they were offshoot.
Well,
some of them were.
Egypt is like the United States. We're not all one. We're not all one people. They're empire.
Right.
Egyptian is a region, okay? They're not all one people. Nubian,
yeah, it's not all a solidified culture.
I think it's like 9 or 10 different kinds of people that actually made up Egypt. So
it's still all gonna fall down. BGS. That's what you're basically coming to.
It always does, and then rebuilds itself.
I'm about to say it's just going to change. It ain't that. When people, that's the truth. When people think about the end, they always looking like movie style. It ain't gonna end like it can't end like that. It's the way that this joint is set up to run. That's the reason why it can be automated. This is the way the world is going to work.
It's gonna run.
The thumbprint has been set like this.
Yeah,
and then y'all who believe in the deity. Your DD ain't running this joint no more.
Hold on now.
And we're gonna close.
The Pilgrim stole it.
Like 15 of it. The Pilgrims have it, man. Now the Chinese will actually run the Pilgrims church right now. In a minute.
and then BGS. I would say yes, it's gonna take over, but at the end of the day, I'd say that. It's still in my opinion, it always still could just end. I don't understand why people don't get that because you can make a mistake.
It can end in a couple of hours if people make the wrong choice.
Right. I don't, and that's always possible.
Is that what you
You
want? Though?
know,
Is that what you want?
no, it's not what I want, but I'm just being realistic. You have
Yes,
to,
yes,
you
not
can't.
at all.
I'm not just going in here with ultra confidence. Like this is just gonna automatically work. I don't care what these people say.
But you keep saying it though. You keep saying it though.
That's not what. Well, y'all getting it. Y'all getting it wrong.
Wait, hold it. Rogus, am I reading it wrong or what?
Nah, I mean, but no, that's the only result.
Nah, brother.
You know, I mean, especially within this current global political climate, it's like, all right, cuz, you know, you fucking with it. If you're gonna put it out there to the ether, you want the end? Fuck it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But we gotta be realistic here, gentlemen. That's it. That's it. Obviously not.
I'm old. You're 20. I'm old, man. I'm 64, man. I don't care. Okay.
Yeah, I know you don't, but
I had it to run. I don't care. Okay. I don't give a
well, you had your heyday. I gotta see what's going on with mine. I mean, you know, things are always promising. Let me just put that out there. Things are always.
Comrade. It's on the way. It's on the way. Keep fucking with us. It's on the way.
But there's always, like I said, man, you don't. Somebody might get mad, press a button. You know how people tempers be nowadays.
Yeah, let me play a few minutes of this real quick, man, because this is what I'm talking about AIs and shit like that. Where it's going. And I've been watching these people for like almost like 10 years, 10, 12 years about photography. And so this is what they say. And these guys have been doing this for a long time, right? So.
Can do, that it can make beautiful pictures just by writing a few words, that it might take our jobs away from us. Tony and I are going to look at what we experienced when using AI photography, what we think it's capable of, if your job is safe, and how we think it will eventually be used in the future.
We're deeper than the headlines. We actually test it out. First, we want to thank our sponsor, Squarespace.
Whether you want your own website, store, or portfolio, you can make it happen with Squarespace. It's so easy to do. If you can drag and drop your pictures, you can make it happen in a few minutes. Go to squarespace.com/Chelsea, use the coupon code Chelsea, and you get 10% off. Thanks, Squarespace. Let's get right into it, Tony, because there's a lot of hype. Is it real?
I thought all the AI images I generated were garbage. I thought it was absolutely awful. I would not recommend it to anyone for fun or profit.
What? I thought it was fun.
You're right. It's fun. You know what? When I think back to it, I've spent a couple of days playing with AI and I didn't need to, but I just went into it and I was having fun. So it's fun. You're right.
I used Dolly, which I used a few different ones, but that was the one where I got the best results. You go to the website, you type in a description of what you want, a guy wearing a hat, and then it generates an image. You can also upload your own image and then add AI to it and see what it replicates. And that wasn't as fun and the results weren't as good. The one with completely generated images, I made about 100 pictures and I liked 2. So, and that was over a few hours. So it's not the type of thing where you just type in a sentence and you get this perfect image. You end up kind of altering it and tweaking it and adding words and subtracting words. So it's a process, but it didn't work so well and so easily that I thought, oh no, we're all doomed. We're done. This is the greatest thing. Like when I tried to make it photorealistic, it looked a little creepy and it generated painterly pictures better, but still they were a little bit off.
Yeah, I found the better quality images I put in, the better quality images I got out. So Sensa AI is an iPhone app that makes
computer on dope.
Images extremely accessible, very easy to use. And you basically work off of portraits of either pets or people. And when I put pictures of our new puppy Kit in, they turned out pretty cool. And I shared them and I was like having fun. I thought these are really cool. She looks like a little space dog.
Yeah.
When I put iPhone pictures of you in there, they turned out awful.
I thought I was unrecognizable. They didn't look like me at all.
They didn't. And I thought, okay, but I actually hate iPhone portraits. So maybe it's a garbage in, garbage out situation. Yeah. So I put in images of you, like professional portraits we've taken of you. And those turned out much better. Still not, there were a couple where it was you.
Yeah.
A couple out of 100 images that I generated. Several were definitely you. Many of them resembled you. And most of them were just like, I don't know who that is. I don't recognize that person.
I'll say you showed me those pictures of myself and me being the person that would probably be most interested in them. I was like, that's neat. I didn't feel it represented me. I didn't share them. I wouldn't share them. So I would rather just have a really good picture of me taken than have some AI generated kind of cheesy portrait, honestly.
So maybe it's not quite yet putting all photographers out of business, but do you think it could help photographers?
Yeah, that was the first thing that I thought. So when I was generating these images and some of them were somewhat photorealistic, first of all, I started using it as a proof of concept. What if I took a picture like this and I typed in various things that I wanted to see what I might plan a photo shoot to be based on imagined final results. And I kind of do that already with a sketchbook, but my drawing skills are extremely limited. So it was kind of neat to get an idea of what colors I might use or what composition. And I also thought it could be used in a really cool way if you took a picture and then wanted to add a surreal background around a picture. So I was thinking of ways I could use it to either plan photography or improve photography, but not replace it.
I can see in the future AI might actually help photographers once these tools evolve a little bit more. I don't think it's there today, though.
But so we feel that way, but the intention from these companies is to replace us as photographers because they don't want to pay us. They don't want to pay for our time or our pictures. And so they're trying to just generate completely new pictures instead of using our services. And one of the places doing that is a stock photography site called Shutterstock.
You and I started our career together as stock photographers.
Yeah.
We took stock images, which is some basic image that you then can sell to 1,000 people. And our images ended up on cereal boxes and books and album covers and billboards all over the world. And we got paid anywhere from a quarter to like $5 or $10, depending on how the image was being used. But we made some money off of that.
Yeah.
Shutterstock, one of the biggest agencies, is now allowing consumers, usually designers, to generate images using AI instead of buying an image.
Right.
And this feels terrible to me as somebody who makes some money from stock photography. First and foremost, they use our images, all of our images, to create these AI images. I also find it annoying that Shutterstock is putting in headlines that this is their ethical AI. I've seen it covered so many places without anybody questioning it. You see the same headlines repeated. You can opt out and they are going to be paying the photographers. But I dug into the fine print as a creator on Shutterstock. And first of all, you can opt out. They said in the future, they'll give you the option to opt out. But the images that are there now, I did not get the option to opt out.
No, you automatically are opted in if you have images on Shutterstock, and you will be able to opt out in the future, no set date.
Yeah, because we have AI, but it's going to take us a couple of years to figure out how to make a checkbox. But also, if they opt people in by default, 95% of people will accept that default without even being aware. And so they're still going to have sufficient images to create an AI base that will put you out of work. So you lose work regardless of whether you opt in or out.
Wow.
Yeah, they also say they're going to pay the photographers, but they don't say how much or when.
No, they said there's going to be a pool of money, some portion of the profits that they make they will distribute back to the photographers every 6 months, they said. But they have never done this, and they don't know, they don't say what the portion of their profits is going to be. And if it's only every 6 months, you're definitely not going to make a living at it.
Well, you have to wonder what the pay structure will be as well. Will you get paid for your entire image, or are they going to calculate how much of your image was used in the AI photo and then give you 30% of 50 cents, which you would have originally made? I mean, they're really just splitting pennies now to pay people.
And they don't know the answers to this because they're still figuring it out. It's like the cart is before the horse. They're just pushing this product out and then they're like, oh, we'll figure it out later.
The other problem is models will not see any of the profits. So the model gets paid at the shoot, and then they sign a consent form, a model release. You can use these images and sell them, but they're not consenting to having their images diced up and repurposed and having their likeness used in something that they don't even know about. So how are they going to get consent of the models and then pay them? They're not.
No, the models aren't going to make anything.
I can think of the applications that would be good to use for AI, how it could be helpful, but there's also malicious AI where they're using artificial intelligence to just cheat people.
This is absolutely awful. Watermarkremover.io. The name says it all. You feed it an image with a watermark and it removes the watermark using artificial intelligence, and it works great.
Yeah, like people don't even want to pay a couple of dollars for our work anymore.
Right. So now you can bypass paying the photographer even that quarter we would have gotten from a stock agency because it'll just take out the Shutterstock watermark.
The other frustrating thing is they say it's free to use watermarkremover.io.
So generous.
For personal use. But if you are going to use it for something else, you can pay watermarkremover.io and then you can go beyond personal use. Just pay the photographer at that point.
Sure, it can take out the watermark from Shutterstock, but my real concern is so many personal photographers, school photographers, portrait photographers distribute the first digital images to the clients with heavy watermarks on them to stop them from using it so that they can actually sell high quality images and prints. Now people will just remove the watermark. So that entire method of previewing images to your clients is going to disappear. Either you have to accept that some portion of your clients are going to steal your images because anybody can Google this and find it, or you have to show them in person or charge them up front so they don't have any choice. But this is the predominant business model of school and portrait photographers right now, and it's ruined.
It's really rough. I think that we should petition to make watermark remover and remove this service from the internet. It seems like it should be illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get on that, one of you.
One way to make sure that your images are always beautiful.
All right, that's enough.
Wow, they just gave it a commercial. Appreciate that.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
This is their concern. Okay, this is real.
Yeah.
This is one. This is one application of it. Just one.
Wow.
Because it's in everywhere. It's pretty much in every institution, and you know, I do believe it's going to spread. But like I said, another thing is, you know, BGS, we don't really have the power to, you know, keep this stuff on. The other thing,
it's too late. It's too late.
I know, I understand.
Yeah, and thank you, Mike. Thank you, Michael, for the Cash App, and Amari, thank you for the Cash App. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, just want to give you props, man. Seeing that you followed Tony and Chelsea, man. Just to add to your legitimacy.
Oh yeah,
not that you need it, but
oh yeah. I've been following them for years, man. For years.
yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, but they're complaining. I said at two, Tony, because they're pretty arrogant. So, but if they're complaining, everybody else is actually complaining. Yeah.
And Tony's pretty nerdy, so he knows his stuff too. So
Yeah, he does. He said, "Well, I don't quite like it, and it's not quite up to stuff, but he's gonna put people out of business."
See, the thing is, it's gonna be even faster than they predicted because I'm not even sure they're aware of what Nvidia came up with to back up Adobe.
Yeah,
which is in charge of Photoshop, all those other creative tools.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said, man, it's accelerating so fast, and like you said, nobody knows how these things are gonna pan out.
They decided to just throw it to the wind and see what happens. You know, normally they would roll this kind of stuff out slowly but surely, but then they said, "Fuck it."
And the Amazon thing, what I wanted to say is, what people don't
Mhm.
realize is Amazon's giving people a platform to create their own AI. I mean,
Yeah.
ChatGPT, because they have like Stable Diffusion. I think they have Titan, which is their own version of the thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they have like 2 other different ones they give you, so you could even start your own. Just use your platform, use your
Mhm.
large models and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So basically, you don't have to start from scratch. You just can use Amazon.
Yeah.
Just like cloud service.
Yeah. Yeah. And you actually take Shutterstock images that they're talking about, actually plug it into ChatGPT or any one of the other things, and make your own image. Like the one, my thumbnail is actually made from ChatGPT, from Dolly, for something really simple. All I need is a thumbnail. Okay, type in a few words, boom, and pick the best one. Don't need anything fancy.
But what would you say towards changing our biological limitations? You know.
Okay, they actually took that video down from RT. The thing is, if the thing is, the limitation to human intelligence is not the genome, it's a woman's hips. Okay, you can only squeeze out a certain size of head from a baby. Okay, what if you can actually increase the skull size of a baby? Because only 6% of your brain is actually used for intelligence. What if you actually add 20% more brain with the same body?
Make it 1/3. Wow. Okay.
In other words, your intelligence goes from like 6% to like what 30%. Okay,
So that's like learning
which is
languages
like
like at second grade.
which is like 5 times the intelligence of the average human being. What do you do with that? With neural implants that connect to the internet? How do you compete against somebody like that?
You can't. And there was a movie. What was the movie with what's his name, that British actor? With man, I can't remember his name. Yeah, basically everybody's genetically modified. Uma Thurman was in that movie.
Gattaca.
Gattaca, yeah.
Yeah.
They
Basically,
did that in
Dune.
What?
They did that in Dune.
It was
Mentex.
Doom. They didn't put Doom. Yeah, Doom. They did it with the what they call. I forget what they call them, but yeah.
I think they were called Mentex. That one black guy that had the light skinned black guy.
Well, Mentex, you didn't have implants. It had to be natural. They didn't allow machines inside people's brains like that. So they had to be specifically genetically developed and then trained.
And they also did that same kind of concept on Battlestar Galactica too, when they had the Cylon ship pilots.
Yeah, there are that they. I think was it. Trying to remember his name. That he did implants. What was it called? What was the name of the series? Foundation. They talked about that, about implants and robotics and stuff like that, and things like that. So implants, but not to this level. This is something different.
I mean, one thing you do have to worry about, I'll just say, BGS, I was thinking about briefly, is start putting all this technology into individuals, whether their intelligence is 5 times that of a normal human, theoretically.
Okay. Let me ask you, man. Okay.
EMP.
You get ready to have a baby, right? You get married, right? You can have your first baby. Do you pick 1.0 for your baby or 2.0 for your baby?
You pick 2.0, but I tell you,
Why?
You pick 2.0 because they'll have, the capacity to reach revelations faster than a normal human. They're just gonna have
because they have to compete. Because Rogus is going to do the same thing for his child, right?
Right. Yeah, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm not.
Rogus is going to do that. So.
Yep. That's not what I'm under that pretense, sir. I'm not arguing that. My statement is just, something that could go wrong with that technology is, EMP technology could perhaps, cause malfunctions.
It could, but the thing is, if knowing all that, if you had a choice between 1.0 for your baby or 2.0, which are you actually going to choose? Even knowing all that.
2.0 every time. The thing is, you
because I don't know if it's the war. I understand that perspective, but if
no, hardcore. No reasoning. Which one are you going to choose? Straight up.
I mean, it's all environmental dependent, but I don't know. I think
which one are you going to choose? Which one are you going to choose?
Simple questions.
Which one?
I think I gotta keep. I prefer to keep things pure. I prefer to keep things pure.
Okay, 1.0. So now you chose 1.0. Now what? How are you gonna raise them?
Well, you still utilizing a lot of.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Still utilizing a lot. Still utilizing a lot of these this technology in terms of that, and I try to do augmentation. After the birth.
No.
More biological.
No. You keep it pure. That's what you just said.
Okay. Keeping them pure. Then I would tutor them up towards, like I said, the lesser travel paths of, enterprise. That's what I would see. Just make them more versatile, because I don't think I don't know how, mobile this 2.0 may be. Like I said, we don't know what kind of malfunction that may have.
Well, come on.
Here's the thing, because we don't know. Here's the thing. This is the reasoning is because with the unknown effects of a lot of these hormones, just briefly, the unknown effects of a lot of these hormones just briefly have a tendency to short life, cause problems in the cardiovascular, system. Just the stuff that I've just researched and I've talked to about. So I
Okay,
don't think
okay, okay.
But
Say all that's true. The thing is, basically, your kid will be considered special education compared to everybody else. They won't be able to
yeah,
keep up.
even if
true.
the other ones are short lived, he's still behind whatever generation, whatever the next generation. He's
and
behind
how the system is
But
set up.
they gotta last though. That's my thing. Is my situation is
It
is
doesn't
that
matter.
situation.
And so other kids
Okay.
born the same way at 2.0, how can they keep up? What job are they gonna have? What kind of career are they gonna have? Compared to whom?
True.
It's,
Absolutely. This is a fair point. This is a fair point.
I mean,
That's
it's just
absolutely
like
fair point.
trying to work out here without having your vaccines or having your shots done. Like your kids can't go to school if they don't have their shots.
So in other
Can't
words,
participate in society.
think about your kid being like having an IQ of 60 versus a kid of IQ of 130, double the IQ. Can that
No,
the kid that has 60 IQ compete with a kid that's 130 IQ?
No,
impossible.
he can't. Not in the
Okay.
academic sphere. No.
Would you do that to your
Period.
child? Would you do that with your child? I mean, no,
Have
period.
him.
In life, okay. Would you pick a smart kid, even building your house or sweeping your trash, versus the kid that's a dunce, that's special needs?
It's like handicapping your kid at birth.
Yeah.
True, but I just don't see what kind of capacities we would have for human beings that advance. It's not as if we have space exploration focused societies. I mean, our society's still based on war. I mean, you could use them for war, but I don't believe how that would solve our problems.
If you have even in a regular job, any McDonald's, which kid would you pick to hire? Even at McDonald's.
You can go with the smart kid. I mean, how much does that cost though, BTS?
It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with it. Which one would you pick?
Okay.
Trying to put it.
You go with the best option. You go with the smart kid.
Exactly. That's why it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Because
I don't know about how
because if Roger's do it, you had to compete against his kid. Ben's going to do the same thing as compete against your kid. Who's going to doom their kid to a second rate or third class?
Look, 130 right out the gate. You're not going with that, bro.
I mean, no, we're talking at this point. We're rolling with what? Actually, like 300, like 250, 300 IQ.
Well, that's great, but compromised biology is what I'm concerned with. Neural links on your brain stem is what I mean. We're to the point where you can potentially be influenced and controlled.
Even if you left that out, just leave that out.
Okay, then I'll leave it out. Then yes. If there was a situation, if it was completely biological, it was a situation where no aspects would be controlled, then yes. But that's not the situation that I'm seeing.
Neural links mean they can look up stuff on the fly instead of reading a book.
Well, yeah, that's cool, but that's great. That's actually great, but that's not even the aspect I'm talking about. I'm talking about more of the aspect of the cognitive control.
Have you watched the movie Gattaca?
Yeah, Gattaca. Yeah.
You got to watch it. If you watch it, you will understand.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that some people will actually choose that route, but how many people will, for the most part, given that.
True. I mean, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough, but you never want to be in a situation where you just go with a mass appeal just for the sake of it.
Okay. But the thing is not about mass appeal; it's about competition. Okay, how many people actually choose to actually be that one or that be that person as an outlier? How many people do you think out of 100?
None of them, but I say the majority of people, certain aspects. You know what it is.
What you're saying is moot. What I'm saying it's moot. It's about the majority.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I ain't arguing the point. I'm not arguing. No, I'm not disagreeing with that. No, I'm not. No, I'm talking about my personal. No. I'm talking about my personal preference. I acknowledge that. I completely acknowledge that. But my situation is this. My situation is this. As I'm also acknowledging that, all I'm saying in the process of that is going to be potential, circumstances where that's going to be manipulated.
I say you're full of shit. You won't make that choice. Okay. I say you're full of
I'm
shit.
not okay.
You're full of shit.
Okay,
But anyway,
BGS.
anybody else?
Okay.
You're full of shit. You're not gonna do that. Second rate. You're full of shit.
You know what? Isn't
Come
there?
on, BGS.
Hey,
Who the
BGS,
hell?
let
Who
me
the
ask
hell's
you
in the
this:
tunnel?
Somebody got some noise. Go ahead, Ben.
Who the hell's in the
if
tunnel?
I think
if your kid was force sensitive, would you let him go to the Jedi Temple?
If he's force sensitive, I would. Yeah, I would. To
Yeah,
refine his talent. I would personally. Some people wouldn't.
and that's kind of how I see these like the upgrade to the IQ. Like it's like, oh, you have a guaranteed force sensitive child here. Yeah, yes, beam him up, Scotty.
Yeah, yeah. That's probably what's gonna happen.
My thing is this: we haven't even fully refined, this level of of intellect that we have just now. Like BGS, we don't even use what we have efficiently. So it's just, I mean, I get what you're saying, though. I understand what you're saying.
Yo, so
But
you
here's
one of
the
those
thing.
cats where it's hard for them to digest a hypothetical. It's interesting, mean dudes that like that. I've only
No, it's not. I'm not. No, understand me when I stated that I understand what is being stated. It's not that.
Straight
But
up
here,
money, straight up business, competition. Are you gonna let your kid
Okay.
fall behind on
Okay.
your decision? Are you?
That's no. I'm not.
Well, then
Anyway, I can give.
you will make that choice then. Otherwise,
that,
you doom your kid to a certain life. Are you willing to do that?
And I've given them
hey, do me a
chances
favor.
to have,
When you get a chance to
but
watch
that's
the movie,
not my concern. Like
All right.
I don't
Well,
need to.
yeah.
That's not even the issue that I'm arguing. That's not even the issue that I'm arguing. My
No. That's the argument on the table. You're trying to make another argument.
but that's not even where I'm not disagreeing.
Would you?
no,
Okay.
you're not disagreeing. The thing is, you're avoiding.
Yeah.
No, I'm not avoiding either.
No.
That's
Check it
not.
out. You're
Okay.
you seem like you kind of fresh to the I think it's a psychology test. To where you got an old woman and you have a baby, and both of them are at a traffic stop, and you have to stop one of them and let the other one go, and one of them gonna get hit. Whichever one you let go, gonna get hit.
Yeah.
Which one do you let get hit? The baby or the old woman?
Okay, I see what you're saying. I understand. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. But what, I mean, is you guys, well, personally,
no, make a decision of the baby or the old woman.
You got to make.
Well, then you pick the person that would be, I suppose, have more equity. To be more fair to say because they are more
Who would that be to you?
useful. They're more utility.
Make your decision.
Who would that be to you?
Yeah.
I suppose you say the younger life. Okay, understand.
So you say the baby.
There you go.
Yes.
Okay.
But
and the old woman get hit horribly, and the people who are in the car who hit her, or the person or whatever, you know what I'm saying, horribly, you know what I'm saying.
My thing is this. My thing is all about methodology. It's not about. I'm not arguing that because I agree with that.
Stop.
Here's what.
It's a dirty game, bro. You gotta say ruling is a dirty game, bro. It is not as clean as you like it to be, as anybody like it to be. You need the dirt in order to make some of the, you know what I'm saying, the goodness work, bro. That's where it works. It's, and if you look at this again, take a look at this society, as technologically advanced as it is, it's probably not supposed to be here yet. It's probably like, how far ahead would you say the United States is, BGS, if it would have been able to do something on its own steam, not necessarily partaking of the slave trade?
Are you talking about authoritarian instead of liberal?
Uh-huh.
Probably much further ahead. Maybe another 50 years or so.
A word?
Yeah. Yeah. But the thing is, it's a liberal country.
It's acting liberal.
No. It's a liberal country, boss.
Liberal?
Even amongst the higher ups, yeah. Oh, yeah, very, extremely.
Very liberal, trust me.
We don't have high-speed trains because of that.
Yeah.
Very liberal country. China's got 20 in the last.
China's got 20?
Got 25 speed trains. Yes, they do.
And we don't have one. We don't have one.
Not
Yeah,
one.
why don't we have one? That's weird.
It's good. We live in a liberal country.
So what the fuck does that
It's a
mean? The
potential
motherfuckers
safety hazard.
so what? Only
No, not in my backyard. Okay, can't build it here. And people stop it.
The difference is if you look at the UAE and those Arab countries where we have authoritarian regimes, whatever they say, it's done overnight. Basically, the plan comes up overnight. In a couple of years, it's done. Same thing with
Yeah.
China; they move fast.
Yeah.
When you live in an authoritarian country, it's one rule. There's not that many. There's not that many heads in the room deciding over, taking days, weeks over a decision. No, the chief said, "We go, we go." That's it.
Yeah, it's an authoritarian country. It happens. It happens at light speed. Okay, that's the difference.
It's like the Egyptians back in the day when the what is escaping me? When the Pharaoh, whatever the Pharaoh said, that's what goes.
Okay. BSC,
Go ahead, John.
First, thank you for having me on the panel. Greetings to everyone.
You're late, but you jump in.
Yeah, it's actually concerning. Yeah, it's actually concerning the video you presented concerning the AI generating photographies. One aspect I would like to address is the legal aspect.
Okay.
If, for example, an artificial intelligence is able to construct new photographies, especially based on old ones, and even the people could use such a software,
right?
What stops anyone from forging false evidence in a court of law and accusing you, for example, of exactly? That's exactly one of the legal aspects that was seriously concerning me.
So you have to have some kind of watermark to make sure it's legit.
And since it's software, there's always to be someone who's going to be able to perfect a new mode.
Yeah, well, they can do that now, can't they?
Yes, indeed. But when you leave the AI without a certain form of control, with different companies being able to develop new AI.
Okay, granted. Okay, give you whatever your argument is. Granted, how are you gonna stop it?
No, it's not that it can be stopped. The problem is that it's most likely it won't be able to be stopped. And well, now they would have to produce a new. Actually, what kind of legal system would they be able to provide that would be protect people from such a technology?
They don't know. They're gonna figure, like I said, they're gonna figure it out later, right? What did they just say about how people get paid and what kind of legal ramifications actually gonna come from it? Release it and figure it out later. It's better to ask for what than what.
Forgiveness,
right? Than permission, right? Okay. Did they ask your permission to do this?
No, they won't.
Now you gotta force them to actually do what?
Adapt.
Give you protection. Adapt. You gotta adapt. Legal protections comes later, right? When they first started the factories, right? They're working kids and women 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. Okay, for like 80 years. What happened? What came along that stopped that? Socialism, right? Workplace safety, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, unionize, all that kind of stuff. So that actually stopped the practice, right? But it took 80 years. Same thing here. Okay, they're gonna release this stuff. It's actually happening so fast you can't keep up with it. How do you write laws for it?
It's actually something also similar with the gene editing technology to enhance intelligence.
Like the Pope wearing a starter jacket. Okay.
Damn.
Yeah. People thought it was real because I thought it was. I thought it was real, especially if it's on a computer screen. I thought it was real.
It looked real.
Yeah.
The Pope
or Obama holding the gun.
But hold up.
Being a bomber.
Did it elevate their stock?
I think it was proof of concept.
Okay.
See, people would actually accept it, and they did. The thing is, well, what law can you write for it? Because you can actually do that in real life. You actually alter a photograph.
Yeah, that's like being able to create your own currency.
Yeah. So the thing is, human can do it legally. Okay, right? Can you actually write that for an AI that can do it within seconds?
Yes, and then
yes, and I think Dead Set Enemy once mentioned that the AI was caught lying by providing false sources.
It already, like we do already, huh?
Exactly, but the AI can do way faster and apparently more efficiently than.
More efficiently, more believable. Yeah.
More believable, exactly. In other
So,
words, what happens when the AI starts?
the
Imagine
thing is,
all the legislation.
the
Yeah,
thing is, how long have they been doing it without your knowledge?
that's the point. And I think it's not going to get in a better state in the future. And also another point that we'd like to bring when it's the concern of increasing intelligence. Yes.
But you can't do it so much where people don't believe it anymore. You have the opposite effect.
Indeed, voilà. Yeah.
In other words, you can't believe a picture because it could be constructed.
So they will be forced to make
So
adjustments.
they have to have a balance to it.
Mm-hmm. And concerning also the balance is when the intelligence of the mass of the people, they will have one way or the other to impose a hierarchy.
It doesn't take that long. You get fooled like 4 or 5 times on a picture, you start believing in the picture. Rogues can tell you. Rogue is one of those guys. Can't fool me too many times. Okay, you start believing that shit. That ain't real. Look at COVID and vaccines. That shit ain't real, right? Don't take that long.
Yeah, nah. I mean, the thing is, I think what it is just that's what you do with a people who you don't want to actually be able to create I guess a semblance of their agency. You give them too much of it too soon. And like I think with COVID, that's what it was with that. That's why everybody's hiring right now. You know what I'm saying? Notice that those traditional jobs where, the youngsters would usually fill those jobs up. Well, I think there was some type of acculturation that was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
That didn't happen during COVID.
Or what happens is people that would work until they're 60 or even 70 stop working all of a sudden.
Yeah.
There's a vacuum. And then they don't have enough children behind them to actually replace those people. For the amount of jobs that are out there. Go ahead. Somebody trying to get in.
You got me.
Yes.
Hey, you got me.
Yes, I'm listening. Pardon?
Repeat the question.
Canadien.
Canadien.
Oh, okay. Where are you guys from?
I just wanted to know if he was French or Canadian. I was about to ask him a question about what's happening in France, but he's Canadian, so never mind.
Okay. Is there a difference?
Oh yeah, there is.
There is? Okay.
Oh no, there's a big difference.
Okay.
Canadian French is not the same as French.
Okay.
No, the French one are more rebellious than the French Canadian.
Okay. It's almost like a dialect, different than dialect.
Yeah, pronunciation is very different.
Yeah. Same thing if you go to London. There's like 5 different dialects.
Yeah.
All English. Pronounced differently.
And the second point I would like to mention is I think they would be forced to establish a certain form of hierarchy when it comes to the selective intelligence. As you can see also, for example, in Krypton. Because if, for example, you were to increase the whole of the population is intellect without preemptively selecting those who will be on top, you would essentially forcing a form of revolution.
So we're back to what is it? Brave New World, huh?
Yes, indeed. Actually, it is a necessity. The more you look at it, if you do not do this,
why is it a necessity?
Because highly intelligent people do not follow orders.
Unless it's not a human that they follow orders from, right?
Right.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it means. You've seen the consequence naturally. That entity AI is coming.
I'm just saying. I don't know.
Shout out to Wall E.
Bijasimo, I can hear you smile. I can hear you smile.
or
so
the Church of the AI God.
Yeah.
So we end up
cybernetic
giving over our sentience to machines that we created. I mean, we always gotta have something to worship. That's what I realized about human beings.
Or blend into it, into our technology.
Exactly.
And that's what this is actually doing. So yeah, because to me that's what the whole thing was about. Like, of course, definitely Skynet is aware, definitely going to be aware. Talking with my young nephew, he said that AI, the way that they're training it, it's going to become the God consciousness, if you will, of the internet.
If it hasn't already. In fact, one Google engineer got fired for saying that.
Oh yeah. Every week, you have like top Google engineers quitting because this thing is too real. Going too fast. absorbing too many facets of society. It's just ridiculous.
How's it that people didn't believe the power of language, though? This is what I'm not understanding. Is that the power of language wasn't supposed to have its power even in digitized form? I don't get it.
They knew it. Yeah, the thing is, if you don't work with it, you don't believe it because you don't believe humans can actually be replaced.
Right.
That's a belief.
Because we're nothing but
not
a
fact.
frequency. Apparently, we're nothing but a frequency.
That's what everything is.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
know.
everything is.
But we have, but
Everything
ours
is
ain't
broken
really
down
been
to frequency.
exposed. But now this thing can break everything of our reality down into the frequencies of sight, hearing, basically all the senses, just a digitized form of it, and completely reformat this reality as is.
Well, that enhancement should be built into the biological body. I mean,
That's gonna be built into these new babies.
That's
Oh, wait a minute.
that's
You
what's
made a
gonna happen.
choice now. That's
You made a
2.0.
choice now. Yeah,
That's 2.0 right
That's
there.
2.0. Yeah. Hey, how they said one of us.
I didn't. No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with the
Oh
concept.
God, BJ's
My
crazy,
thing is,
man.
my thing was, I think
His
my.
name is Robert Paulson.
What does that say, Rogish?
Let me. I don't want to. I ain't
Google
gonna get all
fired
elevated.
engineer who
I
said
hope I can
its
ask my one
AI
question. Hopefully,
was sentient. I think I've watched something with this cat. I forget his name.
He got
but yeah.
fired. He got fired for that.
But my thing is just this.
Mr. Igmore.
But yes, if you Google it, there's a new engineer that got fired. He's called the father of AI. I think he's got fired like a couple days
No,
ago.
he quit. He didn't get
Oh,
fired.
he quit. Yeah, he quit. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. He quit because he said it was too much.
Yeah.
Mr. BJS.
Wow.
Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
I guess only one question. Are we gonna run out of money by July the 1st?
Truth, you're already out of money. Okay. Truth is. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
The thing is, will it extend your credit card? That's the point.
Oh, okay.
You talking about the debt?
Yes, the debt.
No. Wait. Yeah. Beyond
Yeah,
that.
haven't we been out of money since the 90s? We've been broke.
No,
this ain't nothing new.
Probably longer than that.
The crossover point actually happened probably right after
the Depression.
Right under Clinton, I think it was.
Clinton. Back in 92. That's been that long?
Wasn't that
No,
90s?
no. But 2000, year 2000.
2000.
Okay. That makes sense.
I know those books. Those books were definitely in trillions of dollars of debt, even in the 70s in terms of those military budgets.
Debt doesn't mean you're out of money. Okay.
Yeah,
true.
That's correct.
I mean, yeah, I get that. But you have to use to balance out that debt. Eventually, you have to use some kind of resource. You had your
GDP,
cash, something.
Your GDP and resources actually balance that out. It got out of whack after 2008. I'm way out of whack.
Well, BGS, were they planning on?
One time. Who's first?
I'm sorry, BGS. Were they planning on this war that we had in Iraq and Afghanistan to kind of cover that investment from the early 2000s?
That's a good question.
There was a
surplus. No. It's actually okay. It's bigger than that. It's actually I'll say it here, just one time, right? It's actually about controlling China. That's what it's about. Go back and look at it, because I asked a bunch of people about that when it's happening. Okay. It's go back and read go look up PNAC and their documents. They actually tell you about it.
Okay.
Right. Why they did what they did back then. Okay. I'm not gonna say it here. I always get in trouble with that.
Yeah. Let's move forward. No more talk about it. That's all right.
Yeah. I did it behind the wall. I actually did a whole seminar about that behind the wall in the forum about this. But the documents are actually there. Just go look at it.
One fact I didn't tell you this, BJS. I did one time cover a book called "What Is Gold" by what's the guy name? I forgot his name's Richard. You might know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
And he says a lot of things, very informal things in that book, though. So now if they can say there's certain information out there that it's not problematic, but until like somebody goes into the detail and it goes more in depth, then it becomes real problematic.
There's three essential books that you should read about the gold standard, which is Investing in Gold Coins. I can't remember the guy's name. The Gold Dollars in Power. Written by Gavin. The third one is I think it's called I know it's called Bankers That Broke the World. I'm trying to remember his name. Yeah, she talks about the gold standard and how it got broken. Let me look it up real quick. I'll forget his name.
Yeah, come on. Okay.
Well, those are 3
Didn't
essential books that I learned the gold standard. Huh? So
Rock
what?
didn't was it Ronald Reagan? Was it Reaganomics? Wasn't he the one that took us off? Was you talking about
No,
BC?
no. That was Nixon. Took us out before us off the
Nixon
gold
before,
standard
right? Absolutely,
in
absolutely.
'71. Yeah.
Reagan was continuing that. That's what. Okay,
Reagan
absolutely.
got you actually got you off the austerity measures, which is stagflation, by using the Social Security trust fund.
Okay.
Oh, draining people. Oh, he did the next. He drained people
$4
into
trillion
power.
because interest rates were at 21% when he did that. Before he did that, that's what
Okay.
lowers the finance
Okay.
by Liaquat Ahmed.
Let me see what timeline this is. This is 3 hours and yeah. No, I'll go back.
Yeah, because these prices are, yeah, that's I don't know.
If
It's
you
just a crazy thing to think about.
if you're behind the wall, I can't explain all this shit, baby. They gambled, okay, and they gambled in
They lost.
yeah, well, basically,
Just like human history, you roll with the punches. I guess it's
it
always
was.
lost.
I saw their logic. Okay, it was sound as far as the logic, but it actually very high risk, and it didn't work. So this is where you are. You're
Yeah,
under
because
austerity. This is
always that
stagflation, which is the worst possible outcome.
you always got that human outcome. You have to factor for.
If
Messes
anybody really
everything up.
wants to watch about the gold, the petrodollar, go watch Rollover 1981 with Chris Christopherson and who's that? Forget her name, but it actually explains the petrodollar and what
Well,
the dollar is
look.
basically based on.
All that talk about human, it ain't gonna mean it ain't gonna mean nothing to be human. What is it gonna mean to be a human during 30 years with the advent of
But play Cyberpunk.
The definition will change of what human is.
It's gonna have to.
Well, we weren't always humans, were we?
I don't know. I wasn't
Nobody know
alive.
back then. What we talking about now, though? You know what I'm saying?
They didn't write it down. Okay. So we don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We weren't
They'll put it
always
in the book.
humans, so eventually we're going to end up evolving to something different.
We'll see, won't we?
Gonna be like the Mega Man. Gonna be like the Terminator.
How old are you, K. Pierce? Approximately.
35.
Oh, you find out. Yeah, you'll be around.
Something I'm realizing.
You'll be around. You'll find out.
These categories
Yes,
in
sir.
terms of life, in terms of how life is really made up, BGS, it doesn't really make sense to kind of categorize it because something I'm realizing even growing things, the things that we grow, just on that kind of level, we still related to.
Do animals categorize things?
They do not.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do family. I mean, they got hierarchy, so that's
no,
a
they
form of
hierarchy. They
categorization.
categorize other living things.
Categorizing hierarchies, two different
okay.
things.
In other words,
true.
categorizing is a human thing. We always do that.
Yeah.
Because hierarchy is ranking. That doesn't mean you're actually different. That's what I realized.
Talking about categorizing things like humans, animals, insects. We categorize things. They don't.
It's really, because it's really all this. It's all the same. It's just for just different stages and different levels of adaptation.
They don't think about that. We do. Okay. They don't think about what it means to be a dog or a cat or a horse. It's just humans do that.
Because I don't care about none of that. They never had a reason to. That's the curious thing, BGS.
They don't think about that.
What constitutes a life form of intelligence to have those conscious,
when you see God, ask him, okay?
Yes, I got a theory. I got a theory about humans. I want to run
Okay, go ahead.
But based off of how synchronized the reality seems to operate, we seem like the only thing that can operate outside of that synchronicity. So with certain spiritual cultures in the past, they would declare this reality as being an illusion, right? but as if it's such an illusion, how is it so dense with with life? You know what I'm saying? With enrichment.
It's not an illusion. It's actually your reality. Okay?
Right.
What you
Right.
respond to. It's real to you, no matter what it is.
Right.
It,
But
it,
but
it
but
interacts with you.
right.
It's
Right.
real.
It interacts with you, right? But when
But
it
it's
comes
real.
to humans,
hmm
it seems like humans are more of the illusion when due to not being able to just be on direct cosmic, synchronicity
Yeah.
with this reality in the way that everything else can in this synergetic relationship, right? It don't seem like we're like instantly synergetic to it like everything else is.
Yeah, we are, but the thing is, we can imagine, think past what's in front of our eyes
Okay.
We don't have
with
to.
our
You don't have
minds.
to go with it. That's
Yeah,
the other thing I'm realizing. We
we
will
we can
find. We
imagine something
find
outside of ourselves, which most creatures can't.
Right.
or don't have to. Haven't
As
ever had
far
the
as
need.
as far as we don't need to either. But the thing is, that's where we're actually built. We don't have the need either.
I mean, what do you
We've
mean,
always done it.
BGS? You
No,
don't think in terms of having to survive the environment, we didn't have to
no, you'd
adapt.
adapt. You'd adapt
But
to
that's
it.
intelligence.
That's part of being human.
Being
That's
able
part of
to
being human.
Intelligence,
report that.
intelligence, and higher order things outside of reality is two different things. Dolphins do that. They don't imagine other things. Okay, outside of themselves, at least as far as we know.
So it's just a bigger scope of understanding.
In,
That's
o-
what you're saying.
in other words, humans would excel in abstract thinking.
Yeah.
Things we talk about other realms outside of life, higher order of thinking, what is human, okay, what's a black hole that we can't see. That's abstract thinking.
The unknown. That's what it is. Okay.
No, no,
Stuff
no.
you
In other words, you think outside the realm of what's in front of your eyes.
what you can see,
Abstractly.
the unknown, what you can't see.
Ah,
The
Even
ethereal.
but even looking within your very reality, though.
yeah, yeah,
You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing. It's
yeah.
it's almost like we have 360. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
They call that the
360
mind of
sight.
God. Yeah, they
Yeah.
call it the mind of God. In other words, we think outside of our bounds of our bodies and our
Yeah.
reality. That's abstract.
Yeah.
Other creatures can do that.
What makes us so different than like you would say? So I've always been curious of like those chimps and those gorillas.
Yeah.
Makes our adaptation actually different because they have like literally almost 80 to 95% of the same
90,
faculties.
98.9% of their genome is.
98% same faculty genomes and
The thing is,
faculties.
what separates you from them?
That's what I'm curious about.
A bigger brain and abstract thinking. Okay,
Bigger brain. Okay, that's what it is.
and
Yeah,
abstract
right.
thinking. In fact, you don't
Absolutely.
have the biggest brain. A blue whale does. But thing is, what they do with their brain is different. Which is why if you increase the brain size, you increase the intelligence. Because
Right.
intelligence actually rides on 6% of your brain. The rest is actually used to actually run your body. Increase the
Automated. Yeah,
capacity.
right.
Increase
So
the
to increase the
capacity.
brain size and the cranium as well,
Yeah.
or just the brain
Yeah, to
size?
increase the cranium to increase the brain size.
So on the big head ass motherfucking kid. So the 2.0 is an actual literal egghead up in this motherfucker.
No, he wouldn't. No. They're not that much different. It doesn't take that much. It doesn't take that much.
Probably like Albert Einstein's brain. Probably.
We're gonna be looking like cone heads.
No, not really. When I saw the pictures, there's not that much difference.
Probably like Albert Einstein's size because his head.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Let me bring this up. Didn't you had certain pharaohs, cultures in Egypt? They used to they elongate their skulls.
They tried. They thought about that. Trying to do that. They elongated their skulls. I don't know how it worked, but they tried.
So
the brain goes to the same capacity.
Okay, that's understood.
You only modify the skull, but it doesn't change the brain itself. They have to do it when they're children.
Yeah.
People in the Eastern Congo do the same thing, and people along the line, but it doesn't change the very size of the brain itself. It only shapes the skull itself. You have to begin it when the skull is still soft. When there's no child.
And plus they're going to do before the baby is actually even conceived in genetics.
Yeah, because you have to allow time for the genetics
Well,
to
but the thing
roll
is,
over. That's gonna
for
make
a
a
bigger
difference.
brain, they need a bigger skull. That's where
True, absolutely.
womb comes in. They actually give you more neurons. But the thing is,
But what about a denser brain though, BJs? A denser brain.
your brain is probably as dense as it's going to get. Okay, after 2 million years.
Okay. Well, I mean, in terms of biologically, but I mean, when you say that, you know, potentially with human growth hormone and manipulating certain, qualities of the brain, you could potentially,
That's
They
what
have
the
to
create a
digital
human.
enhancements will be
they have to
for,
they have to
homie.
do it at the genetic level.
Okay.
You can't do that. But the thing is, to adapt to the bigger brain, they actually need a bigger skull. But a woman can't push out a bigger head from her hips. Okay.
Yeah, and C sections are not very detrimental. I see what you. I mean,
Uh,
absolutely,
that's
absolutely.
what
I
that's what
mean,
artificial womb comes in. Give them a bigger head, bigger brain.
just things would go better with a sense of individuality. I think we draw a lot more on that than we realize.
There you go again.
Okay.
Clones and shit.
I'm just
Actually
saying,
making some
VGS.
straight up
That's the. I get it though. But
clones.
I know that would be. I think we all have a sense that would be a better way of doing things rather than creating, like you were saying, those clone type, beings that
Well, thing is,
aren't gonna have any sense.
the clones have the cloning a human being is making the same copy of the same human being. That's not what they want to do.
Okay,
Clone.
so they're trying to make
Okay, wait a
completely
minute, hold
unique
up. So
individuals.
when the technical, I ain't gonna ask you that here. Nah, all right, then it's cool. We gotta keep your lights on.
Oh yeah, that's true. But a baby. This is a picture they have. I think they had another one of a baby 2.0. Okay,
Oh
it's a
shit.
little different, but it's not that big a difference. It's a little different. That's the head size.
Oh, that's not that big of a difference.
Not that big a difference. You can tell it's a little bigger, but it's not that big of a difference.
Well, it don't.
One thing,
Well, that's just it only matters during as she's carrying it and during birth. But outside the womb, then so they can actually trigger something in that motherfucker where the body can grow in proportion to the head. So you talking, much larger head. Why wouldn't it be a much larger body?
Whatever it is, they said that they can't do it with a human with a woman. It's not going. It doesn't work.
Huh.
So they need an artificial womb for a bigger head size.
Right.
So they're talking about.
So that's why what they call the special incubators will suit the real.
Artificial womb.
Yeah, to make the matrix effect. My final question be just I got to call tonight. The book that the white boy wrote about how to get a black woman, is it like a PDF or is like an actual physical book?
It's
He
a
wrote
PDF.
this.
It's actually you got to buy it on Amazon. It's actually what is it? Amazon Kindle book.
Damn, I don't like Kindle, man.
Wait a minute. A white boy wrote a book on how to get a black woman.
Yes.
For who? For other Peckerwoods?
No.
Yo, wait till you hear
bro.
this. Wait till you hear this.
Exactly.
Damn, it's only on PDF. Damn.
How to date a black woman. Yeah.
Get the fuck out.
That's what she said. I find it from a divestiture. She said that.
That's interesting.
But think about this. Think about this, fellas.
Hold on. Shadow Observer, appreciate you, and Lloyd, appreciate you.
Okay. But think about this. Have you noticed out of all the racial groups that you have to write books to get on with each other? We don't have this problem with black men, but when it comes to black women and non-black men, you had to write books how to get along. God damn.
You know what? Man, you black. You know why? Stop pretending like y'all don't know. Y'all always act like y'all don't know. Okay? Black women are unlike any other group of women on the planet.
Yep.
Nobody else operates this.
But wait a minute, do they have a lot of suitors of other nations like that though? Like that. You know what I mean? For Peckerwood to write a book and you know what I'm saying, for it to actually be a mover. I mean, really?
Actually played this on art. See if I can find this video about this guy in Tanzania. Actually talked about this, about him and when women going to Tanzania trying to find husbands and what happened.
Right. Okay.
I'll see if I can find. You guys go ahead and talk.
All right.
So,
all right.
This is
Yeah, man. The name of the book titled "This Machine Needs a Manual."
Maybe care and feeding of a black woman probably needs to be that. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I think that was a good one.
I mean, you
That
okay?
sounds, absolutely awful. I
Say what?
just say myself.
They're
That
not.
just sounds absolutely.
The thing is the one, it's not their fault because they're actually engineered to act this way. But the thing is, at some point in time, you got to stop putting up with it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It just become a menace to society type of thing.
Yeah.
Because that's. I mean, would any of you ever thought that the ratchet class of chicks would emerge as is now? I mean, the fact that it's a social characteristic to see a chick with that bonnet on her head, the furry slippers, pajamas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we can look all over America.
And she's rebellious. She's your major competitor. That's what Green Gorilla is actually saying.
Yeah. Yeesh.
And it's getting to the point where I can't worry about any of the other Israelites, BGS, like you were saying. I'm trying to get out the wilderness myself. And it's getting harder to find genuineness in what's really going on.
Yeah, I actually played this for Art last night because somebody sent it to me. It's Austin Hollerman. He's in Tanzania. He's actually interviewing a guy that has been there for like 3 or 4 years. Actually, is a guide over there for African Americans. So,
oh, okay.
And this is what he said about women going over there to find mates. Okay.
Okay.
Put themselves in it and then came here and became disappointed because expectations that they had were not met. Expectations that nobody here understood. And so there was a disconnect between what they wanted and what they got. And had they come and not expected anything, they would be okay because this place has a way of showing you yourself. We talked about that.
What expectations?
Expectations like, and I don't want to get too vulgar, but there are women, older women, who are coming here to look for sex. African men.
Wow.
Young African men.
Would you say it's mainly black, white?
I deal with a lot of the sisters. Most of my demographic is African American or diaspora, as we call them. So they're usually melanated people from the respective countries they come from. And so they're coming over here, and a lot of them are, and I'm not putting out, because I don't believe in calling our people out and putting out our dirty laundry, but I will say, because you asked the question, a lot of them expect something that isn't here. And then they wake up to the harsh reality. I've talked to like 7 different people. These are women that came here and married a Tanzanian man or are in a relationship with him, and they're getting beat. They didn't think African men were, they didn't know. They thought that maybe I could come here and control that man, but that's not how it works here. So they get smacked upside their head, and they don't deserve to be hit.
God damn.
But at the same time, they should have known. Because they didn't know, they're disappointed. And a lot of them leave. The other expectations are things like Africa has this cheap way of living. So they come here with $1,000 and they think that's going to last them 10 years. Because somebody told them they could get a 5-bedroom house for $10. And I'm not saying that's what they said, but they implied it. Nobody guided them when they were here. The biggest issue with people coming here, and the biggest problem I try to solve, is guiding people while they're here. Because I came here, I got off the airplane, I did not book a hotel. I was 19 years old, I had never traveled before, didn't know the language, didn't know the culture, never really been outside of America. I got off that plane, didn't book a hotel. Something told me not to. The difference between them and me, I think, was at the time I came, there was really nothing about Tanzania that I saw. There was nobody moving over here. There weren't many, at least. There were people that had already been here, but it wasn't a big thing. So I didn't take it as a big thing. I chose Tanzania because it wasn't popular. And then I find that, if I just, I don't know, I'm not religious, but I'm, a little bit spiritual. And that feeling that I had guided me the entire 3 years I've been here. And I've had some trials, which are just exercises to make you stronger, to purify you and strengthen you, really. But nothing has sent me back. Okay. A lot of people, they don't want to bend. They don't want to go through the fire. They don't want to go through the crusher. They don't want to go through the polishing process.
So I think that was shocking to hear that you have people coming over here with $1,000 thinking that's going to last them anything more than 1 month, and that's pushing it though.
And it could.
For the lifestyle they want to live.
For the lifestyle, that's the problem. They came, they did not adjust their life. I had one lady, I showed her an apartment. She was an elderly woman. I don't show people apartments, but she reached out to me. She said, "Young man, I love what you do." I said, "Okay." She said, "I need you to help me find an apartment." I went, I heard her budget. I said, "That's a little hard to find for what you want." And we went and checked 3 places out. On the 3rd place, she, I don't know, got frustrated. And she said, and she did curse, but I'm not going to curse on this video right now. But she essentially said, how come I ain't got no dang refrigerator? How come they ain't got no refrigerator in this house? I said, for the budget you're trying to work with, that's not normal. So instead of adjusting her lifestyle, she just got mad. A lot of people do that. They come here, they have expectations, they don't get their expectations meet, and then they leave and now they hate Africa.
So they think it's a cakewalk.
Wow.
They think they're gonna come in here and live like the president, and then they're gonna get
an African prince,
the prince or princess or whatever they want, and it's just gonna be a cakewalk, and they're gonna do it all for $10.
I don't know how they believe that.
Look how
and
he's
you know
shaking
what?
his
We're
head.
laughing, but
It's so
this is
real
really
for
a sick thing.
Hold on.
And I'm not saying it's not funny, because it is a little bit of it's a funny situation to be in, because you find yourself in a foreign country after you've sold all your assets in America, if you had any, and you're finding yourself having to go back to that. People have come here and they say things like, "I hate America." I don't hate America. Me personally, I don't. I think it's got issues like everywhere.
Anyway.
Wow.
Well, I could tell why a lot of Negroes don't want to shy away from Africa.
Especially women. Most of those women.
But you see, but Demetrius, that's the first time I heard about women traveling to certain parts of Africa. I know one video O'Shea put out was one woman that was in Tanzania and she having issues.
I put out several. Okay. Several. Okay. In fact, the lady used to have this the challenge to stop putting these women up. I start sharing them.
That's funny as hell. They out there getting beat because they're out there running that damn mouth.
7 of them. Did you say anything about the guys? Chaos.
Say again. Say again.
He say anything about the guys?
No, I don't think you mentioned about the guys.
I'm asking Chaos. Did he say anything about the guys?
No, I don't think so.
It's the women cannot. The black women have a hard time adapting to places where they're not in control. What do you say about the women? And the
so like I said, the best thing to do is if this country really does fall, that's the ass.
Fall how?
No, like let's I'm using this and say let's God forbid this country falls, and this is the only place that they're more control, right? Outside America, they don't got that same luxury.
Fall
we all know that.
And wait a minute, fall in what way? Y'all say fall like a movie.
Come on, man.
Fall like what?
What do you mean by fall? That's what he was trying to say.
Well, let's say we have a collapse, right? And we go back to Stone Age. I'm saying don't take it seriously, but let's say they get the luxuries comfortable because they can run them out, do things because there's liberties up here that they're protected. Outside of America,
you talking about Book of Eli style?
Like talk about black women. Talk about black women now.
So what about everybody else?
Well,
y'all be having a lot of hope because y'all want meteors.
What happens to the
rest of it? Like Walking Dead, post-apocalyptic world type of thing?
Yeah, man, what the fuck?
Everybody
I shouldn't have said that. I should have found somebody.
What is everybody tonight about collapse and the world collapse? What are you guys? What's going on?
What's this doomsday shit? It's funny.
What's going on with y'all?
Well, no. Honestly, BGS, that's what I'm living.
It's the fear.
You got a lot of noise in your mic, man. You got a lot of noise in your mic.
It's the fear of lack of credit, lack of sustainability. Concern of potential.
That's a long way from collapse, though.
Well, I mean, it's just. I guess we're a younger crowd. We haven't seen as many seasons as you, so it's especially for us who've been so consumed by this stuff. It's
do you guys as long as I've been talking about this, so you guys actually pick up the articles and actually read the shit?
Absolutely. Well, I do. I can speak for myself personally. Absolutely.
You know what collapse means?
That would mean like
it's like back in Stone Age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How you?
But I think I think we had this conversation before, BJ. And I actually referenced this again. But in regards to like how, let's say, black women have a certain comfort here, that they got things their way here because of laws and all that stuff. But outside America, they don't get that same comfort. They can't run their mouth in a foreign country, especially in Africa or anywhere, if they nothing's gonna happen to them.
White women can actually go someplace and actually adapt. How come black women can't?
Because they've always wanted control.
Okay, but y'all blame that shit on us. Like we're doing something. Why is that? Black men go all over the world and adapt to every place that they're at. Like Oppenheimer and that guy. How come women can't? Women can't. How come they can't? Come from the same mother and father. How come they can't? But we're the problem, right? Go ahead, Kay. Go ahead and speak, man. We'll mute up. Go ahead, Kay.
No, I was just gonna say, man, that concept right there, it's kind of like my great aunt. She gets a new computer every year because she just refuses to figure out how to use a computer. And if you sit down with her and show her all the basic stuff that she needs to work with, like, okay, how do I get to my bank? How do I print? How do I do this? You can write down the instructions for her, set it down next to the computer, and then she goes and buys a new computer the next year. Because she just like got frustrated with the instructions and just simply sitting there trying to learn the damn computer for about 20 minutes a week or something like that.
Wait a
I
minute.
mean, and another thing. So what I'm trying to, one thing I'm getting at is like, it's like a social psychological addiction with this power that they don't want to let go. That's not
No,
allowing this.
it's a cultural adaptation over like 100, 200 years that's been built into the culture. They expect certain things. You know, that's why they can't marry out. They're stuck with black men for that reason. We can actually adapt to them, but we can actually adapt to anybody because of that. So we're actually more adaptable to other women because we don't expect control or anything like that. So that's why we're actually preferred outside the United States rather than our women for that reason.
Facts.
Yeah. Because black men go all over the world to actually adapt to the women that are there. Black women can't do that. They expect the men to actually adapt to them. Doesn't work that way.
You know what's crazy, BS?
Yeah, I love them.
Somehow at the end of this, I still think there's still gonna be a big black community.
So what?
Somehow at the end of this, like this whole economic shift, I still think there's gonna be a big black community. I can't
A
shake
big black
that
community?
concept.
Really?
Yeah,
Why?
I don't
How?
think things.
Go figure.
Good. Oh,
Okay.
I just say how I figure is,
How
you
you
know, things
feel?
these next.
Yeah, you feel.
No, I said how I figured.
Oh, how you figure that?
Well, I was saying because just based off the statements that, you know, at the end of the day, what I realize is despite all the stuff
Mm-hmm.
that, you know, with all the arguments, like you still can't necessarily keep, you know, black women from black men, and it still results
Are
in
you?
babies and foundations and
Your Generation
things
Z? Are
that
you gonna marry these chicks?
not I don't marriage is I don't think marriage is even a part of the concept. But
Are
I
you?
would say this. I would
How?
say
How?
I said no. I said
How
no. But
hold
I
on,
would say this.
hold on,
Oh,
hold on.
okay,
I'm
my bad.
asking
My bad.
follow up, right?
Okay.
Are you willing to date these exclusively? These chicks?
Oh man, well, in terms of I can speak for my character. I date anybody exclusively. I don't play.
Do you date them
I don't play no
exclusively?
games.
How
I play
about
no games.
how about your fellow Z's?
I think a lot of times I see from my fellow Z's is, you know, I was in that stage. It's a lot of hothead, you know, a lot of bravado. But I think a lot of these dudes deeply value relationships at the end of the day. And I
Do
notice
they
when they,
date these black women exclusively? That's what I'm asking.
yeah, I see them on many cases date them exclusively. There are
Okay.
cases that they don't, but
Uh,
when they find the right one, I notice that they do.
I'm talking about as a group.
As a group,
Like,
yeah, there's still
there's still some, right? Every time I look up the
it's still a majority though. It's still a majority.
I wouldn't even say the majority anymore.
It's not the majority. It's a majority.
Okay, so
it's
the
a
thing
mass
is
sum
that
of people.
so you can't identify the trend though. You can identify the trend.
Yeah, I can no, I can identify the trend.
And you
We do.
can possibly infer to the trajectory. To the ongoing trajectory.
I said this is my concept. This is what you know.
Yeah, okay. What do you base it on though? 'Cause
I base it on the fertility of black people in general, and then I just base it on the concept. Nothing I base it on is the concept that anything that even like I know even our white skinned counterparts are still categorized in that group along with it. So I would continue to take that logic.
They were until you have what? What do they call them now?
People of color, absolutely.
People of color, yeah, different.
But
different, completely different. What classification?
Terminology, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I mean, but the people for now, people still those categories are still on the census.
But you said in the future, right?
Yeah, in the future, but people that I guess I should say let me specify people of that genome because I can't speak towards by names.
Okay, it's already disintegrating. That's the problem. It's already disintegrating.
This structure is disintegrating.
I
don't
understand.
think that mass people.
The thing is to stop moving the goalposts. I'm just talking about black people right now. Okay.
Yeah. Nah.
And not just the structure. When I'm talking about black people as a collective group, it's already disintegrating.
And how attached are black people to the structure? Wait a minute. You have like black
not
people
to the structure, to each other.
What?
Don't continue, Rokish.
Wait a minute.
He's a Pisces. He's all place. Plus Mercury's in retrograde.
Is that what?
Yeah, so he's all over the place right now.
Look, I'm out of that astrology. I ain't.
Yeah, you don't have to be. Just flow with it, okay? Rokish knows what I'm talking about, okay?
Yeah, what you want to do is flow with it. The thing is, I think you're trying to put borders where borders ain't supposed to go.
Supposed to be, yeah.
Do you see how black people are growing socially right now?
I do.
Do you think it's more detrimental or instrumental?
Detrimental.
Detrimental. All right. How much of that would you say is of their own volition? How much of that would you say is of social conditioning with their attachment to the system? Percentage wise. You can go 50-50 if you want to. I don't give a fuck.
I say a lot of it's because of the social conditions, so it's very hard for me to quantify. But I'd say a lot of it's because of the social condition.
It always
Definitely.
is, and the environment.
Way more than what we have going on in our head.
Exactly.
I don't believe that.
In other words, you know what kept black? You know what kept black folks together?
Yes, sir.
Conditionings.
Racism, right?
Yep.
Jim Crow, segregation.
Social conditions.
Kept together, right? What happens when you actually eliminate that kind of stuff? What's going to happen?
Things will rebundle or unbundle up.
If white boys would take black women, they'd be gone already. They'd be gone already.
Well, there's still that aspect of that you talked about, sometimes BGS classes.
If white men would take black women, they'd be gone already. That's a fact. Okay, they'd be gone. It's in their writings. It's in their writings. It's in the data. Okay, about them who they prefer on dating apps and stuff like that. It's in the data. They'd be gone already. How come they're not? Because they can't. Just like they can't go to Tanzania and get husbands or stay with husbands. Okay, they've been socialized in reverse order to everybody else.
To all other women.
Yeah.
Now take that into consideration, bro.
Well, that's still gonna. I think that was
okay. Good grief. Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
We're gonna end it in like 10 minutes. So, go ahead.
Okay. But I just think that would stifle their attention even more, and like we're really only. Something I realize is we're only socialized to each other. So I think racism is ended. I would say, but for the majority.
Black women are socialized to be in charge. Okay, that's why they need us. We can be
Well, yeah,
socialized with anybody. Okay, that's
true.
what he just proved. He didn't mention. Did he actually mention men in that piece? No, he didn't. Talk about women.
Well, based off the current conditions and precepts for being African American, would you consider those children in other relationships with other sub classifications of people would be still considered African American based off this definition, African
If they,
American, which
if
includes children already of
if
that
they want
kind
to
of color.
self-identify, how does Meghan Markle identify? How do you actually identify her?
Absolutely, I
Is she
understand.
black?
Yeah, she is.
Damn.
Yeah,
That's Kay
she is.
Price. Go ahead, go
Yeah.
ahead, Kay. What do you want to say, real quick?
No, I'm sorry.
I can't even hear you,
Your
brother.
mic is off. Your mic is
Take
off.
my headphones off.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, I mean, I'd say even the monarchy regards her as our
Now,
classification as African
what
American.
I'm asking, how does Meghan Markle see herself in America?
In America? Oh,
Yes,
she herself? Okay,
yes.
I understand what you're saying. I understand where you're going.
She don't see herself as black, does she?
Absolutely. But that doesn't. Do you think that particularly matters? You said the environment shapes
How
human
about
beings.
in other words, this is Negro is the forced classification. Okay,
Yep.
what happens when they don't force it on you anymore?
Hmm. I suppose. I mean, but I think people would still have their own preferences about that. It's not
For
just because
for
it's not a forced classification.
for how long?
Mm, uh,
Because
fair
young
point.
people don't see themselves as that anymore, do they?
They do. They do.
Re-
Right now, they do. They won't. I get what
So
you're saying. They won't.
Connected to
Not
what
right now.
though? Connected to
so
what?
mixed kids with white and black or black and other see themselves as black.
Yeah.
They do.
And
Okay.
now in this kind of state, yeah, I mean, yes, now in this kind of state with the whole Colin Kaepernick movement that these young kids have been watching and all that kind of stuff. He, had a documentary about his experience with all these kind of different influences out. Yes, these rappers, this new echelon of individuals with mixed. 'Cause I know it's a lot of mixed background
Mm-hmm.
for these rappers. Yeah, BGS. I see what you're saying in the future. Yeah, I can
No. The
I get that.
Z's vast majority see themselves as people of color. The vast majority. They don't see themselves as black. They see themselves as other. That's the box that they check.
Well, the vast majority of people of color, but that category isn't necessarily the vast majority of.
The largest check mark is growing is what? People of color.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So
Interesting.
I wouldn't say that. I don't know about the majority of. I don't know about the majority of black males. I don't know.
What that's the
I
thing?
think they still
See,
see
the
themselves.
thing is, what do you think black is supposed to mean if it has never been established as having any actual cultural roots? The thing is, people of color is black is just something that means non-white. It does.
Yeah.
It could have had some cultural connection to it, but black people move away from it to African American, and I think once that shit started, that was done.
Well,
I
that's
think that was
another
the
that's another by name, but it's kind of similar to the concept you talked about, but it's completely different from people of color. I see that demographic is growing in the black community. It is, but
right.
I still see a mass that still
So
see themselves as
so
black.
what happens to your culture when that happens?
Your
Dissolve.
culture
It
gets
starts to
washed away.
it's already starting to dissolve. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, BGS, you're right. Because it's socialization that shapes us. It's the environment and it's socialization. Okay.
Because look at the millennials and Z's. They're not dedicated to black women, are they? Like they used to be. Like I was. Like Rogish was, or is still.
No.
I ain't that dedicated, but
No. But I think
I ain't
ironically
trying to pull your
they're
whole
still gonna.
card, man.
I think ironically
I mean that grew up as your other half, so it's like what
this
I'm saying.
is what I think
What I'm
is gonna
saying,
happen in
you don't
BGS.
see they don't see the women the same way that you do or have.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Then
don't.
they're indifferent to it.
Yeah.
Well, I think ironically, I think in the end, it may
Mhm.
not be black women of this generation, but I think a lot of black males are gonna eventually turn back to.
In LA is 50-50, man, like as far as Latina versus
Yeah,
black
but
women.
do we count? Okay, do you count just relationships or marriages and long term commitments? 'Cause I'm more at this point into that long term.
What you
That makes
count are selections. It ain't about a relationship or marriage. It's about preference. It's about
Preference. Yeah.
prior
Yeah.
to making the choice. What is the likely preference to be there?
Because coming up, Latino and black were very rare.
Yeah.
Black and anybody else was very rare. Okay,
Yeah.
it's not anymore. It's commonplace. In
Yeah.
fact, I'm kind of unusual when we see two black people that actually together.
Yo, out here in Dallas, you see it all the time. Seeing
Yeah.
those that particular mixed family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very common now.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyhow, we can do this on our anyhow closing thoughts, man. We ain't got time to actually wander the universe with you. Okay.
I'm gonna mash out. Thanks for the sharpening, BGS. Peace. Sir.
All right. If I can change Rogues, I can change anybody, man. It took a while.
Yo, we battled. You know what I'm saying?
We
We battled. But like I said, thanks for sharpening me. You know what I mean? It's still sharp as steel.
Somebody said, "Is this Roguish?" Can't be. What did you do with my Roguish? Where'd he go? What happened to him?
I mean, I gotta get refined. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Igmore, goddamn it. You feel me?
I feel you.
You know, I've always wanted to interview over that too, because I was always wondering, like, why didn't that become the polarizing aspect of the space Black Manosphere in its entirety?
Because Igmore was there to help black men.
Yeah.
Igmore is about you making your own choice, not trying to impose anything on you.
Right. That was the game that kept me here, though, because it was back in like 2007, 2008. Was Adagon Forest who was doing that one?
Yeah. But I think 2015 2014 when he started it was Ibmore. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was at Ibmore number 4, I think it was.
Okay. Yeah. And there was that introspective Black Men of Reform. It's like, yo, cuz that's novels. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's quite novel. And I would have thought, personally, I kind of see the high value manship as, you know what I'm saying, possibly being catalyst from that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's actually I think that's what the space does to
supposed
brothers.
to. Yeah, supposed to. Those used to be the educated lames.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. We don't hear it that much anymore. Those are those guys. The money
educated lanes and became the educated most solid squares in the world.
Especially after COVID, right?
Especially, you know what I'm saying? Y'all better claim that new game y'all got. I holler at y'all, man.
I want a lifestyle. Yeah. Anyway, closing thoughts, folks. Juice.
Well, I was just saying, yeah, we just need everybody in the community doing good, both sides. No more competition. Let's do business.
Yeah, if you can't always get what you want.
Let's spread love. Let's make compromise then.
In other words, spreading wealth means there's no hierarchy. And this is a capitalist country. How far will that go?
Well, I don't know how long this country's going to be capitalist for, BGS. That's capitalism is expensive. And at the end of the day, it's collectivism is a cool way to prosper.
So you think what's coming is going to be better?
But I'm not worried about better or worse. You just figure out the situation that you're in. You do the best you can.
You might wish for the good old days. You never know.
Can't wish on the good old days. That's the past, BGS. You know you got to stay present.
Everybody wishes for the good old days, man. You're human.
Yeah, cry your tears, but you got to get back up, man. You're always in the fight as long as you out of the 6 feet cast.
You still wish for the good old days, man. So trust and believe. You'll get there. You're young.
You still got some fight in you, BGS, though. You be battling with these young cats on here. You be making glory days.
It doesn't mean that you don't wish for the good old days, sir.
True. Perspective.
Yeah, perspective. Yeah. K. Pierce, you got the last word.
Thank you very much. I wish for the good old days, but what they say, peaceful times make men soft, that type of deal.
Yeah. So are you on a laptop that's plugged in?
No, I'm on my phone and I just unplugged it. I still have a mic issue.
Okay. Yeah. That's what it is, because it's really buzzing.
Oh, starting to come out of mini monk mode, and I'm agitated with everybody. Please help me.
Okay. Yeah. When we actually have a what do you call it? A Patreon stream. Get on it. It only costs $1 to actually sign up. So get on it when I actually have one. Sign up. So we kind of
Yeah, absolutely, I will. Yeah, yes, sir.
I might do some more monk videos. Okay. About getting in and out of monk mode and
Awesome.
and the challenge because it's easy to get into it, it's hard to get out of it. Okay, really hard. Which is having a tolerance for women's BS. It's kind of hard.
It's got it's to the point where I'm having a hard time tolerating just my brothers too.
You have to dive in and hold your nose and take the pain. Okay, you get used to it. It's on the way out.
Yes, sir.
You
Yes,
gotta
sir.
throw yourself into it. It's the only way out.
Yes, sir. And that was my only closing thought. Thank you so much for hosting this with us tonight.
Yeah, they talk about your mic, but anyway, all right. Have a good night, man. We'll talk about it. All right, folks. I gave you 2 extra hours, so I hope you guys appreciate that. I'm gonna take my old ass to bed. Oh, I can't do 8 hours like I used to. Those days are gone. So anyhow, you guys have a good night. I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace out.